what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. Call yourself, and cry your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes, yeah. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you, yeah. And show your eyes, yeah. Your destiny,
Going bad.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
everybody. Just in time to be really, really late to stream again. I swear to God, the worst stuff happens right before stream. Like whenever I lose my phone, it's usually right before stream. I literally had to have, people in my Discord spam the soundboard, like, right? Spam the soundboard at me to help me find my phone because I don't have the, I know that they've got the find, I think my phone now has the find your phone capability. I actually bought an iPhone. The one time I got an iPhone, it was because of the find your phone thing, right? I had an iPad already and I was like, if I have an iPhone, then I can find my phone and then I can find my iPad and like my phone finds the iPad finds the phone. But now it's for everyone. Now it's not just for Apple users. And now Apple's integrating, what is it? Like they're integrating AI into everything. Oh my God, AI is just gonna, tech bros ruin everything. Tech bros ruined the internet. Can we get is that a hot take? I think I'm correct about that. I think I'm based in that, in that opinion. It's tech bros, right? It's tech bros' fault. Like, how is that? Like, you're tech bros, you're supposed to be good at technology, and yet you ruin the internet. Stop. We need to do something to get rid of tech bros. Like take over from the chat. You know what we're gonna have to do? Do you know what this means? Oh my God, it means I don't have my void coffee yet. Tech girls run the world. Bro step. Medical dubstep? Wait, what is medical dubstep? That sounds scary. Oh God, I better have coffee left. Yeah, I have some at least. I have some of that delicious. But yeah, they ruined the internet. Everything is crypto AI NFT'd the fuck up. And like, come on. Like, are you really gonna trust tech bros after NFTs? Like, look, crypto's bad enough, right? Crypto's destroying the environment. But, NFTs, like, there's just no excuse. Like, that's just shit. That's pure shite. That's 100% shite. That's nothing but shite. My friend gaslit me into thinking medical dubstep was a real genre. I mean, there's some wild genres, aren't there? Like, what is Frutiger Iro? Can anybody explain to me / provide me an example, the copyright-free, royalty-free example of Frutiger Iro? Arrow? Even crypto guys I knew were like, but NFTs are clearly nonsense. I mean, yeah, it's just a scam. It's just a scam. Speaking of scams, we got Logan Paul. Don't we? Somewhere? No, we don't have Logan Paul. I thought I had a special guest, but I was gonna try to bring on Brianna Joy Gray, but unfortunately, chat, she's already booked. Do you know about this? Brianna Joy Gray already booked for a different podcast, and it's not mine. You know whose it is? Brianna Joy Gray was already booked. I could not bring her on. Mr. Boric Acid. Mr. Boric Acid. Yet again, I haven't covered her in a while. Her? Why am I calling Destiny her? Did I just misgender Destiny? Oh my God. Well, it's a woman's name. That's confusing. It's confusing. I'm sorry for misgendering you, Destiny. I apologize. Okay. That's wrong. Destiny goes by he, him. Sorry. I don't know where that came from. I was thinking of Brianna, and I was thinking of... I had two thoughts mixed up in my head. I had multiple thoughts in my head. My head only is empty. It's too empty to have more than one thought. Wait, his handle was Kiyotako? Kiyotako. Daijobu. Sorry, just like I went into anime mode for a second there, chat. Didn't Destiny somehow scam his audience? I'm trying to remember what this was about. Like, he said he wasn't going to do something and then he did it. Oh my god, chat, I can't remember. It wasn't NFTs, was it? It was something else. Could not load chat? Oh my god, I must not have gotten the right. That's the chat. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we got chat brought up. Covering Mr. Bonarelli in Israel. I've heard rumors of this. Yes, it's true. I think he's already back already, right? Boosterelli is back. Non-fuckable trains. I mean, yeah, you don't fuck a train, you fuck on a train. If I remember correctly. I've never done that before, though. I've never got, like, a sleeper. Right, you gotta get the sleeper, the sleeper car to be able to... Otherwise, it's really uncomfortable and you have to, like, I don't know. What would medical dubstep be? Would it be dubstep with, like, samples that were like from like hospital sounds? There's a guy called Kyotoka who does shorts on kanji etymology, and they're so funny and informative. Kyotako. Wait. Now, let me see if I got this right, okay? You know how American dads, they got the barbecue, right? The classic American dad, Republicans, Democrats, Proud Boys, Antifa, I just want to grill. I just want to grill, right? That's the American dad. But I think that maybe, and they also want to, yeah, they want to grill, they want to barbecue, right? But then I think Japanese dads, if I'm not mistaken, in Japan, do they cook the octopus like in the, you know, like there's this like there's a special pan, you got to like kind of grease it up and you put each of the octopus tentacles in there. And is that kind of the equivalent, the Japanese equivalent of like the barbecue dad? I've only seen this from Dragon Ball Super, where Vegeta prepares the Kyotaka for Beerus? Lord Beerus? You know what else? Okay, so like there, you might think that this is a random anime tangent for Irene. She's just like, she just does this. From time to time, she talks about anime. No, this is like related, okay? This is related, and let me tell you exactly how this is related. Destiny is Lord Frieza, okay? And all of his orbiters are like the Ginyu Force, right? Does this make sense? Does this make sense to Dragon Ball heads? If I were to grill, I would use steak rub every time my Latin dad cooks chorizo, and it is delicious. Capitalists are coming to charge you hourly for the privilege of grilling, yeah. No, but Trump and the Republicans will have you worried that they're trying to take your gas stove. You never use steak rub? Yeah, I don't know what's in steak rub. I feel like barbecues are mysterious to me. Lunar Rose, you just weaseled up. I don't know why you didn't get like a acknowledgement of the weasel. But luckily now, thanks to Throne Gang, I've got the ability to just
Weasel.
wait. No, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Weasel. Weasel.
Okay, wait, no, that's not the sound. That's not the sound. When you weasel up, it usually sounds like this. Wow, Luna Rosa 161, thank you for joining Weird Champs. There we go. That's how it's supposed to sound. I don't know why it didn't do that. It's so weird. This happened yesterday. There was even like a super chat that just didn't show up, and I saw it like after the fact. I had to add it in. What was that? Yeah. So does this make sense to you though? I mean, I don't know. Not everybody's a Dragon Ball head. Not everybody's a Toriyama stand. Some of you read the manga even. You're like Toyotaro is your dude, right? Some of you are Araki Sensei is your dude, right? Araki Sensei. What did you miss? I don't know. You just got weaseled and it was like... But it didn't play the WoW, so I had to manually play the WoW. Like that. I gave you 3 WoWs. Hell yeah, Rocky. Yeah. Junji Ito. But does this make sense? Does it make sense to anyone else that Destiny is Frieza, right? Like Destiny's like the big guy, right? With slightly, you know... I don't know what you want to say, like femme-coded? What do you call Frieza? It's not exact. I don't know. What do you call, right? So that's Destiny, right? And then all the orbiters are like his Ginyu Force, right? And he's got little Vegetas, like Mr. Girl is Vegeta, right? Vegeta's like, you know, on team Frieza loosely, even though Destiny killed his father and destroyed his planet. And then you got the Ginyu Force. The rest of the Lonerbox is Captain Ginyu. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Oh my god, chat. To everybody who doesn't know these references, this is just completely opaque. This is 100%. Vegeta is playing both sides. I think so too. Yeah, what's up with Vegeta? God damn. I still haven't forgiven Vegeta for killing all those people at the Budokai. Like, right? He just shot the, like, energy weapon. Do kids still watch DBZ? I don't think so. You know, if anything's gonna make a comeback, it's gonna be like original Dragon Ball or some like it's gonna be what is it called with Pan and Trunks? What is that called? What is that called? GT. It's gonna be GT. Like somehow GT will become popular. That's what'll get popular. They'll be like, wait a minute, I didn't know that Goku was an adult. they buy the GT, yeah, it's gonna be GT. Anyway, too many weebs, too many wees, too many metaphors. You know who Destiny is. What I'm basically saying is that Destiny's the big boss. He's got the orbiters, and they're goofy. The orbiters are goofy. Lonerbox is goofy. They're all goofy. Destiny's a little bit goofy too. Destiny's a little... Frieza by the end of Dragon Ball Super is just kind of pathetic, but Anyway. What do we have on offering for you today? Oh yeah, so this almost won yesterday, right? The Daily Wire, they've got their own razors, right? They've got their own chocolate, they've got their own razors. Anytime a woke product comes out, the Daily Wire, even Disney, they've got their own Disney, they've got their own, you know, version of Bluey. They've got their own shitty version of the Family Guy, right? They're gonna do everything. The Family Guy was too woke for them, I guess. I don't know. So they made their own Family Guy, and it sucks. It sucks. I hear new background music. Yeah, is it working okay? I don't even know. OBS changed some things, and so my audio filters might not work the same as they used to. Let's take a look at these filters. Compressor. Okay, so it's getting its sidechain from the mic. I don't know, Chad. I never know if I do that right. As someone with an 11-year-old sibling, let me say, no one watches Dragon Ball anymore. I mean, yeah. But it's still got good music. Wait, it's got some good music, doesn't it? I mean, like, I would not expect an 11-year-old to watch Dragon Ball. Wait, do I even know what, like, anime, like, right, because, like, what anime do young kids watch, right? There was, like, Yokai Watch, right? That was, like, a thing. Oh my god, chat, I gotta get off the anime and get onto the show. We got, like, limited time today, and I always run out of time. Chainsaw Man, wait, is that... Like, is that, like, for, like, actual, like, I feel like everybody watches Chainsaw Man. You know what? I just realized I have not been watching anime. Like, I am totally, like, I used to have a Crunchyroll account and watch animes when they came out. Like, literally, I would, if there was an anime coming out and it was, like, on Tokyo TV, like, I would watch the simulcast, right? They would simulcast it. And it was so cool because I'd be like, oh shit, this comes out on Saturday and I'm going to watch it. Like, yeah, it was great because, like, right, I had Saturday off. Irene is being a fake weeb. That's an old meme, Badash. That's a very old meme. There is one person out there that still cares about me being a fake weeb, and I got to pour one out for her sometime. Oh my god. Yeah. Chainsaw Man isn't for teens, especially one of the newer chapters where Denji gets off. Oh my god. I need to start watching Chainsaw Man. All right, so yeah, what do we got for today, right? We got the Daily Wire. They got razors, right? Razors got woke. Gillette got woke. Now, I thought it was because Gillette got woke because the commercial with the father teaching his son how to shave, and then, you know, they reveal that the son is trans, right? It's a trans guy, like, learning to shave from his father is, like, really wholesome. But that actually wasn't Gillette. That was Harry's razors. Somebody checked that for me, and they found out it's not actually. The Gillette one was one where it was like, we're going to teach our sons to not, like, accept toxic masculinity. And that's where the Jeremy's razors, and Jeremy being Jeremy Boring, the most boring man, the god emperor of the Daily Wire himself, Jeremy Boring. Yeah, so he's got Bent Key Entertainment to rip off Disney and to rip off cartoons like Bluey, and to rip off whatever he can. He's got, I mean, these are all failed actors, right? The including Brett Cooper. Did I eliminate Brett Cooper? I did. Something came up that superseded Brett Cooper, I guess. But there is a video essay on Brett Cooper that I should probably watch sometime, because apparently she's, like, the most popular of the Daily Wire people. Even though she's not popular, they wanted to get the Zoomers. They thought that they could use Brett Cooper. We set up a fake stream with a fake streamer, and we, like, really lean into it super hard. It's, like, actually a studio, and there's, like, 3 cameras, and, you know, it's recorded, right? There's nothing about Brett Cooper that is, like, organic, but it's trying to emulate the streamer medium, right? And she didn't get popular with the audience they were going for. It's not popular with Zoomers. I think it's popular with, like, horny old dudes or something. I don't know. Chat, I don't even want to know. The Brett Cooper video essay is good. We got to figure out a way to work that back in. But yeah, we got the Daily Wire real women razor. So they had Jeremy's razors. This were the real men razors, right? The Jeremy's razors. Now they got version 2.0, and that is a pink version of the razor that costs you more, right? It's a pink tax, right? Jeremy Boring charging you the phantom tax on the real women razors, right? Only real women can use them. If any trans woman tries to use the razor will scream at you. It'll scream in your face and be like, ah, help me. My female spaces are being invaded. My female spaces are being invaded. Oh my God. So yeah, we also got Jake Paul and Logan Paul talking to Trump. What are they doing with Trump? Do you want to know? I kind of want to know. So I put that on there too. We got RFK Jr. talking about the brainworm on Pierce. I really feel like the brainworm needs to be another character. I don't care if the brainworm is dead. Bring it the fuck back. Use the Dragon Balls. RFK, get the Dragon Balls, wish the brainworm back into full health, and have the brainworm come on with you as like your foil. Like you say something, then the brainworm like should shit on, like, right? The brainworm should shit on RFK. Like that's what I want. I want RFK and the brainworm. Maybe just get a little puppet worm. Hi, I'm RFK Jr.'s brainworm. Oh, I was up in his head eating his brain. It was delicious, but then I got sick and died, so they had to bring me back with the Dragon Balls. Right? This is what we need. This is what we need. But you know, he's on Piers talking about the brainworm. I don't know. I feel like the brainworm needs to get revenge on RFK Jr. somehow. Can you imagine eating some dude's brain and you die from it because his brain is so rotten with conspiracy theories that it just kills you? You're like, I was trying to be your parasite, but it turns out you killed me. Like, what the fuck? That's not how this is supposed to work. I was like, I'm sorry, my brain's just, I'm not gonna do his voice. Okay, that's below. I will not do RFK Jr.'s voice. That's not okay. We got Blair White at Pride. We're gonna give that another spin. Okay, Blair White goes to Pride. She talks to people, and well, I mean, you can imagine about how that goes, right? Well, I mean, you can, but if you want to know what it is, then like vote for that. And as always, Vox Populi, support the popular vote, right? So when you donate, whether it's through super chats, super stickers, whether it's through memberships, gift memberships, passing on that Weasel to somebody else, right? Or whether it's through donating down in the links below, donating on Patreon, donating on Throne, donating on Twitch, right? Which is way to get out of the ad break, which happens to you every hour at the top of the hour. Where are we at right now? In about 13 minutes, it's going to happen again. So if you have a sub on Twitch, it actually gets you out of the ad break. Memberships on YouTube do not do this. It's important for me to, mention this and fully disclose this because I got accused of trying to scam people by making them think that they could get out of the YouTube ad breaks. That's not how that works. It works on Twitch, but it costs a little bit more, right? It's a fancy membership, the Twitch sub, right? It gets you not just weasels, but it gets you wiggly weasels. They wiggle around, they move around. The Void coffee is like scintillating and percolating, right? Everything is like animated over on Twitch, and also it gets you out of the ad break, so it costs a little bit more. Oh yeah, but it costs a little bit more, and it's going to cost a lot more soon because they're raising the prices. July 11th, they raised the prices to $5.99 on Twitch, so it might be a good time to lock that in if that's something that's useful, if that's something that's valuable to you over there on Twitch. You can also get out of the ad break by being gifted a sub. Again, best way to get the gifted sub, most tried and true strategy is to be active in chat, right? But the point being that any kind of donation entitles you to extra content, right? If we hit the dono goal, which we're already 1/10 of the way there, we're already at 10% of the way there. If we hit the dono goal, then you got to choose from one of these. Oh yeah, you got to vote for one of these. Like I'm already like talking about this, and like here I got to start my poll. I need something. What content do you want to see next? Question mark. Now I've got the Dragon Ball GT song stuck in my head. No, the thing is about animes, right, is that like you don't really appreciate them unless you watch like the whole thing. And there's so many animes that I haven't seen all of. Like, this is embarrassing, chat, but I've never finished Evangelion. Because I've heard that something not nice happens to Asuka at the end, and I just didn't want to finish it. Okay, I didn't want to see that. Okay, I need Asuka to exist in my Evangelion world. There we go. There's the poll. Boom. There's the poll. There's the poll. So yeah, if you donate, also let me know which of these topics that you favor. Do you want to see Jake Paul and Logan Paul deal with Trump? Figure out what that's about. Do you want to see the Daily Wire Real Women Razor ad? Are you an RFK stan? You're probably not. You're maybe a Worm stan. If you're a Worm Team Worm, vote for RFK on Pierce, because RFK did go on Pierce. That's not all. Apparently Candace went on Pierce too. And okay, so here's the sad thing. Here's the sad thing that I gotta tell you. We covered Brianna Joy Gray yesterday. And look, she got fired unfairly, and it was definitely about Palestine. Don't let anybody fucking gaslight you into thinking that she loves death and violence, or that she was rolling her eyes at somebody being R-worded, right? That's fucking that's fucking bullshit, right? That's not true. That's not right. That's not right. You are safer with the TV series End of Evangelion. Wait, so the TV series is like, okay, the Evangelion finale. Oh my God, chat, I gotta watch that sometime. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that like these long ass, like One Piece, like I like One Piece, but I have only watched like the first 50 episodes. That's a lot. 50 episodes. I should have it done by now, but no, it's not. One Piece goes on forever. Bleach was pretty cool back in the day. Any Bleach fans in chat? Any Bleach fans? I'm dating myself here with the Bleach references, but yeah, Bleach was really good. I've obviously watched it after it came out. But I didn't get past like the part with, oh my God, the part where they go into like that. Oh my God, I can't even remember what the fuck it was. Those dudes with a Spanish name, like there was dudes with Spanish name. I can't remember. It's Space Dandy is good. I should check that out. I remember Bleach. Whoa, it's weird. You put Destiny's name in the title, and all of a sudden the chuds show up in the regular chat. What's up with that? Do you think it's Destiny haters, or do you think it's like Destiny fans that are just, yeah, the Iran cars. Yeah. I got to the part like with the Iran cars, and then I never. Here's what happened with me with Bleach. I remember, like, right, you can watch a lot, or at least back in the day, you could watch a lot of this stuff like on YouTube. You could find, if you typed, you could find the episodes, right? But like as you get to the later episodes, I was finding that you can't find like the English dub, or sorry, not English dub, the English sub, right? So it's in Japanese and then it's translated, right? I couldn't find the English sub, so I started watching the Spanish sub. No, I started watching the French sub at first, right? And then I kind of understood what that is because I can kind of read French, right? And then there was no more French episodes, right? And then so I went to Spanish, right? And I can kind of read that because Spanish is sort of similar to French. I can sort of tell, what's going on. I know a muñeco is a doll. You can figure out some things from context, right? Stopped watching Bleach once Ichigo became buddies with Soul Society. Yeah, that's pretty early on. I mean, I liked it when he was fighting Soul Society too. That's Detective Conan is also a long anime. And then so I ran out of Spanish episodes, right? And then I'm looking for more episodes, and they're in Portuguese. So yeah, the Iran car stuff, yeah, ironically enough, I watched it in Spanish and Portuguese. And understood very little of what was going on. I love anime that usually are 30 episodes. Why do you kind of know French? Because I learned it, but I haven't kept up with it. You know what? We should do that Babel sponsorship. Sam's doing the Babel, whatever it's called, the language app that's better than the other language app. I probably shouldn't mention any names, but yeah, we may do a Babel sponsorship because I know there's a lot of people in chat that like to learn languages, and there's one app that's a little bit better because it actually gives you a chance to kind of converse. It's got like an option where you can like talk to other people. on the app in the language that you're learning. And that is huge, right? The one thing that I can recommend about learning language is that it's not enough to know vocabulary. It's not enough to know conjugations and grammar and to be able to write stuff out. You know, you don't really know the language until you're speaking it. Yeah, you got to sort of speak it, because like when I actually like I learned French and then I traveled abroad, and when I was talking to my host family for the first time, I was a mess. I was like all over the place. I was confusing them because I knew enough French to say something in French, but I didn't always know what I was saying. Right. So I think that, you know, having the ability to do some conversation, some discussion, some back and forth, I think it's huge. I think it's huge. But yeah, these are our options. Daily Wire, Jake Paul and Logan Paul, RFK and the Brainworm on Pierce, Blair White going to Pride, and they're looking like they're doing about equal. They're looking like they're doing about equal. There's just a few more things I gotta set up here. But yeah, you can vote on those, and also if you donate, let me know what you are wanting to see, and I will put 1% for each dollar, and that goes for Throne, that goes for memberships, and with super chats and super stickers, that goes with everything, right? And any sort of donation entitles you to adjust the polls. Let's just make it really neutral and say you get to adjust the polls slightly. You don't like how the polls are going, you can adjust them. If you do like how the polls are going, or you just want to support like people's right to choose without it being, you know, big-footed by people that are donating money, you can say Vox Populi, and that is perfectly legit as well. I also always have Fallout New Vegas there, just in case the gaming frogs want to make a play for it, want to try to steal the second segment away from you. But they've never done it so far, so. Thus far, the gaming frogs have not. I feel bad for the gaming frogs too, right? They gotta stream like the night before last night, but I wanted to stream again last night. I wanted to do a little gaming stream, but I was just too tired. I was too tired. Too challenged to learn more language proficiently. What are your thoughts on the Israeli-Palestine conflict? Oh my God, do you have 5 hours, Ellie? We're gonna get into it. Do you need to pick do I need to pick an option? Oh yeah, as you renew your membership, you don't need to, you don't have to, but you can. If you want to, you know, influence the polls, or if you want to, what is it called? What do you call this? Like a reverse influence, or an uninfluence, or a de-influence? Yeah, if you want to de-influence the polls, you can say Vox Populi. If you want to keep the polls honest, keep it down to the choice of the voters, right? You can say Vox Populi. But yeah, any sort of donation, including renewing a membership, including renewing a sub, including Twitch Prime subs, even though you're technically not spending any money, it's a pretty good deal. You are supporting the stream, and I do appreciate that, and I will give you a chance to influence the polls with that Twitch Prime sub. Pick the brainworm. When you say pick the brainworm, you know what like, you know what I imagine? Right? I imagine somebody like reaching up their nose with their finger, and they're going to pick a winner, but they go a little too far, and they end up deworming themselves. They pull out this long, like, booger, but it turns out it's a worm. And when they pull it out, it gets on the desk with a top hat and a cane, and it's all like, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my." Wait, what is that song? Hello, my baby. Hello, my. Yeah, the divorce drama never stops, does it? The divorce drama never stops. Oh, I didn't change the name of the freaking stream from yesterday. Oh my god, I'm so silly. Oh my god. How am I this silly? I'm still half asleep. That's the problem, isn't it? No. Do you like doesn't like Oscar the Grouch have a worm? Like in his garbage can? Isn't there like a worm in there? That it's like its roommate or something? It's Oscar the Grouch's roommate. Okay, so what else do I have to do? I have to remember to say, make sure to like this stream. Slimy is the name of the worm. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Wow, that is old school. So I'm just making the poll for the other chat. Other chat needs a poll too, to make it just harder for me to compute, to make it so I have to do math. I had to do math yesterday, chat. It was like really close. Like Alex Jones won by 1%. That is literally $1 decided the fate, right? So that's how tight those polls can be. Did we ever figure out, Luna, do you like support one of these options, or are you a Vox Populi type person? Do that, and then we do that. Honestly, like I feel like this is the stuff that the Stream Deck probably should be able to automate. Like all the stuff that I have to do every day that slows me down right in the beginning, right when people are trying to figure out like, do I want to watch this stream or not? And I'm just like, I'm doing something else here. Twitch TV / boom. Vox Populi, power to the people. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go. That is 3% for Vox Populi. So what does that mean, right? You see how all these have plus, right? So this is you're adding a percentage to Daily Wire. You donate, you get a membership, you add 3% to Daily Wire. You get a Twitch sub, you add 5% to Daily Wire. It's kind of like that. And then with Vox Populi, it's minus. And what is that minus about? Well, it's about minusing from all of these. So wait, you create a barrier. You say, hey, until you're at 3%, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So you're like taking money out of the kitty for these other things that might kind of lead us astray into a different subject matter that is not entirely supported by the poll, but obviously the poll still counts. Hello from Germany. Welcome. Good to have you here. So we're talking about Destiny returning from Israel. We were talking about Destiny. Did he ever leave? I thought he was just gonna stay. Like, that was my thought, is that Destiny and Lonerbox would go to Israel, decide that it's a superior place to live, it's superior in every way. They don't have to deal with the student protesters anymore, for one. They don't have to deal with the SJWs, right? It's Israel. They're just gonna stay there, right? Is that not what happened? Is that not actually what happened? Moneyed interest against moneyed interest, much like progressive victory. Much like progressive victory. Oh God. Okay, so like, here's the bad thing I have to tell you. Right? I mentioned this earlier, but I didn't give you the answer. And no, I didn't see anybody get answered in chat. Right? Brianna Joy Gray is on somebody's stream today, and it's not mine. We did not get Brianna Joy Gray as a guest because that guest was poached by one Candace Owens. Why, Brianna? Why? Why? It's sad. It's sad. Oh, there is a video where he does, yeah, I think you're right. He does come back and he gives his like take on Israel. Like, what was Israel like? What did you like about Israel? What did you not like about Israel? So we could watch a little bit of that too, maybe. You know who we haven't, speaking of Israel, you know who we have not checked in with in a long time? Mehdi Hassan. Also, I heard there was like a, did Naomi Klein go on so yeah, he's got this monthly thing with Naomi Klein.
And I'm Naomi Klein.
And this is a series all about dragging you out of a sense of shock and giving you some context, analysis, history about the world around us in these crazy times. And it's, of course, based on Naomi's wonderful book, The Shock Doctrine. Naomi, so great to see you back here. How are you?
I am good. It's good to see you. And I've been keeping track a little bit of what you've been up to. I saw that you did.
Like, I heard that Naomi Klein went on with Bernie and gave Bernie a little bit of shit. Is this right?
A panel with some of our mutual friends at Jewish Currents, quite a star-studded panel where you waded into the treacherous waters of the election after Gaza. What was it like to talk about that? I noticed that people were not super excited to take a strong position. Yeah, it was tricky.
No, people are not super excited about the choice that faces us in November. It was a great conversation moderated by the magazine Jewish Currents in a church in Brooklyn. It was a bunch of Jews and Muslims on a panel in a church. And we talked about what Gaza has meant for our communities, what's it meant for our politics. It's a really thorny issue because most people in that left crowd, don't want to see a return of Donald Trump, who I know we're going to talk about today, but they don't want to, reward, if that's the right word, an enabler of genocide like Joe Biden. So it's a conversation that will carry on happening between now and November. And at some point, Naomi, you and I should try and have that conversation and get distracted.
They went to Israel. Wait, they went to Israel to stock up on Hasbara.
Side or the other when we try and get into it.
Got to get those fresh talking points.
You two watching what you've been up to. Both of us have been very busy. I know you were in Stockholm with another one of ours.
Lonerbox is going to. Yeah, apparently. Here's what's weird though. I haven't seen. So we do have some Destiny content, and we'll get to that in a second. I just wanted to check in with our friend of the VOD. No, I wish Naomi Klein knew who the fuck I was. I think Naomi Klein is awesome, but we're gonna be watching the Destiny talking to, oh my god, who does he talk to? It was like right on my mind. Is it Alon Levy? He's talking to Alon Levy, I think. But yeah, Lonerbox went with him to Israel, and from my understanding, they even crossed into the West Bank, and particularly into, like, I'm trying to remember what it's called, like a seclusion zone. Like, it's an area in the West Bank where, like, normally, like, only like Israelis are allowed to go. Like, you're Palestinian, it's in the West Bank, but you can't go there, right? So yeah, so some kind of questionable decisions by Destiny and Lonerbox, but then again, their takes on Israel-Palestine are pretty questionable to begin with. I just wanted to check in really quick and see what this is about. Give me $1 billion, Naomi and Mehdi, on Trump's latest corruption standards. Wait, what is this?
Who hasn't?
Trump's got a.
He's about to launch
I just need to figure out what this is.
something new for us very soon. Greta Thunberg. What were you up to with Greta?
Yeah. Yeah. So I was in City.
Anyway, I just want to.
This is
Hanging out with Greta and the climate. Just past weekend, we had 750,000 people in Texas without power, even over in climate change. It's a problem in the
talking about climate breakdown, even as fact on the costs of inaction, on the costs of procrastination, or on sort of minor action, all of the above. Sure, we'll have some green infrastructure.
game changer.
It's funny the way that climate change enters into debates. I just watched the Jamal Bowman debate with his AIPAC and MAGA sponsored competitor, his rival for the nomination in New York's 16th. And it was funny how climate change does come in, but it's like as a secondary issue. It's like related to the Green New Deal, or, they're talking about the Green New Deal, not because of the climate aspect, but because of the jobs aspect, right? Or because of the energy aspect, right? It is entering into conversations, but just not in as directly as you would think, considering like what an issue it is and what a driver it is for so many of the issues that are like the biggest issue of the campaign, like immigration, right? Climate change looks going forward to be a greater and greater driver of immigration, not just in the United States, but worldwide, as is American foreign policy, of course, in Central and South America.
Because the economic modeling that our governments have been working with for a long time that has shown the impact.
God, this thing could sure use some timestamps.
Projections of what climate change will cost us has really minimized the costs and given a lot of us have been critiquing these models for a long time for precisely this reason, because they have sent our politicians a message of, well, maybe you can sort of turn the temperature up a little bit, and maybe in countries like the US and Canada, a little warming will be good for crops and things like that. The message has been dangerously unalarming, to be honest. So this paper has been,
considering how far we are off from the goals of minimizing the temperature increase. Yeah, it's pretty disconcerting.
Read by a lot of climate scientists saying, finally, we have some economics that actually is more in line with what we know about how nonlinear the climate impacts are going to be. There was another piece of this study, but
I'm just trying to get to the Trump stuff.
Bernie argument, and I know you were a big Bernie person, as was I, in my own way, in 2020 and 2016. The economic populist attack from the left has to be done. And when Joe Biden, talks about reducing drug prices, guess what?
It is to make sure that you can't afford to, pay the bills. And people wants to eliminate the competition on wind, on solar. The other thing that he talked explicitly about is Biden has suspended new permits for construction of LNG export terminals, which is a very laziness in him as well. It's the sort of gusher model of instant wealth creation. You don't really need to build anything. But I think it's deeper than that. I think it has to do in the same way that Trump, you should ask her that question.
Wait, this is
Laziness
Trump?
in him as well. It's the sort of gusher model of instant heteromasculinity as very manly. And we know that Trump, he is so invested in this industry because it's not his industry. I mean, he's a real estate developer. He's not in the oil industry, but he clearly sees it as very manly. And we know that Trump is really invested in a very sort of retro
Drill, baby, drill.
1950s idea of manhood. This is sometimes called petromasculinity. I think Trump likes the sort of, there's something about it that appeals to the laziness in him as well. It's the sort of gusher model of instant wealth creation. You don't really need to build anything. But I think it's deeper than that. I think it has to do in the same way that Trump's whole political project is about nostalgia. It's about hearkening back to a time when men were men and women were women and fathers ruled the household. And, you had these strong men leaders. I think he's also tapping into a nostalgia about a time when we didn't need to think about nature at all, right? Like you could just have sort of brute force engineering. You could bend nature to your will. This is kind of very strong in the frontier myth. And if you think about what climate change really is, it's the natural world going, think again, buddy. You are here on this planet and you do have
It's reality asserting itself.
to negotiate with the force of nature, which is actually stronger than us. I mean, look at a marina in Texas for evidence of that right now. And so I think that is metabolized or perceived by people like Trump as an insult to their masculinity, like the idea that nature is speaking back to them and that their worldview really is about a hierarchy of where you have.
Yeah, they're literally dry humping the oil wells. It's just
white men at the top, and as you get low,
dry humping the American dream. Let's say it like that.
down, it's anyone who's seen as closer to nature who is cast as lower.
Whoa!
What used to be called the Great Chain of Being. So,
oh my God!
I understand Trump's love for oil and gas. It's what do you think, Maddie?
No, it's such a good way to put it. This idea of, MAGA is always about make America great again. And you always have to ask the question, well, which year is that? What year do you want to take us back to? And you rightly point out, this idea of the 50s, this idea of it has to do with gender. It has to do with race. It has to do with America's role in the world. This idea of being number one. We must have more oil produced here than anywhere else. We must be able to not rely on anyone else. And the whole petromasculinity is a great phrase from the political scientist Kara Daggett. And I think she makes the point about coal miners. Remember Trump's obsession, Naomi, with the coal miners in 2016? I'm going to save your jobs. I'm going to save your towns. Of course, he did.
Oh my God, he made so many empty promises to so many, so many workers in a variety of auto workers as well, right? He didn't keep them. He didn't keep them. Like, right, his election in 2016 was somewhat predicated for what he was going to do for auto workers, and he hasn't done shit.
He screwed them over like he screws over everyone else. But this idea that they are real Americans.
Oh yeah, the idea that we're gonna bring coal back, folks. Coal's gonna be great. Coal's gonna be great. We're gonna make coal great again.
He likes the
But we're gonna use clean coal this time. Clean coal. We're gonna do it right.
idea of them. He doesn't
Yes,
like
the real men, the real Americans, even though he's an elite coastal billionaire or pretend billionaire who lives in a literal gold apartment. But he likes the idea.
But it's okay because he eats McDonald's and he drinks Diet Coke, so he's just like them.
Of being.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Man of the ground, man of the quarry, all of that nonsense. And I think what's so important is how do we look? It plays into wider tropes about liberals, about weakness, about the coasts. I want to play one more clip. I think we have one more clip of mini Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, talking about it in exactly the same way. Let's have a listen.
Many of you share the same love I have for those great American muscle cars.
Oh crap, I just realized something.
And then the roar of a V8 engine under the hood of a Ford Mustang or Chevy Camaro. Democrats like Pete Buttigieg want to emasculate the way we drive.
Oh my God, this gay man wants to emasculate America.
Naomi, I am a new American citizen. I've only been American for a few years. I don't remember taking a citizenship test where it asked me that the roar of the V8 engine is what defines an American. I don't remember that being one of the citizenship questions, but for MTG, as she likes to be known, that seems to be the case. She talks about emasculating. She talks about Pete Buttigieg, who of course is gay. There's a lot of kind of both explicit and implicit phraseology in there about what it means to be a real man or a real American. My question to you is, how do liberals, how do people on the left, how do people in the reality-based community who want to deal with climate, how do you respond to that kind of messaging? Because it does have an appeal in certain circles.
You know, I know you're going to have an event with Greta soon, or a conversation with Greta. I feel like you should ask her that question, because she's very good at clapping back to the absurdity of the fact that these folks are getting their sense of worth from the war.
They're getting their dicks hard. Let me just put it this way. They're getting their dicks hard, destroying the earth. That's what it is, right?
He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. We're going to go drill, baby, drill. We're drill, baby, drill. We're going to terminate the Green New Scam. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get our energy way down. Drill, baby, drill.
Purity of essence.
We'll make so much money. We're going to make so much money. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We will immediately end Biden's war.
It's just really funny because the rest of the world, like particularly China, considering, you know, how dependent China is on energy from the outside, right? They have all the motive in the world to develop these green technologies, and they're actually, you know, getting way ahead on that. Eventually, right, the rest of the world is going to get around the need for fossil fuels, and who are you going to fucking sell this oil to, right? The same thing as the same question of, like, you know, Ben Shapiro, who are you going to sell the beachfront property to when climate change comes in and turns that into the ocean reclaims it, right? You're going to sell it to Aquaman?
American energy, and we will end this inflation catastrophe, and we will drill, baby, drill, right?
Yeah.
These unrelated concepts. Anyway, yeah, drill, baby, drill. Definitely. That's going to help with inflation. Anyway, chat. I just wanted to check out that really quick. This is Mehdi Hassan on Zateo Network. It's his new social media network. Hopefully it gets off the ground and does really well, because I think Mehdi Hassan is an important voice, and bringing on people like Naomi Klein every month is a really cool thing that he does. I just wanted to see what they're talking about this month really quickly. Okay, so let's get to the subject of the stream. I mean, we're getting closer to the subject of the stream. Should I check on the polls? Should I check and see how we're doing so far? What people are choosing, what people are picking. We got some Daily Wire fans. No, we don't have Daily Wire fans in here. Oh wait, maybe we do. This is Shorts chat. It could be Daily Wire fans. I never know. I feel like that stuff always done better in Shorts, and I don't know. Like, anyway, Shorts have like a reputation. I don't know if it's deserved or not deserved of being slightly more right-wing than the rest of YouTube, which is already pretty bad. But that just might be putting that stigma on them. Daily Wire real women razor ads are actually winning in both polls. Yeah. Not by a lot. Oh, RFK on Pierce is actually doing pretty well too. So we got some RFK fans coming in here to vote, and then immediately get banned for spamming or self-promotion or any of the things that'll get you clapped. I love CNN, brother. Is that a Hasanabi head? That's a very Hasanabi way to say that. RFK Jr. in second place in both polls. Okay, Jake Paul and Trump in second place, tied with RFK in the main poll. RFK in second place in the other poll, Blair White. And Blair White not doing so well. Not doing so hot, Blair. Sorry, Blair White. Nobody cares about you anymore. Anyway, let's get down to business here. Remember, if we hit 10 out of 10 sub points, we are now 1/10 of the way there, right? If we get 100% of the way there, we open up new content. These are the options. When you donate, let me know which of these options you endorse, and I will put your money at $1 US dollar per point raised in the poll I will apply that to the poll, right? And you can actually affect the results. We did have the results affected yesterday. Usually it's not. Usually whatever gets voted for gets watched, right? But yesterday it came down to 1%, and the donors actually decided that one. Donors on both sides, right?
There's a UN commission.
Oh my God, so quiet.
Looking into atrocities committed by both Hamas and Israel on October 7th and through the end of last year. So they just put out a report that is, quite detailed and accuses Israel and Hamas, by the way, but Israel, that's the government that we're funding, so we take particular interest in, of some, outrageous war crimes and even crimes against humanity. Let's put the New York Times right up on the screen. We give you some of the headlines here. So the headline is UN report accuses both Israel and Palestinian groups of war crimes. A commission produced the UN's most detailed examination yet of the October 7th attacks and the subsequent war in Gaza. Read you a little bit of this in that report released on Wednesday. The three-person commission does not itself carry any penalties, but lays out a...
Okay, so now notice this, right? It's the most detailed examination of the October 7th attacks. That's what we're talking about. And they're accusing both Israel and Palestine, or Palestinian groups. Okay, so they're both Israel and Hamas of war crimes here, right? Why Israel if we're talking about October 7th? Ask yourself that question.
Analysis of actions in the Gaza conflict that is likely to be weighed by the International Court of Justice.
And some of you in chat may already know.
In other international criminal proceedings. Israel did not cooperate with the investigation, surprise, surprise, and protested the panel's assessment of its behavior. Some of the details here in terms of the Israeli side, they say during their months-long campaign in Gaza to oust Hamas, they have committed war crimes like the use of starvation as a weapon of war through a total siege of Gaza. The report also said Israel's use of heavy weapons in densely populated areas amounted to a direct attack on the civilian population and had the essential elements of a crime against humanity, disregarding the necessity of distinguishing between combatants and civilians, causing disproportionate high number of civilian casualties, particularly among women and children. The conflict has killed or maimed tens of thousands of Palestinian children, a scale and a rate of casualties that were unparalleled.
Yeah, the latest numbers, which are probably still an underestimation, are around 37,000.
Across conflicts in recent
37,000 deaths.
Decades. Other crimes against humanity committed by Israel include extermination, murder, gender persecution in targeting Palestinian men and boys, forcible transfer of the population, torture, and inhuman and cruel treatment. I'm going to get into some of the specific details here, which were the subject in particular of a lot of commentary and discussion online. But just to zoom out for a second of the import of this, because you guys might be, another UN report, who really cares? Which in one sense, okay, fair enough. In another way, that you have yet another report accusing Israel of such grave crimes against humanity, and that this is likely to weigh heavily in a future International Court of Justice ruling with regards to genocide, and also potentially the ICC may take a look at this also in terms of war crimes prosecution against Bibi Netanyahu, Yoav Golan, and potentially others in the future, by the way. That's what gives this weight and makes it really significant. It also carried a lot of mainstream press was forced to cover this and talk in detail about this. And it's yet another instance of Israel's increasing pariah status internationally.
Yeah, well, and there's also a lot of other stuff, Crystal, if we want to...
Yeah, and we haven't even gotten to the main point of this. The reason that I'm watching this, right?
About the Hannibal Directive, which they found, which...
There we go. There it is. Do you know about this, chat? Do you know about the Hannibal Directive?
Very interesting.
Yeah, so could we put the Hannibal Directive piece of this up on the screen? So the Hannibal Directive, the basic idea, and this has been documented in the past, that the Israeli military will kill their own in the process of attempting to get the bad guys or thwart hostage taking in particular. And there's already been...
So when I asked you why Israel's actions were mentioned in the context of October 7th, I'm talking about their responsibility in adding to the death toll of October 7th. Because this is always what, Israel stands like Mr. Divorcestiny will go back to. is the idea, well, what about October 7th? Yeah, but October 7th. Yeah, but October 7th. And they've backed off some of the more sensationalistic, propagandistic claims that have been, that have been debunked, right? Without any sort of apology or acknowledgement of like, oh, geez, did we believe Hasbara? Yeah, you kind of did believe Hasbara. You kind of did believe Hasbara, right? And a lot of this enabling of this, of this ethnic cleansing going on was justified by that Hasbara, right? But in addition to that, the very invocation of October 7th as this constant, fig leaf over what Israel is doing in Gaza overlooks the fact that some of those deaths were inflicted by the IDF.
Incredible reporting in places like the New York Times that there had been some instances of the Hannibal Directive being operative during the response to October 7th.
Yeah, so officially the Hannibal Directive, right, which is, the idea that it's maybe better to kill your own people on your own side than to potentially let them, be taken captive, right? It's supposed to have been rescinded, but what the commission is finding here is that the ISF likely applied that directive. It was in operation on October 7th, apparently, right? So when you're talking about October 7th, when somebody brings this up, please make sure that they understand that some of those deaths, some of that blood is on the IDF's hands.
Well, noteworthy in this report, you have this paragraph that says, quote, the commission also verified information indicating that in at least 2 other cases, the Israelis had likely applied the Hannibal Directive, resulting in the killing of up to 14 Israeli civilians. One woman was killed by ISF helicopter fire while being abducted from near Oz to Gaza by militants. In another case, the commission found that Israeli tank fire killed some or all of the 13 civilian hostages held in a house that's in that kibbutz in Be'eri. That was the instance that I think has been most documented and basically admitted to by the Israelis who were involved in that operation, and witnesses, survivors had also testified to that as well, but still noteworthy to see this confirmed in this report.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is not only has it been, this has been something that's been danced around previously, but it's important also just to underscore. Remember, there were some revisions about the death toll on October 7th, and it does still remain questions about specifically the Nova Music Festival.
Yeah.
To have a confirmation, or at least supposed confirmation here by the United Nations, nothing.
Yes, and they looked into the Nova Music Festival piece as well, and they weren't able to come to a conclusion there over whether the Hannibal Directive was also operative at the Nova Music Festival, so they left that question open at this time.
So yeah, that's a big question, like hanging over this whole situation.
Another area that they dealt with was, an incredibly politically sensitive issue, which is rape and gender-based violence committed by Hamas on October 7th. And I wanted to this is going to be a little bit lengthy, guys, but I just want to make sure you have all of the information that was in the report so that you can know fully what this commission found. Let's go ahead and put the first piece up on the screen. The TLDR here is that the commission found, quote, indications that members of the military wing of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups committed gender-based violence in several locations on October 7th. These, they say, were not isolated incidents, but perpetrated in similar ways in several locations by multiple Palestinian perpetrators. The acts that were documented reflected, they say, clear abuse of power by male perpetrators, disregard for special considerations, and protection of women's integrity. So that's gender-based violence. Let's go to the next paragraph in the report. They indicate that Hamas rejected those accusations. However, they get into some of the specifics of the evidence that they found of sexual violence and gender-based violence perpetrated against women in and around the Nova Festival site, as well as at a military outpost and several of the kibbutz They say they collected and preserved digital evidence, including images of victims' bodies, displaying indications of sexual violence, a pattern corroborated by independent testimonies from witnesses. Reliable witness accounts obtained describe bodies that had been undressed, in some instances with exposed genitals. They received reports and verified digital evidence concerned the restraining of women, including hands and sometimes feet of women being bound, often behind the victims' backs prior to their abduction or killing. Additionally, the commission made assessments based on the position of the body. For example, images displaying legs spread or bent over and signs of struggle or violence on the body, such as stab wounds, burns, lacerations, and abrasions. So let's go on to the next piece. They say, however, that they looked at testimonies obtained by journalists and Israeli police concerning rape specifically, so as distinct from general gender-based violence or general sexual violence, but they were not able to independently verify those rape allegations due to lack of access to victims, witnesses in crime scenes, and obstruction of investigation by Israeli authorities. Commission was unable to review the unedited version of such testimonies for the same reasons. The commission was also unable to verify reports of sexualized torture and genital mutilation. Additionally, the commission found some specific allegations to be false, inaccurate, or contradictory with other evidence or statements, and discounted these.
And this is another big piece of the rhetoric justifying the atrocities going on, still going on in Gaza.
From its assessment. So this is consistent with the Times of London piece that I did a monologue on earlier this week, which is effectively, in terms of rape, and specifically, there's another piece that speaks to this, rape being used systematically as a weapon of war with top-down instructions from, military commanders to use rape as a weapon of war. There is no evidence at this point, no testimony, no forensic evidence to back up those claims. We have one more piece that speaks to this specifically. They say that the commission identified patterns indicative of sexual violence in several locations. The attack on October 7th, they say, enabled perpetrators to commit sexual and gender-based violence, and this violence was not isolated. But they say they did not find credible evidence that militants received orders to commit sexual violence, and so was unable to make conclusions on this issue. However, they say inflammatory language, disbelief observed with both parties, risk silencing and discrediting survivors, further exacerbating trauma and stigmatization. So I know this was a lot to go through, but I just wanted to give all the details of what the commission report found, what they documented, what they claimed, and gives a little bit of a fuller picture of what we know at this point of what happened October 7th, which is they found indications of gender-based violence, of sexual violence. They were able to falsify some of the journalist tellings, some of the news accounts of specific rapes. They were not able to find evidence of specific rapes. The Israeli government continues not to cooperate. And they found no indications that this was used systematically as a weapon of war with top-down instructions, which again is consistent.
Old Greg, unfortunately, there has been a pattern of Israel doing, like they're this isn't just Hamas, right?
With prior reporting.
Take it for what you will. Call it tedious if you want. Go ask any normie Israel supporter out there, and they're going to bring up rape and the babies every single time. So if you think this stuff doesn't matter, it's kind of like going back in 2005 and be like, does it really matter that we didn't find WMD in Iraq? And it's like, no, yeah, it actually really does matter, because the initial justifications for the eventual fallout, they matter a lot. And that one of the very effective tactics that the Bush administration, war supporters, and all those people did is they moved past all of their life.
Yeah, at risk of further demonetizing my stream, right? I do have to point out that there's like allegations of horrible sexual violence being inflicted on Palestinians in Israeli custody as well, right? By
lies and started architecting new ones instead of actually reconciling with what really happened. We didn't get a full accounting until what, 2010 basically, of like what really went down in those initial years, and by that time the damage was done.
Yeah.
So I say don't.
And also, if we want to bring the U.S. Army, which I'm not sure if that's the armed force that you served in Afghanistan, lest we forget Abu Ghraib.
Don't ever forget. It's kind of like 9/11. Do the details of 9/11 still matter? In some sense, no. In others, we just learned 2 weeks ago that the Saudi government had even more to do with, funding the hijackers than we knew at the time, and it was totally covered up. I would say it does matter. It matters both historical record and for future U.S. policy.
Well, and it also matters because the Israeli government really used this as a center of their push to justify barbarism.
Not just them, us. Too,
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Joe Biden, I showed the
exactly.
clip of him lying about, I saw the photograph.
Yeah, Biden was terrible about this.
No, you didn't, because those photographs didn't exist.
Yes.
So that's why your word.
Isn't that wild? Joe Biden even embellishes it like, I've seen the photographs. Yeah, photographs that don't exist.
Tedious is correct. I also find it somewhat tedious, but I want to make sure that we're really clear about what we know actually happened on that day, what the evidence supports, what it doesn't support. There was one last piece that I wanted to put up here because this looked both at, Israeli actions and Palestinian actions, crimes committed against Israelis and against Palestinians. There was quite a significant section about gender-based and sexual violence committed against Palestinians. We can put this up on the screen. This was a portion of it. They say that the frequency, prevalence, and severity of sexual and gender-based crimes perpetrated against Palestinians since October 7th across the OPT indicate that specific forms of this type of violence are part of Israeli operating procedures. Palestinian men and boys experience specific persecutory acts intended to punish them in retaliation for the crimes committed on October 7th. The way in which these acts were committed, including their filming and photographing in conjunction with similar cases documented in several locations, leads the commission to conclude that forced public stripping and nudity and other related types of abuse were either ordered or condoned by Israeli authorities. So they're suggesting that there may have been operating orders to humiliate Palestinian men and boys in particular, and perpetrate sexual violence, gender-based violence against Palestinian men and boys in a systematic way post-October 7th to quote-unquote get revenge for the crimes that were committed on that day. And there's quite a bit of detail in the report about some of the acts that have been reported, which again, consistent with prior reporting. We had report from previous UN reports. We also just had the New York Times documenting torture and abuse against Palestinian prisoners who've been taken by the Israelis, including multiple reports of hot electric rod being used to sodomize multiple Palestinian men. So, this report provides additional detail there as well.
Yeah, that's well said. Hey, if you like that video.
Oh my God. Yeah, look, this makes me sick to cover, and I fucking hate that we have to cover it, but it's important, and it's not getting out, and it's not getting said. And you do hear the Hasbara, making accusations that end up not being supported in some cases. Obviously, horrible shit happened during October 7th. Horrible shit was done, by both sides on October 7th, right? And but you're hearing about, the horrible stuff that Hamas did, and you never hear about, you get this sense of like that there's this side that's just completely barbaric, and this other side that they're kind of the good guys. And that's how the Israel-Palestinian issue has been framed for years and years and years. Somebody showed me an old clip of Tina Fey. Do you remember Tina Fey from Saturday Night Live? She did an awesome Sarah Palin impersonation back in the day. Yeah, you even see people like Tina Fey referring to Palestinians in a dehumanizing sort of way. So this has been the trend. Now people are starting to wake up. They're starting to look at this. This is a new media age that we're in. The information is getting out to people, and people are becoming aware of it, and people are starting to care about the massive amounts of suffering inflicted in places like Gaza, and there's been less coverage of the West Bank, but there's still violence in the West Bank going on. I've heard something recently like about 500 Palestinians being killed during this conflict in Gaza in the West Bank through settler violence. And it's important to cover this stuff as difficult it is, and as much as it's I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to take, Chad. It's hard to take. It's hard to hear this stuff, but it's important. So, we're about to get to the main point of this stream, which is Destiny's content, his appearance with, I think, Alon Levy. Wait, am I right about this? Do I have this right?
Like, there will be these big events where misinformation will get reported, but it's not really the big events that matter. It's like all of the little lies that you tell up to a certain point, because when you've prepared somebody with a bunch of little lies, a bigger lie becomes very easy to believe.
Anyway, we're about to get to this. Let me check in once more on the poll, see how we were doing, see what we're voting for. It looks like Shorts chat really favoring that Daily Wire razor ad. Seeing about this, we've heard about Jeremy's razors, the fact that there's these anti-woke razors to combat the woke razors, right? Remember the woke razors were the Gillette ad that were, they were fathers trying to talk to their sons about like toxic masculinity. There's also a Harry's razor ad that featured a trans guy being taught to shave by his father. Pretty wholesome ad, but it definitely triggered the conservatoids, the conservatodes. And in response, we have the grifter Jeremy Boring coming up with a anti-woke razor. Now we have them in women's too. So if you want to pay extra money for like basically the same razor, if you want to get that pink tax, right? If you don't think those anti-woke razors are expensive enough, you can buy razors for real women. That these razors always know. If a trans person ever should try to shave themselves with these razors, the razors will scream at them and scream that there are only two sexes. So that's the feature of the Jeremy's razors, and that's what's winning. That's what you're voting for. So I hope you like that. We also got RFK on Pierce Morgan at 25% in second place, tied with Blair White Goes to Pride. Wow, Blair White's got some supporters in Shorts chat. It's interesting some Blair White fans maybe, or some Blair White haters. Who knows? It could be a mix. It's probably a mix. Jake Paul and Logan Paul talking to Trump, not that popular. Nobody's super excited over on Shorts. Let's turn over and take a look at what we got on the regular stream. 33% voting for Daily Wire, and we got a three-way tie. Jake Paul, RFK, Blair White, all tied for second position. Remember, this only matters, this only counts, and the stream only goes on past the Destiny segment. If we hit that dono goal, we are 10% of the way there right now. So remember, when you donate, whether that's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, whether that is a donation from down in the description, whether that is a Patreon sign up or something over on Twitch, such as a sub or a gift sub or donating bits, any kind of dono that you do, even over on Throne, right? We had some Throne people, Throne gang really had some effect on the outcome of some of some of these polls like a week or two ago, and that's why I'm talking to you through a much better microphone right now. Thank you, Throne Gang, for helping to crowdfund better equipment for the stream, including this annoying weasel soundboard that I now have. No, it's not just a soundboard, it's a stream deck. I can do so much more than just soundboard, but I haven't figured it out yet. But thank you, Throne Gang, for your support. And yeah, we're about to get going, but just let me know if you donate what you want that money going towards. We will be adding one percentage point per dollar to each of these topics. So if you really want to see something, you can help it out by mentioning it in your donation or after your donation, and I will add it to the kitty. And yeah, if we get to 10 out of 10, we unlock the second segment, and whatever wins in the poll / the dono poll, I'll do the math. I'll do the complex math and figure out what wins, and we'll watch a second segment, which could be any of these. So yeah, here we go. We got Destiny. We got Alon Levy. They're gonna have a nice conversation. High-level ideas will be exchanged. What is this called? Israel, a State of a Nation with Alon Levy. So it's like, I guess, Alon Levy's podcast, something like that. You can't get the Discord link to work in Shorts chat. I'll check on that in a second. Let me check in with chat, see what's going on. What makes them more anti-woke? Do they yell racial slurs? Well, like I said, the razors are transphobic, especially the pink razors, right? That like if a trans person tries to shave with the razors will yell. They'll make they'll talk about attack helicopters. Sexual violence is endemic in wars, true. But it's a matter of leadership to rein in, and we know one side is not doing that. Every accusation is a confession, yeah, especially in this case. Standard essay that comes with having massive amounts of people being captive and guards having essentially free reign. Wait, counter-trolling protocols enabled? Looks like chat's ready for the trolls. Jordan B. Peterson joining us again. I'm afraid I can't afford to donate at the moment. I am currently saving funds for my daughter's buccal fat removal procedure. Oh, wait, I thought she was having buccal fat put in there. Wait, I'm confused. Oh my God, Chad's trying to squeeze Jordan Peterson into coughing up some of that 12 rules money. Can we get some of that back? Can we get some of that C16 money back? Since you were wrong about that law, Jordan Peterson. Nobody's locked up in the pronouns gulag. Remember the pronouns gulag? We never got to see the pronouns gulag because it never fucking happened. AIPAC has a huge influence in. Oh no, so like most recently, AIPAC has come up in connection to the Jamal Bowman primary election, right? Jamal Bowman is running for re-election, and his opponent is getting money not just from AIPAC, but also from straight up Republican donors. The Republican donors are coming in, and he's raised like I think it's like $2 million. No wait, sorry, AIPAC was the one that had 2 million. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. But either way, Jamal Bowman's opponent has got a huge amount of money that he's using, and kind of looks like he's winning in the polls. So I watched the debate, the most recent debate between Bowman and oh my God, why does this guy's name keep on? It starts with a T. I always forget his opponents. Jamal Bowman primary. Latimer. It doesn't start with a T. It starts with an L. God, it's completely wrong there. Yeah, but it's the Bowman Latimer race in New York's 16th district. Latimer now holds a 17-point lead over Bowman, and a huge lead in terms of donation money. And so, that's going to be a huge race. The fact that Republicans can come in and essentially eliminate a Democratic member of Congress that they don't like is pretty wild. And it's a pretty bad precedent. And it's even worse with the fact that Hillary Clinton has now supported Latimer. So Hillary Clinton with a muscular handshake with MAGA now. We got Clinton and MAGA together at last, right? Not as strange bedfellows as you might think when it comes to issues like the ones that are important, like the Israel-Palestine issue, which is a huge part of this primary election. So yeah, that's going on. But yeah, I watched the debate. I don't think it's good content. It's also disappointing. I didn't get completely through it, but it seems like they were like, I guess AIPAC gets mentioned. The fact that AIPAC is supporting over 100 Republican candidates who were essentially like the pro Stop the Steal Republicans, pro Jan 6 Republicans are getting support from AIPAC. They don't care. As long as you got the right opinion on Israel, you will get that. You will get that money. You will get that cash infusion, and that you wonder why there aren't more good Democratic candidates. You wonder why there's not, kind of alternatives to Biden presidentially, or looking past the 2024 election to the next election, you just don't have a lot of strong candidates. You don't have a lot of candidates that people, Democratic voters are excited about voting for, right? That is in large part due to this kind of money in politics. It's not just AIPAC. It's not just AIPAC. So anyway, let's get on with Destiny, and we may have a very short stream today. I don't know. It all depends on you. If we hit that sub goal, then we can open up a second segment of content, which right now looks like it's going to be the Daily Wire's Razor ad for real women only. Real women only.
Like, if you are to believe that Israel is targeting civilians and bombing hospitals and schools, and every single day I hear that 36 hospitals have been bombed, or however many schools have been bombed, or however many journalists or medics have been killed, and then the next day I hear, oh, well, Israel decided to bomb a hospital and kill 500 people. That's pretty believable. Like, you would think it, you would believe it without a second thought.
Shalom and welcome to State of a Nation. I'm Alon Levy. Hamas is waging
Okay, I was mispronouncing his name. It's Alon Levy.
two wars against Israel. There's a physical war with rocket attacks on Israeli cities, death squads,
And then there's what Hamas is doing on TikTok.
in the kibbutzim, and RPG attacks on Israeli soldiers. And there is an information war, which is no less important, because Hamas has been waging a brutal psyops campaign against Israel, spreading lie by lie to poison.
By showing the actual results of IDF actions in Gaza. How dare they? How dare they try to trick people by showing them what's actually happening? Jesus Christ. This guy's so hard to take. This guy is so hard to take.
And that information war is designed to make Israel's friends turn against it, fracture its alliances.
Israel is turning its friends against it to the extent that it still has friends. Do they not understand? They are the new South Africa. Do they not get that? Is that not clear? Like, they are standing in the position that South Africa was in the 1980s, as far as this is some kind of echo chamber that Alon Levy is in to not get this, to not understand this, right? Claiming psyops is a instant red flag.
Leave it weaker and more isolated on the global stage. And with misinformation running rampant.
Wait, what is this? What's the Ben Stiller thing, Zara?
Across the internet, now it's more important than ever to nail down the facts.
I didn't catch that reference.
Because never has the gulf been wider between the facts and what people think is happening. And Hamas has turned.
So here's what it is. Here's what it is. You ran rhetoric that places Israel as the side of good. And that's really easy to do in a racist country like the United States of America. That's really fucking easy to do. Palestinians bad, Israelis good, right? This is really easy to do. But then when people start seeing what's actually going on, what's involved in these conflicts, right, which they've never been able to see before, its information has not spread the way it can spread now before. When people start to see this, it turns their fucking stomachs. And even people who are kind of, racist and do buy into these narratives of like, oh yeah, the good guys and the bad guys. Yeah, I've seen a movie where Arab people were dangerous and barbaric, and Muslims were, threatening, terrorists. I've got those memes, right? But when you see the actual results, and especially the results on, defenseless people, right? You can't continue. You can't continue with that narrative.
Exploiting that gulf into a ferocious military strategy. Stephen Bonnell, better known by his online.
I'm sorry, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III.
Destiny is an online professional gamer turned political commentator. A man who's leveraged his mass following and passion for research into a career debating politics on the internet.
A man who's leveraged his multiple divorces into a career being salty as fuck at the internet.
He's here in Israel for the first time. Here to learn, here to challenge, here to be challenged. And in this episode, we sit down for a fast-paced conversation.
So look, chat, this is billed as a debate, right? This is billed as a debate. Don't expect too much debate. I don't think there's that much of a difference in their viewpoints. We'll see.
About why it is so easy for Hamas to gain public.
Why is it so damn easy? Oh my gosh, it's just easy mode for Hamas.
Call of Duty. This is real life, and real lives are on the line.
Yeah, they are. Real 40,000 of them. 40,000 of them ended before their fucking time.
If Hamas's campaign of misinformation is allowed to continue. Welcome to State of a Nation.
Breaking news out of Israel this morning. Shocking hostage taking.
Hundreds of Israelis are dead.
I want to bring in Israeli government spokesman.
Alon. What happens when the 4-day pause?
How do you?
Oh my god, so this is his intro. Wait, what did Zara say? I'm sorry, I read part of one of your comments, but I didn't understand it. Zara says, Ben Stiller said, no one makes me bleed my own blood in the ancient comedy Dodgeball. Oh, okay. I think I remember that one. I don't know if I saw that. I must have seen it. He has the same kind of acting, serious energy and tone as he says it.
Resolved it. Where does this go?
Stephen, welcome to State of a Nation.
Thanks for having me.
This is your first time in Israel. How's the country treating you?
Pretty good so far.
You're going to have to come during peacetime as well.
Yeah, when is that?
When is that? Well, we're working on it. We're working on it.
Okay, yeah.
Tell me, this is the
You were working on it. By not accepting the ceasefire, right? But
podcast, because I was on your
by proposing a ceasefire, and then when it's accepted by retconning it, what? How are you working on peace again? Like what? What? Your prime minister literally, is going to be under legal scrutiny in Israel and internationally potentially. After the end of the war. Well, somehow we're working on peace. Every incentive is for Netanyahu to extend the war, to continue the war, to spread it into southern Lebanon. But you're working on peace? Please tell me more about how you're working on peace. Jesus Christ.
Yesterday, which we filmed in the back of a van on the way to Araba in northern Israel for dinner at Naz Daly's, Nussa's parents' home. Yeah, we have a slightly different studio.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what to expect from our interview. And I was really impressed with your knowledge of the conflict. Not like the big contours, really getting down into the weeds about specific things where it was clear that you've done your research. And I'm wondering, when did this question of Israel, this conflict, start to interest you at all?
I mean, obviously in the United States, there are big events that pop up. In 2014, obviously there was Protective Edge. You had the Great March of Return.
Garfunkel Jr., can you give me a little bit of that one song that you did? I think it's called The Sound of Silence. There we go. Sound of Silence it is.
Got a little bit of Western coverage, and then there was the Sheikh Jarrah apartment thing in East Jerusalem that got coverage. So things would pop up, and you kind of give a take on it without really knowing anything. I thought that all of the fighting was just over like Holy Land for probably 30 years of my life or whatever, 34 or 5 years of my life. And then when October 7th rolled around...
But no, we needed him in this debate. It was really important for this ignorant fuck to weigh in on this debate. It's really important for him to jump in and seat himself across from people that have studied these issues their entire life and come in with his surface level knowledge and basic debate tactics. Right? I'm so glad that we have this debate informed by Destiny.
I'm a lot more politically involved at this point, and there's a lot of other people that are giving opinions, and so I decided to do a lot more reading and research on it. I've got a couple friends, one of which you met yesterday, who Lonerbox is his YouTube name, who has done a lot of research on it, and yeah.
Lonerbox mentioned. There you go.
Just take a lot of notes. Try to read.
I'm looking for it, Chad. I'm looking to see if there's any video of Destiny and Lonerbox engaging with anybody while they were in Israel, but they did travel there together and
as much as I can,
and even cross into the settlements apparently.
Argue with people about stuff. Yeah.
But I mean, there's so much stuff that's happening in the world now. There's the war in Ukraine, all sorts of other crises. I mean, I've been in a bit of a silo and haven't been following news from the rest of the world during this war. But what is it specifically about this conflict and the way that this war is being waged, not only as a war on the ground, but as an information war as well, that has really captured your attention? And
an information war? I'll forgive him for not knowing that he unintentionally just referenced Alex Jones.
Made you say, hey, I'm coming to Israel, I want to research.
Didn't Lonerbox used to be decent? People tell me yes. But Taste Slime, apparently I wasn't around for that. apparently I wasn't around for Lonerbox being like decent. I guess like, so here's the deal. Lonerbox was a video essayist on YouTube, right? Who kind of blew up, right? You went from a little bitty YouTube channel to a fairly large YouTube channel, and did a, video essays that people enjoyed and appreciated. And then he became a streamer. I'm afraid that streaming might have ruined Lonerbox. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not privy to like what Lonerbox used to be. I only know what Lonerbox became when he started streaming on Twitch, right? And what he became essentially was like a Lauren Southern orbiter, right? He even brings on like Lauren Southern's editor, a self-hating trans woman, to talk to about trans medicalism, right? And just like I don't know what happened. Right?
Myself. I think there's two huge aspects. One, personally to me, is a lot of what I've ended up debating online.
But yeah, he's a Destiny orbiter now, right? This is a sad thing too, because here's the deal. Like, I came from Twitch to YouTube. I went the other way. Like Lonerbox from YouTube to Twitch, or from YouTube to streaming, went from video essayist essentially to streamer, right? I went the other direction. Well, as in like I started off on Twitch and then ended up on YouTube, right? And I appreciate the freedom of YouTube. Look, Twitch is kind of horrible in a lot of ways. You have to find a bigger content creator and basically kiss their ass in order to grow. That's how it works. There's no algorithm on Twitch, right? And as much as like, I'm like, wow, there's no, talking about an algorithm like it's a good thing. Usually we're kind of annoyed by algorithms, and, the algorithm's like fucking with us, right? But compared to having no algorithm at all, compared to having a kingmaker system, and a system that basically incentivizes people to become orbiters, to become clones, to live up the asses of like larger streamers. Like, I appreciate the fact that, some of the growth that I've experienced in fact, most of the growth that I've experienced on YouTube has not been from shout outs or anything like that. It's just literally being like, people, I made a video and people like it. They subscribe, right? And I'm still a random small streamer chick, right? But I like the fact that that option is there, right? It's not there on Twitch, right? So Lonerbox went from being somebody who made good videos that banged in the algorithm and that people liked, because, in general, like what makes something work in the algorithm is, do people click on the video? Okay, that's good, right? Do people continue to watch the video? That's even better, right? If people continue to watch your video because it's good, right, you will get to more people. That's how the algorithm works. That doesn't happen on Twitch. So Lonerbox went from somebody that sort of got to where he, got to on his own merits, to somebody that is in a system where, it's like I say orbiter, right? That's a streamer terminology, talking about the little streamers, the pilot fishes on the asses of the larger streamers, like the Riverboat Jack to the Vosh, the Demon Mama to the Vosh, the Xander Hall to the Vosh, the Lonerbox to the Destiny, I'm trying to think, who are his orbiters now? Oh my God, I can't even think of Destiny's orbiters, but right, this is what an orbiter is, right? That's what we call it. Somebody else, Will in his channel, who, obviously I don't, there's a lot I don't agree with Will on his channel about, but he did make a video where he recast this conceit, this metaphor of planetary bodies, right, as feudalism, as digital feudalism. And so instead of it being like the orbiters, like it is like, you got the king and you got the nobles and you got the knights and the, everything else, right? It's that's kind of what's going on here. So, it's you pledge your allegiance, your vassalage to a larger streamer, and I don't know, in as far as I can tell, that's what changed Lonerbox.
Revolves around misinformation. So a lot of debates around COVID, around vaccines, around election denialism in the U.S. Just a lot of stuff where there are a lot of proponents of what I would call misinformation or incorrect facts that are not even remotely true. And Israel, I've noticed in this conflict, there seems to also be like a completely different world of factual accounting for what actually happens on the ground. So personally, I'm invested because of that, because I think there's a huge difference between what actually happens and what gets reported. And then on another level, I feel like the entire world is drawn to this conflict because it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of every possible thing you could want in a conflict. You've got white people and brown people.
Excuse me? Wait, do we need to roll that back? Let's roll that back. Let's let's take this in. What is bro saying?
Completely different world of factual accounting for what actually happens on the ground. So personally, I'm invested because of that, because I think there's a huge difference between what actually happens and what gets reported. And then on another level, I feel like—
Wait, is your problem with the media, Destiny? Because I feel like it's not. I feel like the media, by and large, you know, sort of tends to support the Israeli narrative as long as it's feasible to do so. I mean, past a certain point, it becomes, you know, impossible. When you see these crimes against humanity, there's not much you can say to sort of buffer or to you know, buff that perspective. But like, I don't think it's really the media accounts that you're worried about, right? I don't think that it's the media accounts that are cutting against Israel's narrative. It's the fact that we're in a environment where you know, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, right? You know, you don't have to be a media organization to— like people can see what's happening, right? It's reality, unfortunately, that is the problem for Israel. And the more people see of the reality on the ground, the less they support what Israel's doing.
Like the entire world is drawn to this conflict because it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of every possible thing you could want in a conflict. You've got white people and brown people. You've got colonizers and colonized. You've got oppressors and oppressees. You've got West versus East. You've got, you know, Second World versus First World. Like
at least you have actors you can paint as being those.
Or yeah, whatever.
That's not the reality.
Regardless of what you think.
That's not the reality, though, is it? That's not the reality. We know oh my God. Okay, let's get into this. Okay.
Reason why they can feel very strongly about Israel-Palestine. So it's like a breeding ground for misinformation, and everybody around the world has a really strong opinion about it. So it's a natural like nexus of things for me to be involved in.
And that misinformation is absolutely critical because this isn't just a war on the ground. This is a war in which Hamas is trying to—
What I noticed from, you know, Stephen's description of the conflict is that he sees it as content. And that is at the root of what's wrong with debate lords like Stephen, like Vosh, like Loserbox, right? Everything turns into content and becomes just kind of mishmash, meaningless. You know, we got this take, we got that take, right? And we're losing the human reality of the situation. We're losing the fact that, like Alon Levy said earlier, this is not a video game. I don't know if he's really applying like what he's saying. This is reality. There are real people being affected by this, and in terms of the impact, it's been mostly on the Palestinian people in Gaza.
To force an Israeli defeat by waging an information war that will generate the international pressure on Israel that could ultimately force it to leave Hamas on standing on its feet. What are the major gaps that you're seeing?
What's getting left out here is that the major action isn't Israel like armed forces versus Hamas armed forces, right? It's asymmetric. And it's Israel versus the Palestinian people. And as far as military, there's no contest, right? Yeah. I mean, Hamas is there too. Yeah, you know, there's, you know, they're fighting the Israeli forces, but you know, it's asymmetric, right? The level of force is much greater on the Israeli side than on the Palestinian side. And so he's saying like, you know, well, I mean, like we got the fucking military advantage, you know, no question. You're being supported by the largest military power in the world. Okay. But the annoying thing is that now you also got to fight this media war. You got the perception and, you know, he's like, we can just roll over these people, roll right over. There's no fucking challenge. There's no shot. Oh, you know, like let's make sure they never want to do October 7th again. Right. But then now we're the pariah. Now we're South Africa. Now nobody likes us. Now nobody supports us. Now even the United States has to give a second thought to its support of Israel, right? And he's so frustrated by that. He's so frustrated. It's such an asymmetric situation militarily, but when you bring the human element into it, and you allow people to see what's actually going on, what this means, like what it means for a massive military to roll over a civilian population, they don't like it. They don't like it, and that's what he's bothered by.
Between the reality on the ground that you've discovered from, following what's actually happening, doing your own research, and the story that's being sold in
do your own research.
The media. What are the biggest gaps of misinformation, specifically in this conflict, but also the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more broadly?
I feel like on a macro level, it feels like because both sides demonize each other so much, both sides will spend so much time trying to exonerate their own side to kind of sometimes a ridiculous amount. I mean, to go, we can get as razor focused or as macro as you want, but like on a very razor focused level, things relating to God, there are so many different examples. I guess the most recent thing I was kind of like reading into is like, for instance, like the Great March of Return. The peaceful Great March of Return was started off as like a peaceful idea for people to go to the wall.
The Gaza border riots.
Yeah. And like, wait.
The Gaza, he's like, it's not the peaceful March of Return, excuse me, it's the Gaza border riots. That was very unruly, what was happening. And so the snipers on the Israeli side had to
flags and like have parades and festivals, and then maybe there were a couple bad actors. That's the story that the pro-Palestinian side gives. And then on the
well, it's the story they give in English.
It's the story they give in English. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And then on the obviously when you actually dig into the events, and not even dig, you just look at the videos posted, everything, you can say, okay, well, this event was a lot more. I mean, even the idea, the concept of the Great March of Return, when you ask people what that means, a lot of people don't even know what that means. And the idea was, marching through the border wall and going back to, where your original villages were. And the hope was that other Palestinians from other refugee camps would join. And to call that event peaceful is a stretch, I think, even in the intention, let alone the fact that Hamas was active.
To call that peaceful is a stretch. And what is he hanging that on? Like, some kids were throwing rocks. You call that peaceful? They're throwing rocks at the soldiers. Of course they have to snipe the marchers.
In the early days of it and everything.
Well, you had Hamas's leaders standing among the crowds telling them you need to rip their hearts out of their chests, and they published maps pointing them how to...
Some Indiana Jones action. That's a real danger. They're going to do the like, that's a real danger. They could have used Palestinian magic to rip their hearts out of their chest, right? That's you never know. You never know with
get to the border communities. I mean, Israel was warning at the time.
Sure, yeah.
But the reason that it had to use gunfire against the people storming the border, right, was because of
it's because they got the ability to rip their hearts out of their chest. What are you going to do? Somebody's coming at you with a magical hand, heart ripping hand, about to rip your heart out of your chest. You got to use your guns, of course.
Potential massacre that could be the sort of thing we found out on October 7th.
For sure. Yeah, but then, I mean, also, I'm sympathetic towards the Israeli side because the narrative on the Palestinian side is so much more popular online. But then I also noticed it true for like the Israeli side as well, that there seems to be issues with, and it's annoying because I go to bat sometimes probably for more the pro-Zionist side than the anti-Zionist side, just because of who I argue with online.
Yeah, real divorced dad villain arc here.
Every time a situation comes up,
right,
it's
if
like,
you're going to be a contrarian nowadays, being a contrarian means taking the Israeli
Yeah,
side.
I guess technically, yeah. But it'll be like...
This is funny because Alon Levy's kind of putting him in his place, right? He kind of called him out, right? So this is really about you being a contrarian, right? This is really about a social media strategy for you. How have you found this social media strategy so far, Stephen? Are you finding lots of good points to be contrarian on?
Okay, well, this event just happened. A bunch of people died. We'll do an internal investigation. And then sometimes I feel like I never hear the results of that. Or if you look back and you see like, oh, okay, well, XYZ happened or some amount of Palestinians were killed. And I think, man, I would love counterexamples of this, but when I dig back, I feel like no IDF soldier, no Israeli person has ever been held in prison for like more.
His shirt looks unwashed. I don't know. I mean, like, at least his hair, he did something with his hair.
More than, I think, 36 months for like an actual bad event.
I feel like he looks slightly better than he like does, in his on a stream, right? That he really does have like the disheveled, like just rolled out of bed look on his stream, but he's still got this like, I don't know, the streamer glaze. What do you want to call this? what do you want to call it? Like streamer glaze? What do you call this? What does Destiny have going on here? Like, cause he looks kind of out of it. I don't know. I worry about getting this myself, chat. Like with how often, how many hours I stream for. You know, there's something about just being online so much that maybe does this to you. And especially when I see like people like Destiny, who's in some ways like the first political streamer, and sort of just what they're like, I'm just like, oh my God, I gotta get back in the gym. I gotta get back in the gym at some point. But that means, you know, that means making enough money so I can afford a gym membership.
Where they were convicted of, you know, manslaughter or murder or killing of, I don't know if they're called murder or whatever, but killing of like people in the West Bank or Palestinians. So yeah, I feel like both sides have issues with being honest about what they're doing, but the Hamas side, the Palestinian side, is definitely way more successful in marketing their untruths.
Yeah, this is it. They're brilliant marketers, Stephen. The Palestinians are just they're so good at marketing.
In the international media.
They're so good at marketing. What, like death and destruction happening all around them? Stephen, spoiler, it's not marketing. It's real. That's not marketing. This is the thing. This is what I'm talking about. This disconnection that you see so many debate streamers get. And, you know, like, I get it. I'm not a debate streamer, right? I'm in a different world. There's a, like less navel gazing. I feel like I deal with more reality. I try to deal with more reality. You know, I'm somebody that you know, believes in material analysis, which is something apparently Destiny is allergic to. So, you know, there's that kind of, you know, there's that kind of virtual grass touching. But I feel like I need some real grass touching too. I just can't afford to take time off at this point.
On that micro level, there have been so many examples. The fake Israeli airstrike on the Al-Ahli hospital when it was a piece of shrapnel. The fire at the Rafah camp where they said...
He also gains most of his animation from his chat. He seems listless here, yeah.
It was an Israeli strike, and it turned out that it was an Israeli strike.
As if I ever was in the gym. Bailmaster. Bailmaster.
Like nearby, and there must have been some other combustible material in the area. They have mass graves. The rapes. Hamas keeps punching out these stories. The world keeps buying them. Which one of these particular fake Hamas atrocities really grabbed your attention, where you're tearing your hair out and saying, but like...
I don't want to hear, like, I never went to the gym from somebody who doesn't know how to check a kick.
Literally, that is not the evidence that is in front of us.
The worst one was definitely the Al-Ali hospital in the beginning. That was like, I felt like the whole information warfare was lost on, was that October 13th?
16th.
16th? Okay, so you're like barely 2 weeks into this, and already you have like a massive event that is being reported in an incredibly crazy way. Yeah, I mean that. But I mean, really, I think the important thing to stress too, because people lose sight of this sometimes, is it's like there will be these big events where misinformation will get reported, but it's not really the big events that matter. It's like all of the little lies that you tell up to a certain point, because when you've prepared somebody with a bunch of little lies, a bigger lie becomes very easy to believe. So the issue isn't even so much these big stories, which they are an issue and that is bad, but because people have been conditioned to believe.
Ooh, it looks like we got some action on the poll right now. So Daily Wire Real Woman Razor Ad is kind of taking off a little bit. 40% in the shorts chat. Blair White in second place still. RFK Jr. in third place. The brainworm's not doing great for RFK. What do we have in the regular stream? 35% to 23%. Blair White is in second place. Interesting. So, I mean, you're both agreeing on the Razor ad, and that did really well yesterday. That's why I brought it back today, because I thought, you know, there's some chance it'll win. So that's why I bring stuff back when it gets votes, right? I'm just surprised that there's so much difference in. Wait a minute, no, wait, Blair White, wait, where did she come from? She was doing so bad. Look at that, Blair White's got some juice now. So yeah, Blair White is now in second place in both polls. Wow. RFK, why are you failing so hard? Why are you failing? Anyway, chat, it might not matter. It might not matter because we're only at 1 out of 10 as far as the dono goals. And this is the last segment I've got for you. So, we have the 30 minutes left of this. and I might be ending a little early today, or not. If you really want to watch the Daily Wire thing, we need to get that donut goal up to 10 out of 10. And you could also change like what is happening potentially by donating. If you donate, when you donate, let me know what content you want to see, and I will add 1 point to the topic of your choice for every $1 US. So you could change the results of this poll. It did happen yesterday. Usually whatever wins in the poll wins in real life, and we end up watching it, right? But it's not always the case. And last time it was so close, it came down to 1%. So the donos were what decided that, right? There were more donos for the Alex Jones thing than there were for the Daily Wire thing. And it was really close. That's why I made sure to bring the Daily Wire thing back, because I knew a lot of people really wanted to see what's going on with that, what's going on with Jeremy Boring's pink razors, right? That's very important. So I made sure to bring that back. But when you donate, whether it's through super chats, super stickers, whether it is getting yourself a membership on YouTube and getting yourself weasels, and access to exclusive content that you can only get by becoming a weasel, by getting yourself a membership, you can get it through whether it is through Patreon donos, through donos that are down, the link to which are down in the description, or whether it's over on Twitch through things like subs, gifted subs, or bit donations, right? Just make sure to let me know what subject you want to see. If you do want to see another subject out of this, because I could definitely, put the time to good use otherwise.
So many smaller things along the way, it makes the larger thing easier to believe. Like if you are to believe that Israel is targeting civilians and bombing hospitals and schools, and every single day I hear that 36 hospitals have been bombed, or however many schools have been bombed, or however many journalists or medics have been killed, and then the next day I hear, oh, well, Israel decided to bomb a hospital and kill 500 people. That's pretty believable. Like you would think it, you would believe it without a second thought. And yeah, that.
Here's the thing, like they got one issue of like a hospital where the initial, there was like there was like a revision of the initial reporting, right? And they want to like superimpose that on all the hospitals that they've destroyed, on all the universities that they've destroyed, on all the quote unquote power targets, which is what they call things like, which is what they call buildings, which contribute to like, civil, like the life of Palestinians, right? Like they're targeting buildings and institutions and even graveyards, places of memory, which make up like the life of the Palestinian people, and decimating the entirety of the of the territory, that essentially making life in Palestine impossible, trying to incentivize people to leave, right? And if the fear of dying in under a bomb, doesn't scare you, then the fact that everything that you knew as far as your life is now destroyed, that might incentivize you as well, right? This is ethnic cleansing.
Problematic.
I mean, it was exhausting. They're waging a war of information attrition. I can say, as a government spokesman for the first part of the war.
Is the Vivant stare?
Not anymore. But it was like
Beaver. That's maybe you're right. Maybe it's the Vivant stare.
Playing a game of whack-a-mole that you never know where the next allegation is going to come up. And I imagine if people are being constantly fed,
you never know where the next allegation is going to come up. Stop committing war crimes. How about that? Yeah, that's the weird thing about crimes against humanity. You never know when the next allegation is going to come up. That's the weird thing about doing propaganda to your own country and the rest of the world to try to dehumanize the people that you're bombing. That's a weird thing about that. The allegation, I don't know where's the next allegation going to come from? Oh my God.
Fake story after fake story, then literally they'll believe anything. And then I'm tearing my hair out and wondering, why are there so many people who will automatically believe anything Hamas says, not believe what Israel says? Why is it so easy for Hamas to game?
Everything's Hamas too to these assholes. The UN is Hamas.
International public opinion and get away with it.
I mean,
the student protest in the United States are Hamas, right? Everything's Hamas. Everything you don't like is Hamas.
In my opinion, I think the crucial error was when Israel began to negotiate through Begin called it capsule theory, or it was called capsule theory, the idea that you can extricate these individual Arab countries in negotiating peace.
Okay, so yeah, this is some bullshit. Cut the Palestinian people out of negotiations that involve them. That's what we're talking about, like the Abraham Accords, like the Jared Kushner initiative for peace in the Middle East. Yeah, Jared Kushner, the fucking son-in-law of the president, is gonna negotiate peace by cutting the Palestinians out of the fucking negotiations. Good job.
When you look 50 or 60 years ago, it's easy to be sympathetic towards the story of Israel against the world, the David and Goliath. But now we're so far removed from all
the starvation pictures are coming out. Yeah, and people like Destiny are like, I keep on hearing there's starvation there. When is the starvation gonna happen? I don't see the, like, you keep on hearing that they don't have enough calories. You keep on hearing that they don't have clean water. Like, right? It's like.
All of that sympathy did very much for Israel because, War of Independence, it's up with its back against the wall, and these Jews who had just went through the Holocaust and those who'd managed to escape just in time are fighting with the.
Wait, War of Independence? Are we talking about the Nakba here? Is that the War of Independence?
Arms they're able to smuggle on a couple of planes from Czechoslovakia. It's
True.
not-
I mean, you can argue that, but in '73, I'm pretty sure the United States was eager to replace every single lost piece of armor, every single lost munition, without a question asked. There was so much financial support.
In '73, the United
73?
States threatened Israel in some very serious ways. It's not true they gave them an absolute carte blanche. The way that Kissinger conducted his negotiations with Golda Meir, she had to stand firm against the U.S. and say, we're not your client state. We're going to do what we need to protect ourselves.
I understand those were the statements, but
We had to play the U.S. off of the USSR, yeah.
The United States was a massive backer of Israel, which means with that backing comes some degree of responsibility as well, right? Like it's not.
But now when you got Joe Biden saying basically that if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it, right? You don't need to do that anymore. You just got that unlimited military aid.
Just carte blanche to do whatever, but like the idea of marching your armies north towards Beirut or crossing.
This is a whole interview. Levy has to be elated that this dude has taken all. Well, no. Here's what's weird, Stephen Gordon. Right, Levy. There's more self-awareness than what I was expecting, or more acknowledgement of like what Destiny is. Right, a fucking contrarian, a grifter, somebody exercising a social media strategy which happens to conveniently benefit his Levy's side of this conflict, right? Like he literally called him a contrarian, and Destiny was like, "Hey, wait a minute, wait." Like, right? He knows what this game is, right? He's not taking Destiny as like a true believer in the cause, but rather as somebody looking for a content niche to carve out, as he always has been.
Was it the? I think it was the west bank of the Sinai River, like
The
on the
Suez
way
Canal.
to Cairo. Yeah, or the Suez. On the way to Cairo. I mean, obviously, the United States can't be seen as backing what could have
we're
become
getting
like the
sidetracked.
country. Sure, yeah, I'm just saying, it comes with conditions. I'm just saying that the support then was. I would say I don't remember, but I guess I wasn't alive. It seemed like the United States was able to have all that financial support without there being colleges that were protesting, chanting death to.
Wait, the U.S. was able to have that support for what? Are we talking about? Wait.
I mean, obviously, the United States can't be seen as backing what could have
we're
become
getting
like the
sidetracked.
country.
We're
Sure,
getting
yeah, I'm just Suez. On the way to Cairo. I mean, obviously, the United responsibility as well, right? Like it's not just carte blanche to do whatever, but like the idea of
it's not just carte blanche to do whatever. It kind of feels like it is.
Marching your armies north towards Beirut or crossing. Was it the? I think it was the west bank of the Sinai River, like
The
on the
Suez
way
Canal.
to Cairo. Yeah, or the Suez. On the way to Cairo. I mean,
It's funny. It's almost like when you cram for an exam, and in this case, a debate, right? It's almost like you don't really know these things that you've committed to. It's almost like rote memorization is not the best learning strategy. It's almost like you actually, if you want to be able to talk about this stuff, if you want to play with the big boys, if you want to debate norm Destiny, in other words, right? You've got to integrate and assimilate this knowledge in a way that puts it all in context, right? Rather than just This, like, I mean, he's gotten away with such bullshit because this is what debating is. This is what Twitch politics is. This is what Dylan Burns' hippy dippy or Prime Kai's reverie is. Essentially a fucking cram session to be able to come up with as much ammunition as you possibly can in a debate, and whoever's got the most ammunition on hand, wins, right? It's a performance, in other words. It's not about knowledge. It's not about truth. It's not about anything other than just rote memorization. And when you're talking to people like Norm, when you're talking to scholars who have written books about this, it doesn't work that way.
Obviously, the United States can't be seen as backing what could have become like the Congress. Sure, yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, it comes with conditions. I'm just saying that the support then was. I would say I don't remember, but I guess I wasn't alive. It seemed like the United States was able to have all that financial support without there being colleges that were protesting, chanting death to
triggered the whole, this was the time of the Arab oil embargo as well. But specifically, if we move to today, I'm trying to understand why it is so easy for Hamas to gain public opinion. And the same media outlets that fall for Hamas propaganda lie after propaganda lie. Like, you're repeating a lie from a terror organization that told you that it didn't abduct or massacre civilians and continued saying that even as it released them. Why does the world keep falling for Hamas propaganda? Like,
what?
Explain to me on like a macro level.
Look, I don't know what he's talking about, right? Denial of the hostages would be a silly claim to make. It's as clear as day that hostages were taken on October 7th. But what's also clear as day is that Israel is holding and has been holding, even before October 7th, a hell of a lot of Palestinians without anything that you could call due process. What about those hostages?
On a micro level as well.
I mean, I think it's like I said, I think that now, like, if you grow up, like, even my impression was just...
And what about the fact that the release of the hostages has been on the table ever since this conflict started? And none of those ceasefire offers were ever even seriously entertained. If you don't act like you care about the hostages, I don't think that the families of the hostages believe that at this point.
Israel versus Palestine. You can't even really...
This is all Hannibal Directive shit.
Kind of weird to say this, but you can't even really say the word Arab in the United States without it feeling like it's coming from a racist person. You just don't really...
Well, maybe that's because so many fucking racist... Maybe that's because the tropes... Look at fucking an 80s movie that deals with... Like, any Arab person portrayed in an 80s movie is going to be this, like, inhuman, like, fucking stereotype, like, coming at you with a curved sword, right? It's just... What are you saying?
You don't... Like, just saying, like, calling somebody, like, an Arab... even saying that feels racist. It feels weird. Just in the United States, it's just not a...
Yeah, it's almost like if something has been just soaked in racist tropes for years and years and years, that it becomes, in and of itself, the term that should be neutral, that should be descriptive, becomes a pejorative.
Thing that we say much.
I mean, it's a language they're using themselves. You see that.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying.
The college Tentifada, you hear them chanting in Arabic, "Min maya al maya, Palestine Arabia." From water to water, Palestine will be Arab.
Yeah, I just in the West, especially. I think I shouldn't say in the West, in the United States, especially after 9/11, we had to deal with a whole bunch of, we had a lot of hatred towards Al Qaeda, and then the Taliban, and then generally the Middle East.
I mean, what about the Israeli version of "From the River to the Sea"? Don't act like this is all.
East, and so we kind of had to rein in some anti-Arab, I guess you could call it Islamophobic sentiment or whatever in the United States.
No, you still need to be honest and call a spade because extreme political correctness.
You can. I'm just explaining where it comes from. I'm just saying that when that's the background, that's what I grew up in, right? And then when I look to Israel-Palestine, all I see growing up is you've got this massive country of Israel where people are outside sipping coffee, watching, an Iron Dome intercept rockets, and then my impression is that the Palestinians
They should really be inside if there are rockets there.
Sure, yeah, but then the impression is the Palestinians are obviously, far less equipped to deal with the combat. You look at the death sides on both.
Look, I don't want to get into anybody's like medical history or anything like that. But like the only prescription that Steven has talked about on stream is Vyvanse. So
the death figures on both sides, like on an immediate surface glance, it looks incredibly one-sided, incredibly horrible. It doesn't look like the Israeli-Arab conflict. It looks like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Wait, YouTube is deleting people's comments?
Israel is essentially the victim of its own success because it's been able to invest so much in defensive technologies and create this semblance of normality in the most abnormal circumstances. That the Palestinians are just better at playing the victim card?
I mean, arguably, that's in some ways kind of, it can be the story of history, right? That the Arab countries.
Yeah, Vodka. I think I know the stereotype you're talking about. It's like the blonde character that's like Slavic or, vaguely, Eastern European, like Slavic or Russian. I think I know what you're talking about.
Countries were so successful through conquest that the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and all the Arab countries looking around for who's going to be the next leader, it has, because they were so successful, well, now they.
Wait a minute. Am I not seeing stream alerts? This is worrying me now. I hear people talking about stream, let's see, wait. Oh my God, I'm not seeing, it didn't show. It didn't show. It didn't even, Crystal Safira, I believe I owe you and thank you for the $2 super sticker. That is a pair working out, much like I need to do, much like I need to get back into the gym as well. Yeah, thank you for that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at my OBS and see what's going on, because this is not the first one that it's missed. But YouTube's not showing me it either. What's up with that? That's super weird. Goes to Blair White. Blair White is getting 2 percentage points added, and you can add percentage points to different topics on this menu of potential follow-up segments that we could do, right? We could do, if we hit the dono goal. We're 1/10 of the way there now, or really more like 1.4. 14%. Let's just say 14%. Should I do this? Like, I feel like I should do this as a percentage. Does that make it easier to, is that easier to understand? We're 14%. Yeah, 1 out of 10. Not as easy to understand as like 14% to be totally accurate there. Wait, lime ice cream? I don't think I've ever had lime ice cream. It sounds good though. But yeah, you can affect the poll. But when you donate, by saying what you want your donation to go towards, and I will add it to the kitty at $1 US per percentage point, and you could potentially affect the outcome of the poll. Right now, Daily Wire is pretty heftily in the lead over Blair White. Well, Blair White is second place in both polls now, right? Yeah, Blair White is second in both polls. Daily Wire is kind of running away with it. I don't know.
They've been, devoured by their success, and because the Jews had so much trouble in history, where they finally got a country, right? They have one country to go to, one country to defend. Their backs are against the wall. It's annihilation the entire time. Those set of circumstances forced, really wise diplomatic choices, really wise military choices that, yeah, sometimes you can become, I guess, strengthened by.
Can I vote for the what report? Oh, the cast report video. I'm gonna watch that anyway. You're talking about the Rebecca Watson video on the cast report.
Adversity, and
we do need to go over that.
The victim of your success.
Yeah. And there's definitely Israel's strength, that it's strengthened by adversity. But it's funny to hear you talking about saying, look, in the early days, Israel had its back against the wall. It was surrounded by Arab armies. We're now in a reality where Israel is being attacked on 7 fronts by Iran and its proxy armies, from Lebanon and Syria and Gaza and the West Bank and Yemen and Iraq and Iran itself. And internationally as well, around the diaspora, when you consider that Iran's evil supreme leader praised the College Tentifada as part of the resistance front. And you've got the same dynamic of Israel being back against the wall.
There we go. College students, I guess you're part of Hamas too. Like, I was half joking about that, but here he is confirming that's how he thinks about it.
A small minority country, or a tiny minority of the world's population, surrounded by terrorists who want to kill us.
It's not the same, though. It's not even close to the same. Being attacked by proxy armies, that's a good thing, because it means normal armies aren't attacking you for diplomatic reasons.
It's not a good thing for the 60,000 Israelis who are displaced in the north.
That's true, but like, would you rather be attacked or be would you rather be instigated by Hezbollah and have Jordan and Saudi Arabia?
Would you rather be instigated by what? Wait, what? Did he just use the wrong word there? Does he mean invaded by Hezbollah, like invaded from Lebanon?
Be helping to intercept your rockets from Iran, or would you
infiltrated by Hezbollah? Is that what he meant? I'm trying to be charitable here to what the fuck Steven is actually talking about, but I'm not sure. This is the other thing about debate bros. It's like, you know, if you don't know a word, you don't have to use it. I know that with your audience, right? If you talk slightly over their head, which is like the Ben Shapiro technique, then they think that you're really smart. But Stephen, we know you're not really smart. And we know you don't have the command of the vocabulary that you're trying to use here. And when you're on a fucking, I don't know, podcast with Alon Levy, I don't think it's the time to be flexing vocab that you don't actually have. Just say it simply. Just say what the fuck you're trying to say.
Have Saudi Arabia and Iran and Jordan and Syria
I'm not
and
sure,
Lebanon,
actually,
everybody.
because, I mean, Hezbollah has the 8th largest weapons missile stockpile in the world. We call it a proxy army. It's an army. I mean, it's by far the most powerful.
Why don't I just listen to his point? Because it's incoherent, Simple. I can't understand what he's trying to say because he's trying to convince me that he's smarter than he actually is, and there's no point in that. I'm not a fucking Destinoid. I'm not sitting in DGG with my fucking ass sweat like all day in my gamer chair, right? This shit doesn't go over my head. I understand what the word instigate means, and it's not what Destiny's trying to use it for. I'm just trying to figure out what he's actually saying so I can deal with this point. But it's so incoherent because he's doing a Vosh, right? This is usually a Vosh thing. This is like Vosh's cardinal sin, to try to use to try to use words that he doesn't completely understand in order to make himself sound smart, in order to, prop himself up to his audience, right? Destiny's usually not as bad on this as Vosh. Destiny just talks fast, right? They both have the Shapiro gene in them, right? Which is to talk fast and use, slightly words that your audience doesn't completely understand, because if it goes over their head just enough, then they feel like they've just had an intellectual experience, which might be for the Ben Shapiro fans like the first intellectual experience of their life, right? They're challenged like a little bit, right? That's something that they didn't appreciate when it came from the smug blue-haired college professor, right? But they do appreciate it from Ben Shapiro. They do appreciate it from Destiny. They do appreciate it from Vosh.
Army on Israel's border.
That's
the fact
right.
that
But I
it's
think it
acting
says-
in league. I mean, it's an allied army of Iran. It doesn't make a difference.
But it says
Proxy
something
army.
that
No, but it's a real
Jordan
army.
and Egypt are not attacking Israel, are they? Even when the Muslim Brotherhood came into power in Egypt, that there was still that letter that was sent, and
But Israel is still surrounded on 7 fronts, and people aren't able to zoom out and look
okay,
at
you
that
said this part.
picture.
What are the 7 fronts? Wait, when you say that.
Gaza.
Okay.
West Bank. Lebanon, where we have daily rocket and suicide drone attacks. Syria, we've had rockets coming from Syria. Iraq, last week we
You see how one-sided this is? Israel is surrounded on 7 fronts, right? What about Gaza? What about that open-air prison? What about the West Bank, which, if you look at it, looks like Swiss cheese now because it's been carved the fuck up? If you are a Palestinian living in the West Bank, you can't go from point A to point B. You have to go in this, convoluted Byzantine sort of, path in order to get anywhere, right? Because there's so many roads that you're not allowed to use. There's so many places that you're not allowed to go in your own fucking home. Like the part of, in the West Bank, we're not, right? And every fucking day it's being more carved up. There's more people being dispossessed. There's more settler violence going on, and it's being enabled by the IDF. Like, it's always one way. It's like, oh my gosh, Israel's beset on 7 fronts by, you've got Yemen over here, and you've got Gaza over here, and you've got the West Bank, and then we've got Hezbollah up in the southern Lebanon, and it's just, we've got Iran over there sending its drones at 2 miles an hour over to Israel. So people are literally like having drinks, waiting for the meaningless drone attack to arrive. Like, what is bro yapping about?
intercepted a UAV coming from Iraq.
Also, am I clipping? Like, I'm hearing the sound of clipping, which is, when it's too loud and it gets distorted through my headphones. I can't tell if that's going through. Am I clipping? Am I crackling? I only see a little bit of red.
Yemen.
So I should be okay.
Yesterday we intercepted a ballistic missile sent by the Houthis from Yemen. And Iran as well, which launched 350 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs at Israel just a few.
Yo, imagine being in Gaza where you don't have an Iron Dome. where you're just getting bombed constantly. Oh my gosh, did you live in a house? Did you live in an apartment where Israel misidentified somebody as being a senior or junior member of Hamas and they got bombed? I'm sorry. You shouldn't have been living there, I guess. I don't know.
Weeks ago,
we've already forgotten about it.
And I'm sympathetic. I can be
most of those
sympathetic
rockets.
towards the enemies that you have, but I mean, what a list of enemies to have. You've got Gaza that has been flattened by 8 months of military operations, 7 months of military operations. You've got
after they burned whole
Hezbollah,
families
which is
alive and
competing with.
conducted barbaric
That's true. It's
acts of
horrible. But
gang
I'm
rape.
just in terms of military capabilities, right? You've got Syria, which is a failed state. You've got Yemen, which is a failed state. You've got Iran, which is scary, but there's some distance between you and them. And you've got
No, but that's
people
what
in
makes
the
them
middle.
so scary that they're failed states, because there's no way that you can deal with them in the context of the international rules-based order or treat them within the context of diplomacy. These are rogue terrorist actors exploiting the chaos in the Middle East. And Israel is trying to create some semblance of normality and
through fucking war crimes? That's how you're trying to create a semblance of normality? Through massive civilian deaths, through the destruction of not just people, not just innocent people, but the fucking civilization that they live in. Through blowing up hospitals, universities, any remnant of civic life in Gaza? That's how you're trying to, I'm sorry, yeah, that's the ethnic cleanse. That's the plan. Just like make it impossible to live there, and all the Gazans will leave, and then problem solved, right?
Western freedom in a world surrounded by religious lunatics who are trying to exploit chaos and anarchy.
You want to talk about religious lunatics? Who's calling everybody Amalek? Who's calling everybody? Like, what are you talking about?
To destroy us.
Here, let me.
And I agree with this. There's a quote that I read.
Am I missing?
Read this. I don't know if this is by Kissinger, but it was something like, I think Israel has discovered the
Kissinger, great.
their strength, and the Palestinians have discovered the strength of their weakness. I think Israel has to remove from itself the mindset that they're surrounded by people that need to be defeated militarily. Because, like you said before, Hamas is never defeating Israel in a military engagement. They're winning in the propaganda war. They're winning in the information war. They're winning in international
trying
opinion.
to wear Israel down by attrition when you're able to abduct so many hostages into Gaza. Threaten not to release them. Undermine Israeli's sense of personal security that people don't want to go back and rebuild the kibbutzim because every street corner is haunted. And you have daily attacks from Gaza, from Lebanon, from Yemen every single day. They're trying to wear this country down by attrition to make it impossible to conduct a normal economy, impossible to bring tourists into the country, impossible to get investment, and to wind this country down into the ground.
Every accusation.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Every accusation is a confession. These complaints in the light of the maintenance of an open-air prison in Gaza, these complaints in the lights of continued, like, incursions into carving up the West Bank even more succinctly, right? This is just, but like, oh my gosh, what about our tourism industry? Yo, do you want to know about a tourism industry that really sucked? Do you want to know about a country that couldn't have concerts, athletic events, anything in it? Because the rest of the world got sick of its fucking human rights violations and boycotted the fuck out of it? You want to talk about a country that I don't fucking feel sorry, or a regime that I don't feel sorry for? I'm talking about like the South African apartheid regime, which you are which Israel is the modern day antecedent of. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't feel bad. I don't feel sorry about any of this.
And the only reason it isn't happening is because the Israeli people have incredible grit.
I understand and I agree, but you're not defeating Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran with missiles. That's just, I don't think that that's where the future is going to go. It has to be on this diplomatic and
So let's talk
international
specifically
level,
about
yeah.
this information board. You're saying Israel's struggling to make its case because people are zooming in and they're seeing Israel-Palestine and they feel a bit uncomfortable about saying the word Arab. We had this conversation yesterday. You were asking me, like, why does Israel suck at PR? Why is it finding it so difficult to make its case to the world? So I'll turn the question back to you. Okay, given that reality, given this set of circumstances, let's take your analysis.
I think the reason, if you want an answer to that question, is because Israel has not had to worry about PR for a long, long time, right? Joe Biden, president of the United States, if you go back to 1980, you'll hear him saying something akin to that if Israel did not exist, the United States would have to invent it, right? In other words, even back then, Israel was considered a, I don't know, like forward base of the American military complex in the Middle East, right? And after the fall of the Soviet Union, where there was no longer that dynamic of I guess there was a little bit of playing both sides for a while. Then you have just this assumption of unlimited support from the largest country in the world, the country that talks about a rules-based order, but never applies those rules to itself. A fucking hegemon, right? Israel has not had to think about things like PR when PR was assured by the narrative that the Israelis are the good guys and the Palestinians are fucking terrorists. And the reality of the situation that Israel now occupies the place of global pariah has not caught up to the insular politics of the country. That's why.
How do you think Israel should be doing a better job of fighting this information war, given the battlefield as you see it?
I'll be honest, I am not enviable of any leader in Israel because it's easy, obviously, and I'm sure you know this as well. It's easy from the sidelines to sit and criticize, especially because we're just like, yeah, of course.
So easy.
The critic is not the man in the arena or whatever. So I am sympathetic to leadership, but I feel like every single part of the Israeli apparatus, government, military.
So let me give Destiny credit where credit is due, right? He has a problem with Israel's optics. That's what I'm getting from him. And that makes sense in that you wouldn't be allowed into Israel if you were actually regarded as a critic of Israel. And this goes for Destiny as well as Lonerbox, right? Despite the fact that, somebody like Lonerbox, even more than Destiny, will try to portray themselves as being, as seeing both sides of the situation, right? The state of Israel does not see Destiny or Lonerbox as a problem, hence their ability to travel freely, within its borders and even within its within the occupied territories in the West Bank.
Financial whatever has to go towards solving the Palestinian problem. There has to be
thank you
that conflict.
From your mouth to Allah's ears, but you have any idea how we do?
All right.
I mean, people have talked about the Emirati
chat. We turned down the mic gain. Hopefully that makes it better for you.
plan. I just spoke with
and again, thank you for the feedback.
Yossi Balin, who talks about he wants to do like a confederation of
sounds like white man's burden. Yeah.
States. You've got two staters. You've got whatever.
Do you have your favorite magic solution?
Do I have my favorite magic solution?
Yeah, using white phosphorus and collective punishment. Last I checked, were against commonly accepted rules of warfare. Which side is doing that? Good question.
Honestly, all of them rank above the status quo. Whether it's the Emirati plan, whether it's a one state, one vote, whether it's a two-state solution with the 67 borders that resembles the Clinton
if we were
parameters.
able to solve this conflict, make it go away, that would be the best thing that could be done for Israel's image. But given the fact that the war is continuing, and the conflict continues because the Palestinians are still committed to a forever war, that they don't accept the legitimacy of the state of Israel, and have repeatedly on past occasions thrown out any peace.
Sorry, chat. That's the new starting soon screen. Immense talent from Vamps.
Deal when it meant coming to terms with the fact that Israel as a Jewish state had a right to exist. How does Israel make the case better to the world, specifically to young and liberal audiences? Because we're seeing this massive gulf where, 80% of Americans support Israel versus Hamas. When you get to the young generation, like it's 55-45. That's a really dangerous split.
You were playing any video games?
No.
Okay, well, I grew up...
Not since I was 10 and I had Harry Potter on the PlayStation.
So my background when I got into streaming was I was a professional StarCraft player. So StarCraft is a real-time strategy game. So you're playing, you're building dudes, you're mining resources, you're making
building those dudes
armies, and you're fighting to kill the other dude's army. One of the things that you learn when you reach higher levels in probably any real-time strategy game is you get into a scenario where you have to make a decision and you've got like a good choice and you've got a bad choice. But what you learn when you get to really high levels of play is there's a worst choice. And the worst choice is always indecision. That sometimes making a bad choice and then moving from there is better because people, I think people fall into this trap of thinking that there's a timer on the screen, whether you're talking Israel-Palestine or you're talking a game of StarCraft 2, there's a timer on the screen where we can sit and wait and think, and it's like, I'm not sure what the right decision is, but let's wait. This is true in the world of business as well, that sometimes you just have to make a decision and go, and if you just sit and wait, the world will pass you by, and
There's
all
a
of the
philosophical
bad...
metaphor that describes it in terms of a donkey that's facing two identical bales of hay.
Oh, and you
Identical bales
starved.
of hay. and it can't decide, do I go for this, do I go for this? And in the end,
Okay, great discussion of paralysis analysis. I'm not sure. Like, we're definitely into the optics discourse here. It's kind of meta.
it ends up starving because of the same dynamic you're
So
describing.
whatever the solution looks like for Israel-Palestine and whatever it looks like in the future, the delusion that has fallen over Israel is that the can be kicked down the road, that other states can be brought in for peace, that the Abraham Accords can be signed, that an embassy can be moved around,
Well,
that more
that's not a
territory can be
delusion. I mean,
annexed.
we do now have free and normalized relations with the UAE, with Bahrain and Morocco, and that's a fantastic step for the Middle East, regardless of its impact on the Palestinian
Has it made Israelis feel any safer?
Absolutely. It's made Israelis feel much more plugged into a region where before they felt that they were a fortress island nation, and now they feel, hey, we're able to go and walk freely around Arab countries. By the way, many of them feel safer walking around Dubai speaking Hebrew than they would walking around London or
Sure,
Paris.
but how much safer do they feel in 2020 than they did in 2018 after the Abraham Accords for Saudi Arabia or for what, Sudan or the UAE?
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna agree again with Destiny here in that what you've got is Middle Eastern countries that are acting in a way, you know, in a lot of cases allies of the U.S., right? And you know, this is enabled by the whole Saudi Iran split, you know, in terms of alliances, right? You've got them acting in a certain way, which depending on the situation in the ground, will be seen as collaboration with the U.S., right? Being seen in that light for these nations is destabilizing for the government. It you know, gets in the way of their ability to govern, you know, their people. And that's where you see this, you know, sort of an end to the acceptance of Israel by Middle Eastern countries, right? When the government can no longer be stable while being seen as complicit with Israel and with the U.S., right? Then you see different policies, you see different rhetoric. And that's the situation that Israel is actually pushing these governments into.
I don't even remember the three countries involved. Like at the end of
it is collaboration, yeah.
the day, are they thinking like, oh my goodness, like
that?
Yeah, police states, but those police states can only operate as such to a certain extent. I mean, they're, you know, they're alliances with the U.S., you know, helps them maintain, you know, control and you know, helps them maintain this police state, but it only works to a certain point. And when they start to feel themselves getting destabilized, right, they can no longer, you know, they can no longer, you know, ally with, you know, Saudi and Israel, you know, it's destabilizing.
History was moving in the right direction, and the awful, completely unjustified international boycott of Israel was beginning to end because people in the region can actually talk sense and realize that it makes sense for Israel to be part of the region. But I'm trying to understand.
I mean, if you don't like boycotts, get ready, because
look,
I'm just saying what I'm trying to think of is in my survey of
emulating South Africa from the 1980s is a way to get more boycotts, more of that kind of more of those kinds of actions, right?
Israeli history, and I could be wrong. I don't remember any of the major wars starting because of a disagreement with Sudan, or disagreement with the UAE, or disagreement with Saudi Arabia.
In the 67 war. No, but
they took part in the same way Cuba sent troops, I think, for the 67 war.
That's why the Abraham Accords were so important, because it was a moment when Israel was looking at these countries saying, for years, we have no direct...
The Abraham Accords, you're talking about Trumpian fucking policy, right? Stephen, this would be a great place to get. This would be a great discussion if you really want to make this a debate. And look, I grant that that this part, at least his discussion of optics, is more of a debate than the rest of the discussion he's having here. But you know, this guy's talking about the Abrahamic the Abraham Accords in glowing terms, right? We're talking about, like, you know, the Trump Kushner diplomacy. And unfortunately, you know, Trump and his foreign policy are very popular in Israel, and I'm not entirely sure, you know, how I would love to know how Alon Levy feels about American politics. I think that would be a great discussion to get into, but I don't know if it's going to go there. I don't know what the parameters for this conversation really are.
Conflict with you. Have no border dispute. We have absolutely no reason to be enemies. Let's just be friends, because we've always wanted that. We've never had any bones to pick with the Emirates, and the Emirates said, sure, okay, and that normalization is a great thing. But specifically on the Palestinian conflict, yes, okay, it would be nice if we could solve the conflict, and there are many reasons.
That would be nice. It is essential. It is the number one security risk
Israelis
to
feel
Israel.
traumatized that in the past they've made risks for peace, whether it was the withdrawal from Gaza, the withdrawal from Lebanon, withdrawal from I don't want to get into the dynamics. They've blown up in their faces. I'm asking you, in the absence of being able to solve this, and I wish we could solve it, but given that the conflict is going to endure because the Palestinians refuse to accept any Jewish state in any borders whatsoever, how do we appeal better to the world? How do we defeat this Hamas strategy?
Destiny thinks this is a PR war. He's so out of, yeah, I mean, this is
of gaming international public opinion and wearing them down to this numbness to the truth by lie after lie after lie until they're willing to believe anything.
I mean, from the Israeli side, I think Begin and earlier, I think even Ben-Gurion said that the scariest thing that Israel could face in its early days was a staunch advocate for peace on the Arab side. That somebody like Sadat showing up and making overtures towards peace would be unstoppable from the Israeli side. You can't fight against an opponent that is offering something like that because you would look insane. And I think...
Which leader was that? I don't remember that quote.
I don't remember if it was Ben-Gurion or if I don't remember if it was the prime minister after him between that and the 73 war. Okay. But the idea that a strong Arab leader that was a staunch advocate for peace would be somebody that you couldn't deny that in overture. And when Sadat finally came in,
and look, I'm so ADHD. I'm so out of you know, my I'm so like out of it today that I didn't even mention talking about the Abrahamic Accords, right? If you want to talk about possibly the #1 contributing factor to October 7th happening, let's talk about cutting Palestinians out of negotiations involving them. That's what that's what we're dealing with. That's what went on during Trump. That's what Kushner you know, was doing, not real negotiation towards a lasting peace, but the worst kind of negotiation possible.
And did that when he made a speech in front
fantastic,
of the
so you made peace
Knesset.
with him.
Yeah, and that was an unstoppable thing.
And again, if you're watching me on Twitch, I apologize. You've been through several ad breaks now, and I want you to know that you don't necessarily have to get ads for 3 minutes at the top of every hour like you've been getting, right? You can get those ads to go away for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime sub or by buying yourself a sub. You could also get the ads to go away potentially if you are gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Again, apologies. That's how it works on Twitch, right? Just so you understand, on YouTube, it doesn't work quite the same. Memberships do not get you out of the ad break. Memberships give you weasels, they give you emotes, they give you my undying appreciation, and they also give you access to exclusive content that is for members only. They do not stop the ads, though. That's important that you know that Twitch subs stop the ads on Twitch. YouTube memberships do not function quite the same. But either of those kind of donations do allow you to affect the outcome of the poll, which I have not been checking in on because I've been too invested in this content and how frustrating it is, right? We have Daily Wire still ahead of Blair White on the main channel. On the main channel, they're both on the same channel, right? In the shorts, we have Daily Wire ahead of Blair. Yeah, by about the same margin, right? We got agreement for once between the chats. The only difference is that shorts favors Jake and Logan Paul talking to Trump, and the longs favors RFK and his brainworm talking to Pierce Morgan. So yeah, that's what's ahead. Now that may not come into play. Yeah, we got Blair White getting 2 extra points, percentage points, which, like I said, it may not matter if we don't push the dono goal ahead. We're at 14% out of 100, and we are more than halfway done with this Destiny content. So if you want a second segment, which could be Daily Wire, it could be Blair White, it could be RFK, or it could be Jake and Logan Paul, depending on what wins. When you donate, just let me know which of these topics you favor, which of these topics you want to see, or say Vox Populi, which, oh God, Vox Populi has 3%. So yeah, oh my gosh. And I will add that money, $1 per percentage to the total of that topic. And so you can affect what we end up seeing, or if we end up seeing anything at all, because right now it's not looking good. It's not looking good for me, and it's not looking good for you seeing a second segment. But we'll see how it shakes out, right? I've been wrong before with my dire prognostication of not being able to unlock the second segment. So we'll see.
I feel like if Israel was empowering the Palestinians in an undeniable way that it could show the world, I feel like that moves you in a direction to where eventually Palestinians would have to feel some kind of pressure, because it feels like the history from the Arab-Israeli side has always been the Arabs always gave Israel like the perfect excuse for expansion in '67, the perfect excuse for whatever early territorial conquest, expanding the borders in '48 from what the '47 partition would have looked like. Now it feels like on the opposite ends of things, it feels like Palestinians always have an excuse, whether it's another raid in the West Bank, whether it's another soldier that doesn't get convicted for a crime, whether it's another NGO or human rights or whatever UN group saying something about another war in Gaza. It feels like Israel is always giving those excuses to the Palestinians to continue to fight. And it's not just them. I'm speaking to you as an Israeli spokesperson, so I'm coming down I'm coming down very hard on Israel. There are definitely problems in the international community, in the Arab world, on the Palestinian side that I talk about a lot as well. But I'm just saying for the agency of the Israeli side, there has to be a come to Jesus moment, or a come to, I don't know who you would say, but for me, a Christian.
Come to Moses.
Come to Moses moment, okay? Abraham, whatever. Yeah, right.
Is Moses your guy? Okay, come to Moses. There we go.
Where, the PA is empowered.
Wow.
We'll take it.
Yeah, the PA was, well, first, no, I'm just kidding. The PA was empowered.
Wait, what did Elon say?
Come to Moses moment, okay? Abraham, whatever. Yeah, right. Where, the PA is empowered.
Jewish, we'll take it.
Yeah, the PA.
Oh, Jesus was Jewish, yeah.
The PA was, well, first, no, I'm just kidding. The PA was empowered with enough money to go into the Gaza Strip with a boss there. This is a man who, he wears a suit and tie. He talks to Israeli leaders. He shaves his beard. This is a guy who should be your strongest advocate, that you are empowering in every single way possible to be the face of the PA.
Despite the fact that his administration continues to pay salaries to terrorists sitting in jail and stipends to the families of terrorists.
Listen, Begin signed peace with Egypt, and he was part of the Leahy. I mean, everybody has had issues. It has to be put. It can't be intractable. It can't be the same excuse. You don't think the Leahy at the beginning was?
Bottom line, what I'm trying to understand here.
Go ahead.
Bottom line, you're saying, short of being able to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Israel is basically screwed when it comes to the information war and this dynamic. The world will buy all the little lies that the Palestinians tell.
I think so. In non-state actor conflict, I think,
Let me ask you on a tactical question.
Mm-hmm.
What I was trying to do as a spokesperson was to speak not only to the broadcast media and the print media, but to try to get on social media, okay? Twitter, Instagram. I even opened a TikTok and did all sorts of little trends that slightly humiliated me because I'm trying to get to the young audience. Now here I am speaking to you, finding that many of your debates are actually taking place over streaming platforms and gaming, and we're not there at all. And this whole universe of influence that I wasn't aware of is apparently really influential. So for those who are watching and aren't familiar with the gaming and streaming world, tell me about it. Describe it to me. Where are people getting their information from? How does it work?
Well, what is it? Like 80% of people plus now get their information from social media, their primary source of news. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of old people, it's literally just Facebook memes. They'll get into Facebook, they get served memes.
So
half of it is probably coming from Russia at this point.
Treat me as an old person. What is streaming?
Just in terms of what I do, I guess. Yeah, I mean, live streaming is, Twitch is a large platform. I stream on Kick and YouTube, where you can watch a live stream where people will talk about things, play video games, scream at each other. I'm in the political world.
So while they're playing video games, they're arguing about geopolitics and national
Some
security.
people do, yeah.
and-
That's what I used to be.
Oh my God. Chat. I just deleted a comment from one of my videos saying 15 minutes of starting soon stream, no bueno. Starting soon screen, no bueno, right? In some ways, I don't envy Destiny in having to explain the world of streaming to... I mean, this isn't even a generational thing. Like, Alon Levy's not exactly a boomer. He's just not aware. And a lot of people aren't aware. Like, even on YouTube, you've got people that are like, well, wait, this isn't how a YouTube video is supposed to work. Don't you know Mr. Beast? It's got to be fast-paced. It's got to be right off the gate. Hey, everybody, today I gave 15 different STIs to a bunch of weasels to see, you know, how they would infect each other. And like, right, you know, like it's like it's not fast-paced enough. I don't know. Like, right, people don't get that. Oh my gosh, is this really a 6-hour video that you're watching, or could it be a live stream? And could it be that live streams like have a starting soon screen? I don't know. But here's Destiny trying to. So you play video games and you talk about politics while you're playing your video game. You're playing your StarCraft, or what did you say it was? You're doing a Zerg rush by. What is it like? You're doing a 3-pool. I can't remember the terminology around StarCraft, right? And you're talking about Israel while you're fending off a baneling attack, and you know you're working on your micro, and you're managing your
Known for. I've been more just doing like the reading and the research and this.
committing crimes against weasels. Fast forward apparently isn't real. Yeah, I know. Right? I wish I could go into a comment and give them a picture and show them the like navigation bar and be like, did you know when you grab this dot, you can move it across the screen? And if you've got a starting soon screen that you're not enjoying watching, you can just like advance it 15 minutes forward. And then anyway, chat, I'm not trying to complain to you about commenters, right? This is my job. This is what I have to deal with. This is, you know, I'm not going to be a baby about this. Sometimes people don't understand live streams. It's okay. But yeah, I get the feeling that Alon Levy definitely does not understand what world he's dealing with, and is somewhat mystified. Because remember, where does this come from? This comes from the fact that Israel is losing massively in the PR front. It feels gross to say. It feels gross to think about optics when you're talking about 40,000 dead in Palestine. But, you know, that's how he's thinking about this. And like the you know, militarily we're so successful, and yet as far as public relations, we seem to be getting our ass kicked, and we seem to be getting cooked on twitter.com, on TikTok, and on YouTube as well. What's the deal, Steven? Can you explain this? Is it the live streamers that are doing it to us? Is it because they're too concentrated on playing their video games? They're too concentrated on their StarCraft to understand that Israel are the good guys and the Palestinians are the evil Amalek? Do they not understand? Like, right? I don't know.
Screaming at people and not as much the video games for the past.
Lance calls Mr. Beast Jigsaw? Really? I mean, I see that. My comment is late because I couldn't remember his name or the movie. Well, I got you, Soul Life. I got you.
Last year, but yeah, that's kind of what I was known for prior to that. Yeah.
I mean, how do I get to these people if they're getting their information from video?
How do I get to these people? How do I work the algorithm? I'm getting my ass kicked on the algorithm, right? I've only got two 25K subs. Wait, let's take a look at look. This is a classic no comment check move, right? Let's take a look at the channel that we're dealing with. Israel, State of a Nation with Alon Levy. Sorry, Alon Levy, I believe is how he pronounced it. We've got almost 26K subscribers here. How many videos do... Ooh, well, we've been going for 4 months. We got like 20, 24, 28, 32 videos, 48 videos in total. I guess, are there any shorts? Oh, he has been doing shorts. He has been doing shorts.
Super chatted $5. Sorry for
Thank you
always
for
annoying your
fixing.
chatters. Vox Populi, by the way.
Oh, Vox, $5 going to, wow, to support the will of the people, despite the fact that you, are you getting cooked in chat? Is that what's going on? I'm not, sorry, I haven't been able to keep up with chat. I've got 3 chats to manage. I am trying to answer questions every once in a while, but, you know, the whole thing with being in the midst of a segment and trying to make sure that the segment is watchable for those who watch after the fact as well. But I will put your $5 into Vox Populi. So you're willing to just trust the choice of chat. That's it's pretty bold. So yeah, donation goal up to 19%, almost 20%. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah, wait, no. No, wait, I didn't do that right. It was 14, and that it should be 24. Oh my God, chat. I suck at math. I suck at math, but I want to give you every percentage that that you actually put towards the dono goal. So there we go. That's the correct math. That's the I just confused myself by changing it from out of 10 to out of 100 because I want to make it more understandable, right? Percentage I feel like is really understandable, but yeah, we've got what are we doing on shorts? We're not really cooking on shorts, are we? I mean, this it's not bad, but again, it's probably for the better. Shorts aren't a great way to build your channel, at least not at present. There's a bifurcation of audience that goes on. But anyway, what are we doing? So Destiny is getting us 98K. Ooh, this is the biggest video. So I see where he's coming from, right? Being mystified by algorithms and social media. And we did queers for Hamas, that got 26K. Ivy League, talk about the bash the college students, right? You got 23K. Wait, the UK's anti-Israel bias? What are you talking about, bro? But that got you 80K. South Africa's ICJ case got you 93K. Oh, here's the big one. Here's the big one, actually. Yeah, so Destiny, not even, the discussion with Douglas Murray has 313. But yeah, you also have some real misses here, like uncovering Hamas's sexual war crimes. Sorry, I have to say that, but that's the algorithm. Only getting 4K. I don't know. Did that get demonetized maybe? And then the latest video, well, I mean, it's early. It's 10 hours old, but Lawfare Newspeak and wait, is he going to call what, the ICC Lawfare? NGO monitor exposes the seedy underbelly. Wait, what is this? Oh my God, I'm going to have to click on this video to even see what the title is.
Government provides
human rights orgs, in quotes. The seedy underbelly of human rights orgs. So yeah, not doing good so far, but sometimes things take a while to catch wind in the algorithm. So yeah, this is where Levy's coming from, maybe, potentially. Douglas Murray should DEI. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Video games. Do I need to learn how to play these video games in order to speak to them while they're playing?
How do you get to these people? Well, hey, you're appearing on here with me.
Oh my God, I don't want to pee. I need to pee super bad, chat, but I don't want to leave during this part. This is kind of funny. Like, how do you say it? Bang in the algorithm? How do we go viral with pro-genocide content?
one way to do it.
So that's what I don't know. Maybe we need to expand onto a new platform. We need to like do some sort of collaboration with.
I need to stop playing video games while I'm talking about Israel and
PlayStation or Sony or Nintendo.
Maybe, yeah. There's an unfortunate reality, though.
I'm giving away the fact I'm a 90s kid, right?
A little bit. No, it's fine, yeah. There's an unfortunate reality, though, and I was joking about this with my friend yesterday, is that, at least in the Western world, when we had that conversation last night around that table, it was very ironic and funny that a bunch of Jewish people were complaining that they had no way of communicating any fact to the Western world, because I think a lot of people in the Western world, even outside of the Arab world, in literally the white Western world, assume that like, oh yeah, some part of the media is probably ran by the Jews. You know, some people say it jokingly, some people on the farther right say it seriously.
Yeah.
But you know, in the United States, you've got these lobbies that
it would make my life so much easier.
I know, I
if we
understand, but I'm
controlled
saying
the
that
media.
because that's already the perception, I can't even imagine any type of like Mossad-funded or Israeli-funded, Hasbara propaganda campaign on a Sony platform. It would just be, you're already, it's such an uphill battle already.
Because we're up against the basic anti-Semitic myth that the Jews control the media.
Yeah, I try not to use anti-Semitic, but maybe, yeah.
Well,
wait, I try not to use anti-Semitic? That is literally an anti-Semitic myth, like, right? That is, like, right? And anti-Semitism is real. It's hard to like, this issue becomes more complicated with the disingenuous use of anti-Semitic as a way to as a way to ignore college protests or concerns about human rights issues, right? But no, anti-Semitism is very present. Very, very, very present, right? And even, even sometimes masquerades as being, pro-Palestinian, as in the case of Candace Owens, for instance, right? But what is this? I try not to use anti-Semitic, right? No, when something's anti-Semitic, if somebody's saying the Jews, control XYZ, yeah, that's an anti-Semite. And maybe, Destiny, maybe you should call them the fuck out instead of having chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes and rebuilding his broken career for them, right? There is anti-Semitism, Stephen, and you are partially responsible for platforming it, you jackass. God damn.
So what are attitudes towards Israel within this world? You say you found yourself taking the pro-Israel position partly to be a contrarian, because
no, I'm not a contrarian. I don't do that. That's not my.
You feel like
I'm not a contrarian at all. Oh no, that's the best way to convince somebody that you're not a contrarian. I'm not a contrarian.
a bit of a contrarian.
Well, that's
what a contrarian would say, Stephen.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. You just.
I gotta pee so bad, chat. I gotta pee so bad. I gotta pee super bad, but I don't want to. Okay, let's watch this segment and then I'll pee. Okay.
Repartee and arguing.
I like arguing.
Well,
yeah.
arguing is fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
It is fun.
So
I'm a contrarian because I seek out people that I disagree with. There are people that I agree with.
Okay,
too, but...
so you seek out people you disagree with, and now within this world, someone who wants to be edgy or contrarian or go against the grain, that means taking the pro-Israeli position. Yes, no. I mean, you're definitely putting yourself in a minority, sticking your neck out and attracting fire, right?
Sure. The online world is just a bit more sophisticated than that, and Israel sits in like a very awkward position when it comes to online extremism, in that like this is getting very domestic U.S. politics. But if you go back like 5 years, or maybe even more, 5 or 10 years, there was a lot of fighting against like white supremacy, Nazi far right type of stuff, the alt-right, we call them in the United States. And I think that masqueraded a bit as a defense of Israel or a defense of Jews, but it wasn't really. It was just attacking people that people perceived as white supremacists. So you already have.
Wait, what's he saying?
But if you go back like 5 years, or maybe in like a very awkward position when it comes to online extremism.
Okay. So this is what he's talking about, right? He's talking about the fact that obviously anti-Semites, no, actually not. I can't say this anymore. I can't say this. Often anti-Semites will use Israel as a proxy for their anti-Semitic beliefs, right? Often anti-Semites will conflate the Jewish people with Israel, despite the fact that that Jewish people are instrumental towards many of the protest movements against the war crimes that are going on in Israel, right? Completely erasing those Jewish voices that apparently are not Jewish enough for hardcore Zionists in the U.S. Be they Christian Zionists, which make up the majority of U.S. Zionists, or otherwise, right? So you got on one hand, the anti-Semites don't like Israel because it's they associate it with Jews, and they're anti-Semites. So obviously, right? But not so obviously, because so many of these anti-Semites get so much mileage out of supporting Israel. And when you talk about Christian Zionists, when you talk about evangelical Zionists in the United States, right? It's part of their prophecy of bringing Jesus back, that the Jewish people must be in Israel, and in some of their cases must fully occupy Israel for Jesus. Like, we don't know what the right move is, but like, if we get enough Jewish people in Israel, then Jesus will come back, and it's not a nice thing, right? It's a very cynical sort of prophecy that they have, because this prophecy includes Jewish people being given a choice, ostensibly, between converting to Christianity or perishing from this earth. This is the end time stuff. This is the the hardcore evangelical book of Revelations, batshit discourse, right? So yeah, you got but yeah, so it's not as simple as even Stephen's making it out, as far as like, anti-Semites don't like Israel. Some anti-Semites, such as Elon Musk, find great utility in using Israel and support of Israel, which they can justify via their anti-Islamic beliefs, right? As a fig leaf for their actual anti-Semitism. And then we can be like, oh yeah, no, the anti-Semites are the college students. That's those are the real anti-Semites. The anti-Semites are Jewish Voice for Peace, right? That's the actual, Sam Cedar, that crew, those are the anti-Semites, right? Like, this is like, it's and then on the other side, you've got you've got people that believe in human rights. You got people that are against, the global hegemon that is the United States military and all of its, sort of allied nations, such as Israel, right? So he's saying that they're kind of, between a rock and a hard place as far as being able to get the support. You're not getting as much support from conservatives as you would, because some of them, their anti-Semitism gets in the way of their, of their Islamophobia, right? So the natural allies that you might have there, you're not getting like 100% of them. And then on the other side, you're committing so many human rights atrocities that you're creating more college protesters, people who never would have been involved in anything like this, people who never thought of the issue before, but when they're faced with the real world situation, the real world atrocities, affronts to human dignity that are going on, they have to step up and they have to say something. Yeah. So
in that, like, this is getting very domestic U.S. politics, but if you go back like 5 years, or maybe even more, 5 or 10 years, there was a lot of fighting against like white supremacy, Nazi far right type of stuff, the alt-right, we call them in the United States. And I think that masqueraded a bit as a defense of Israel or a defense of Jews, but it wasn't really.
What? Wait, what? Can somebody explain this to me? I legit don't understand. What is Stephen getting at? What is Stephen getting at? Like, what does he mean? It masquerades, like the anti-alt-right movement in the US masquerades as
against like white supremacy, Nazi far right, very domestic U.S. politics. But if you go back like 5 years, or maybe even more, 5 or 10 years, there was a lot of fighting against like white supremacy, Nazi far right type of stuff, the alt-right, we call them in the United States. And I think that masqueraded a bit as a defense of Israel or a defense of Jews, but it wasn't really. It was just attacking people that people perceived as white supremacists.
What? Can somebody explain this to me? I don't understand. I'm not picking up what Steven's laying down here. I legit don't know what he's getting at. He's saying that anti-fascists are actually secretly anti-Semites by conflating Israel with the Jews. It's just word salad, says Sisyphean. How did Destiny ever become a popular streamer? He has such shallow, stupid takes. It's funny because there's videos where you can see Destiny asking the same question about the likes of Aiden Ross. Like, how did Aiden Ross ever get popular? But I guess Aiden Ross has, is not primarily a political streamer. So yeah, with Destiny, it's even more. It's all virtue signal. I'm just trying to understand like what he is actually like. I don't know. Let's try again.
In the United States, and I think that masqueraded a bit as a defense of Israel or a defense of Jews, but it wasn't.
It masqueraded as a defense of Jews. Well, yeah, the Charlottesville Tiki Torch gang, they did say famously, they were essentially making up chants about the Great Replacement theory, which is the theory that that Jewish people want to enable immigration and are siding with racial minorities against white people because if you're a dyed-in-the-wool alt-right Nazi, then you don't consider Jewish people to be white. And so those chants, right? So he's saying that was a cover, that it wasn't really well, I mean, I don't think it was a cover though. Look, I don't need like a reason to be against Nazis. I don't need a reason to be against fascism. I understand what fascism is, and I understand that it can manifest in different ways in different places. And the kind of fascism that manifests in a particular country is going to be informed by the culture of that country. And sometimes the first enemies that they try to pick off, because this is a technique of fascism, is to concentrate on like try to find the most hated group and go after them. I don't think that the American alt-right was particularly doing that, and I think that's a big reason that it was it was more easy to solidify support against the alt-right because in Charlottesville they were so mask off in their anti-Semitism. When Americans see brazen anti-Semitism like that, somebody with a tiki torch and a MAGA hat chanting about Jews, right? We recognize that as fascism. But when we see the same person saying we got to protect our borders, against immigrants from Mexico, from Central and South America, we have more trouble identifying that as fascism because in our book, in our storybook, fascism has a German face, has a 1930s, 1940s German face, right? So we associate it with the anti-Semitism of, the Hitler regime. I don't know, Chad. Am I overthinking? I mean, is he like? Am I dignifying just a worthless take with way too much analysis? Am I stun locking too hard? Should we just go on?
Really, it was just attacking people that people perceived as white supremacists. So you already have the right that are.
So you're saying that those who oppose Charlottesville like pretended to be against anti-Semitism, but they were really just anti-white? Is that... Look, Look, and to answer your question, Valentine, I don't have a take. Like, I can't understand what Destiny's actually saying here. Like, I'm having trouble giving my take. Valentine also says screaming out from the river to the sea is fascism. Okay. Did you realize you just called Israel fascist? That's not my take. That's your take. Right? That's something that that's something that Israel does too, right? So no, I nice cell phone though. I'm just trying to figure out what he's getting at, but I don't know. I'm probably wasting too much time on this. Yeah, Vodka's bringing up, there's an infamous photo of them holding a rally in Madison Square Garden, worshiping George Washington like he's Jesus. That is a very American form of fascism. Yeah, I mean, like it's a cliche at this point, right? But it's been said that when, fascism comes to America, it's not going to come with a swastika and lederhosen. It's going to come with a wrapped in an American flag and holding a Bible, right? And I mean, just look at Project 2025.
That on the left, people may use Israel as a way to, as a cudgel to bash Western societies and use it as a proxy to attack what they see as the forces of colonialism and imperialism. They're not really talking about Israel. They're using it as a tool to wedge up their fantasies through.
Yeah, unwittingly, the only thing I've seen that Destiny's done here is kind of pointed out the the agreement between the forces of Charlottesville and the state of Israel.
But now you're in a weird spot where the right is already primed, the far right is already primed to hate Israel for deeply anti-Semitic reasons, and now the left is primed to hate them for anti-colonial reasons or whatever far left, socialist, communist, anti-oppressor.
Socialist, communist. Wow. Dude does not know what he's talking about. It's just a mishmash of people that disagree with you, Destiny. Look, yeah, opposing Israel for anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist reasons makes sense. Opposing Israel because you are a communist doesn't make sense. That's not the issue. That's like, what, communism? How the fuck is bro bringing communism into this? What is this have fucking... I don't know, Destiny.
That type of stuff. So
yeah, socialism has lost. Yeah, socialism is when Hassan. Exactly, Vodka.
In the world online today, when you say, like, well, if you want to be contrarian, where do you go? Well, all of the extremists are pretty united right now in their hatred for Israel. So I'm considered...
Extremists of the world, unite.
Yeah, I'm considered a contrarian, but the people call me a contrarian because, like, I'm an institution.
Well, ironically enough, the extremists of the world, that you just brought up were the assholes at Charlottesville. And, we're talking about... we're also talking about the extremism of Israel, and there is like a handshake there. Like I talked about before, one of the easiest ways for an anti-Semite, Elon Musk being a prime example, to kind of like launder their anti-Semitism is to couch it in support of Israel. And there is an agreement there, right? There are, a lot of the same enemies between, alt-right fascists in the United States and, whatever you want to call this movement in Israel.
Like State Department.
I mean, Zionism.
Puppet. That's what people will say. Like,
I just State Department puppet.
Yeah,
why do they
say,
call you a State Department puppet?
Because I tend to align with like U.S. foreign policy on a lot of things. I tend to align with like the FDA or the NIH, like our institutions in the United States. I think are important. So that's like my being a contrarian is usually just like saying that I don't think like the vaccine will kill you, or I don't think that supporting Israel is a bad idea. Like those types of statements are they are online in my space. Those are in my spaces. Yeah.
You say within this space, okay, the far right, the far left are all ganging up on Israel, and one of the words that I noticed you've taken particular issue with, it really sets off your rage and you attack, is when people use the term genocidal to attack Israel. And we've got here just a tweet, one of the many you've been very active on social media.
The Twitter ambush.
No offense, someone is writing to you, but I don't think there's any innocent Israeli citizen.
Every commie is against Israel. Do you think that communists oppose Israel on the grounds of like working class solidarity? Is that what you think? Do you think that Israel, more than any other country, like represents the ideals of capitalism? It's incoherent, Valentine. What about your takes and how vapid they are?
I'm tired of tiptoeing around that subject and pretending like there's some kind of mythical exception to whom I owe some reverence or obeisance.
Yeah.
So you quote tweeted this, saying what?
The issue is that people speak in circles sometimes around concepts relating to genocide or what they want the final state of Israel and Palestine to look like. And what they'll do is they put all the tools down for what I would say is an inevitable genocide, but they won't actually own the conclusion. So they'll say something along the lines of like, I think that oppressed people have a right to fight against their oppressors. I think that every single Israeli citizen is a colonialist or a settler. Like when people say settler in the West, they're not always, or well, in Palestine even sometimes, they're not just talking about settlers living in the West Bank, they're talking about every single Israeli citizen. And they'll say all of these words, and then like when October 7th happens, they'll say, well, this is the language of the oppressed, these people are fighting against, these people are fighting against their oppressors. And then they'll say, well, but a one-state solution should happen.
Look, let's be real, right? Okay, Christians, Jews, and Muslims have lived in the geographical area that is Israel and Palestine for years and years, and continue to live there, right? So in that sense, no, like not every Jewish person in Israel is a settler colonialist. That being said, we do have to acknowledge the settler colonialist project of Zionism. It is like, I don't think it's that much more complicated, but it is slightly more complicated than the way that Destiny is portraying it. But yeah, one possible solution is a singular secular state that has one person, one vote, but that also upholds the rights of every minority group within it. That's what ironically enough, the ideals of the United States, not that the United States terribly, particularly lives up to this ideal all the time, is one solution, right? Another solution, the two-state solution, is something that Netanyahu brags about having prevented.
Happen and everybody should have one voice and one vote. And it's like, okay, but when you've said all these other things and you've laid out all these tools, if they were to start some sort of oppressive movement, if it was pogroms, if it was genocidal actions, you would defend it. So you've given them all the tools to do the genocide and you've justified it. And then if it were to happen, you're not going to intervene. You didn't in Syria, you didn't in Yemen, you didn't in in Sudan, in any other place. So why?
So what you've got is oppression on one side being justified by the potential of oppression from the other side, should that boot heel be lifted. Destiny, how the fuck are you any better than Vosh? Like, look, I mean, he's not any better than Vosh, right? He's the reason that Vosh sucks as bad as he does, right? But on this issue, like, again, this is usually Vosh's issue. This is usually Vosh's falling down, right? This is some of the worst part of Vosh's rhetoric, is defense of oppression based on the concept, the possibility that were the shoe to be on the other foot, right? In a situation where there's a huge power imbalance, like were that power imbalance to be removed, maybe that would facilitate oppression to go on the other side. And so then it comes to this is Vosh's white guilt and what he does with it, and why I say it's actually worse than like what somebody like Nancy Pelosi does with her white guilt, right? We can all agree that Nancy Pelosi is cringe as fuck in her expression of white guilt, but then when you look at Vosh's white guilt, it somehow manages to be even worse, right? His white guilt manifests as fear of reverse racism on the shallow end of the swimming pool, and white genocide at the deep end of the swimming pool. And here you go with Destiny proving, where Vosh gets his bad takes from. There we go. I don't know. I legitimately want to give one of these two credit for being slightly better if I can find it, right? I try to always do that. I'm not trying to paint like I'm not trying to paint with too broad a brush and just, you know, cast aspersions at people, you know, without reflexively, right? But time after time again, I'm disappointed by both of them.
Why would Israel expect you to intervene here? That's typically my issue with that line of
Interesting. No, that's a fascinating point because you have people saying, you know, Israel, the Israelis are evil and they murder babies and they're colonialists and they have no right to be there.
Wait, who was accused of beheading babies? Oh, was it Israel or was it someone else? Come on, look, it becomes a cliche. It becomes a cliche. Every accusation is a confession, including accusations of accusations. Jesus.
Okay, but what is the solution?
Yeah, this is grim, bad lefty. This is fucking grim.
Okay, but we think there should be a one-state solution and put them at the mercy of whatever Islamic Caliphate regime the Palestinians decide to set up. And then, okay, well, are the Jews going to be safe in that? And then they go, well,
these fan bases operate as MLMs. It is really grim, yeah.
Problem. We're like, well, it is our problem, and that's why we support Zionism, because we think Jews should be able to
I think it's
themselves.
even a little bit worse than the not my problem, because when you push people on these types of things, it usually starts with, it'll basically be like, Hamas didn't do this, show me proof, you show them proof, oh, well, that was faked by the IDF, and then you show it, well, it wasn't. It's like, okay, well, they deserved it anyway. And it's always that last one, it's like, well, they've been fighting against their oppressors since 48, and well, why is it that in 2024, 2025, why can't they continue to fight against their oppressors, but now democratically or through, you know, pogroms or whatever else? I think
pogroms. Palestinian pogroms against Jewish people. That is what Destiny is talking about in a situation of ethnic cleansing in Gaza. What do you want to call what's going on in Gaza, Destiny? You're worried about pogroms? Jesus fucking Christ. The Palestinians have never been against Jewish people living alongside them. Yeah, like I said earlier, you know, this has been going on for millennia, right? Only Zionists have wanted to exclude and oppress.
justifications are very scary and bad there, and yeah.
And it's really baffling that you have this level of cognitive dissonance on the far left as well. I mean, we're familiar with it on the far right, and you've been very critical as well of the way that, you know, among certain elements of the far right, facts are denied, right, if it doesn't meet their particular narrative. But you're seeing this on the far left as well, where they're confronted with evidence of how evil Hamas is. That
again, this language of good and evil, I don't think helps. All right. If your narrative is like the children of light and the children of darkness, you're speaking the language of fascism. It's not about that. It's about humanity. And it's about fighting to preserve humanity. So disappointing to have this taken into movie logic. That's what this is. Good guys and bad guys. Come on, we're living in the real world. Let's talk about what's really happening. Let's have a little bit of look, I know this makes me sound like a fucking foaming at the mouth commie, but let's have just a little bit of material analysis here. Let's actually talk about what is going on in Gaza right now, instead of this fucking head trip into the evil of Hamas and like, oh my god, like if you want to draw your distinction between yourself and the likes of like Netanyahu, don't cast your opponents as Amalek. God damn.
That you know, Hamas would gladly come for them and murder them if it got their hands on it, and that point just doesn't sink in, and they can't accept it. I mean, we have here a clip from Brianna Joy Gray, from a former aide on the Bernie Sanders.
We got to shit on Brianna Joy. Listen. Before I say this, you can shit on Brianna Joy Gray now, right? We do have something to shit on Brianna Joy Gray for. Unfortunately, she appeared with Candace Owens today. I don't know what the story is behind that. I haven't watched that content yet, but yeah. I was kind of afraid of this. It's like my worst fear. You know, I mean, like, she was based in this conversation. She was right in this conversation I would be like, if I was her, I would be really careful to draw a distinction between my own viewpoint and that of Candace. I don't know, maybe she'll argue with Candace. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen the content yet, but I just like, I don't see any good reason for wanting to be on Candace Owens today. Yeah. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. Oh, you had an operation today? How are you feeling, Shakespeare?
Campaign, who's really become one of the most vicious voices against
Yeah, the new bad faith co-host. No, 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 please no, please no.
Israel.
When Hamas is talking about eliminating Israel, it's talking about not killing all of the Jews. It's about eliminating the idea.
Okay.
It's about
leave it there. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there.
It's about. Let me just finish, sir. Can I just finish the sentence? It's about eliminating the idea of a Jewish state, ending a Jewish state, ending an ethno-national state, and having a state more like what we have in the United States of America.
If I can just
He
respond to
can
that.
only burst into laughter because it's really the most extreme form of West-splaining to say, Hamas is telling you
West-splaining
exactly what it wants, but I'm going to say, no, that's not actually what they mean.
You're talking to Destiny, bro. What are you talking about? West-splaining. Come on.
Hamas wants to destroy the idea of whatever. Hamas is like, no, 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 we literally mean we want to kill them. But you're saying, but look, you're giving them the tools, you're giving them the justification, so that if they ever got their hands on the rest of the Jews, they would be able.
If they ever got their hands on, this is Voshian. This is fucking Voshian. This is fear of retribution type shit that's going on here. Oh my God. Let's see where our poll is at right now. Oh, it got closer. Look, Blair White is creeping up. Blair White is creeping up. 28% of those responding in the non-short stream are voting for Blair White. 32% for the Daily Wire, Real Women, Pink Razor. 22% for RFK and Pierce, and only 18% for Jake and Logan Paul and Trump. Over on, ooh, it's gotten, whoa, look at this. It's kind of moving together. It's almost like people have realized that you can vote in both polls. It's almost like people have realized that if you're watching on shorts, you can cross over and vote in the non-short stream. And if you're watching on non-shorts, you can cross over and vote in the short stream because they're so similar. They're not exact, but they're very similar now. So yeah, Blair White holding up second position in the shorts poll as well. Jake and Logan Paul actually in third place, and RFK Jr. down on the bottom rung with 16%. Almost identical places, right? So when we add the, let's see. When we add the numbers up, it looks like we've got, we got Vox Populi running stronger than any particular piece of content right now. So at present, the donations are not affecting the polls. So that is, in fact, a lead for the Daily Wire, but not nearly as commanding as it was earlier on. Blair White is making a comeback, mounting some sort of comeback. But that comeback may not matter. We are at 24% out of 100%. And we are, I don't know, 20 minutes from the end, the natural end of the stream. So we may not have, I may not have to do any math today. I may just be able to end the stream at that point. But if you want to see another segment, if you want to see one of these topics, whether it be Blair White, Jake and Logan Paul, RFK Jr., or Blair White going to Pride, you can donate. And when you donate, let me know which piece of content you're in favor of, and I will add 1% for each US dollar to that topic, right? And you could also say Vox Populi if you like people so far today are just you want what wins in the poll to win, right? The Vox Populi is like the anti-influencer, the anti-influence choice, right? It just takes everything, down to zero, and that's what it's doing right now. So right now we have zero effect from the donations on the outcome. So whatever wins at this point would win naturally. And chat, even if we don't hit the dono goals, I do take your votes into mind. I do take those, as far as informing me on what topics you are interested in. And they will definitely be back in another poll. even if they don't win today, and possibly even just be covered by me in future streams, as a first segment, right? So it's always worth it, worth your while to vote. It's always important to support the stream, and this is
able to kill them because of the ideological infrastructure that you've given them. Like, why do they not see this?
That's a very deep question. There's a lot of, I mean, we could speak at length for any number of these things, but it's like I said in the opening of this, Israel-Palestine is just the perfect confluence of so many different things that gives people interest for dumb reasons. Like I said, you've got, Brianna just tweeted, this might have been a...
So wait, is that what he was trying to say earlier? Like there was something gross he said earlier. It was like the perfect topic because you got, colonialism and anti-colonialism. You got, this and that. You got imperialism versus resistance, right? It's kind of what he was trying to say. So that was him trying to say that, oh my God. This is what bothers me maybe more than anything about debate content in general, is the separation between the content, which is what this is to these people, which is what this is to debate lords, and the reality of the situation, and the fact that almost probably, maybe even more than 40,000 people at this point have lost their lives in this conflict. Not to mention the immiseration of the people in Gaza. This is
around October, where somebody made a comment about dark-skinned people in the Middle East being discriminated against. It was something like that. And the way that she quote tweeted that and made a joke, she made it sound like she thought that the majority of Jews in Israel were light-skinned.
Okay, so this is a misperception that exists on both sides. This is a common misperception. I can say amongst Americans, probably in other places as well, right? That the sort of the conceit of Israel as a Western state, backed up by Joe Biden, backed up by rhetoric like Joe Biden saying if Israel didn't exist, the United States and, therefore the West would have to invent it, right? Kind of erasing the actual nature of the people living there, right? And erasing the identities of
European Jews. That was her impression.
Right.
So it's just, this is just like the perfect.
But you can't put that on, pro-Palestinian factions when that's your chat too, Stephen. That's DGG. That's America, right? That misperception is really fucking common and reinforced every single day.
Ground for all the narratives that people love to fight over, the colonizers, the oppressed, the oppressors, like all of that. And you can fight with these stories without ever actually engaging with any of the facts. So I think that's where a lot of the opinions come from. Because once you get into like the actual facts, it becomes hard to defend a lot of any of the opinions that are given. Yeah.
Of course, but when you find yourself arguing in these spaces, do you find you're able to shift the needle at all, or people on both extremes are simply impervious to the facts and nothing is going to shift them?
It's, I think I've shifted the needle I think with my fan base, with other people that I argue with. I think that there are a certain amount of people that can be beaten over the head with facts. But I think at the end of the day, it's important to remember that people are driven by stories and narratives. These are the things that empower people to run for office, to go to a protest, to whatever. Like nobody reads a stat where they're like, oh my God, like 32% of blah, blah, blah are oppressed by the police. Like I'm gonna go protest. It's usually like a friend of mine had a bad experience with a cop, or I watched, that officer Chauvin sit on George Floyd's neck for 9+ minutes. Like these are the things that drive people. So, Israel can publish a statement saying like, oh, well, we found 4 documents from Hamas and they engaged in this level of.
I mean, you can see what he's used to dealing with, right? You can see, like I said, the whole art of debate is to load yourself up with facts, with factoids, I'll even say, right? Because, facts imply some relation to the material, conditions on the ground, right? It's more like factoids. It's more like, statistics and stuff like that, right? And the whole art is like having these statistics, having these factoids like at hand to be able to fire off at each other like bullets. And it's such a surreal treatment of real world situation, especially when the real world situation is tens of thousands of people dead.
Horrible activity. 1,000 collaborators were killed in the Second Intifada, blah, blah, blah.
None
But
of our
Hamas,
spokespeople speak with that squeaky voice.
no, I understand, sure. I'm hyperbolizing a bit, but Hamas has the babies that they're shaking, the beheaded baby or the exploded babies and everything that they're shaking in the.
Hamas has the beheaded oh, Freudian slip. Mr. Borelli, who trotted out the beheaded babies? Who trotted out the beheaded babies? Was that pro-Palestinian college students that did that? No, somebody else. It'll come to me. It'll come to me in a second.
Camps, and they've got the video footage of people getting blown up and killed and hungry, and that fighting against that, you can't fight against that with speeches on TV screens from generals or from spokespeople. Just people's brains will instantly see the Palestinian side to be more sympathetic.
And that means that Israel is really fighting with its hands behind its back. First of all, because we're glad that there isn't as much suffering on our side as there is on the other side. We're trying to minimize that suffering, but we're definitely not going to create more suffering. We're trying to minimize on our own side as much defense as possible. And that means we have fewer horrific images, although October 7th has given us a lifetime supply of horrific images that, you know, are going to scar us for life. But it's just impossible to fight against the images and help people understand why this is happening, that Hamas declared war. Hamas is deciding to fight this war.
Yeah, he got lost in his contrarian maze, didn't he?
From inside an urban terrain. And Hamas designed the battlefield in order to raise the cost on their own side and present Israel with two unpalatable choices. Fight Hamas, the costs being what they are, or don't, and accept defeat and accept that a terrorist organization can invade your territory, rape your women, abduct your babies, and it's game over.
I mean, I agree on a factual level. It's just finding the. I mean, I do debate in conversation, so for me, I'm just thinking of the rhetorical points. But like when you're like in my opinion, I'm only saying this as a guy that debates. I'm sure there are different concerns that a state has, but like every single conversation where anybody speaking from an Israeli point of view that's talking about aid getting into Gaza, that's talking about humanitarian or safe zones being set up, the first question that always needs to come out of an Israeli's mouth is, why doesn't Hamas help to set any of these areas up? Why is Hamas bombing the crossings? Why do they shoot rockets at the pier? Like that has to be the very first question, because
And
the fact
drives
that,
me mad that Israel is continuing to provide aid into the Gaza Strip. It's going up month by month by month. Even as Hamas continues shooting rockets at the crossings.
There's still rockets that are coming out of Rafah.
Israel lost 4 soldiers because of persistent rocket attacks on the Kerem Shalom crossing, and Israel's the only country that is expected to operate aid crossings into enemy-controlled territory as those crossings are coming under.
What is bro talking about? This doesn't make any sense. Israel's the only nation that's supposed to abide by human rights, guidelines. No, this is like
under attack, and it's our people who have to operate them, not
and then
nice
there's even more,
humanitarian suites.
and there's even like liability for doing so.
And like I said, for a long time, Israel has coasted on this narrative of like the good guys, Israel, and the terrorists, right? And that's allowed them to kind of be an exception. That's not the media environment that we're living in now, and mainly because of the actions of Israel, things are different.
Right, like Israel is simultaneously.
And look, there's so much. Like I don't know, with something like Alon Levy, like I would assume that they the part that they're leaving out, right, as far as Israelis actually disrupting in any sort of aid entry into Gaza, right? I assume that he knows that he's leaving that out, but I also know that it is a media echo chamber in Israel to some degree.
Not helping any of the aid getting in, but then they're also sending armed people with.
It's
the allegation. The allegations are not helping, but then there's also like Israeli soldiers that are going with. They call it the Flower Massacre, right? The road going north into Gaza, right? But there were obviously there was IDF trying to help aid get to some areas. So you're somehow catching all the negatives of like everything of not helping aid get in, or weaponizing aid, or
cutting off water, cutting off power, cutting off aid, cutting off food. Talking about putting the Palestinians on a diet, and that's before October 7th.
you know, like blowing up cities, but also not going after any of the terrorists or wanting to fund Hamas and keep them there while also trying to, like, Israel just seems to somehow catch the negative part of every single story. That things that should be contradictory. It's like in the United States, when people will talk about immigrants that are too lazy to do anything and just collect welfare, but they're also stealing all the jobs at the same time. It's like,
Right.
how are both of these?
Bro's just denying everything, yeah.
And that seems to be the story of every single part of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict,
'Cause you're
where you
fighting
guys
against
managed
this
to collect.
cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I joked the other day that, like, when it comes to creating propaganda, like when the initial October 7th attacks happened, like it's sad to say, it's tragic to say, but like one of the worst things that happened were the Zaka volunteers that were trying to find bodies and bury them immediately.
Yeah.
And you didn't get that really tragic, horrible footage. You did from some people that managed to take footage, but the most effective piece of it.
Are you saying Zaka's not not effective at their propaganda? If you don't know Zaka, you know, we're talking about like the authors of some of the most grotesque propaganda that's been promulgated on to the world, like, you know, things that now debunked narratives like the 40 beheaded babies. The thing that Destiny accidentally brought up and tried to accuse Hamas of, right? That is actually like probably the most famous you know, now debunked example of Hasbara.
Israeli propaganda that was made for this war came from Hamas, and it was them capturing the video footage of the girl going into the town on the back of the truck. That was, yeah, and that was their video. There's so
Shakespeare, that's literally what he's saying. He's saying that Zaka failed to do propaganda.
much better at it that they even unintentionally make better propaganda for you guys.
There has never been a terrorist attack or a massacre that has been so extensively documented by the people who perpetrated it, and they provided us the images from their GoPros as well.
Can I ask a question? Because I've been told that...
Normally I ask, but go for it.
Yeah, well, because I've been told that, isn't there a 40-minute video that was prepared for Knesset members and for Israel that had to do with extensively documenting everything on October 7th? Isn't that...
At the beginning.
Okay, now this part's wild. This part's wild. This part's... Get ready for this, okay?
Beginning of the war, there was around a 45-minute video.
Yeah.
So-called highlights reel of the
Why is that private?
There were several reasons. First of all, these are people's children.
I understand.
And there are specific clips that the families didn't want to be shared. I'll tell you, most of it is online. Most of it is online, but it's not all in one reel. And Israel has actually launched a website that isn't available in Israel for privacy reasons. It is internationally where you can see the footage. But there's also something within the Israeli spirit that feels that it's deeply distasteful to parade this like atrocity porn for the world to see when people are going...
Okay, so no, what we're talking about here is a dossier of sorts, right? And I say dossier because it kind of does, you know, it's reminiscent of a lot of stuff that I've seen online, and as far as people trying to manage the PR of situations, right? And it is and I also call it a dossier because instead of it being just made public and you know, shared widely, it's shared selectively. It's shared, you know, to the right audience, right? In other words, it's something that they don't want facing any scrutiny. They want to be able to use this selectively when they can, maybe with like friendly politicians in the US, politicians that are already on, you know, their side, or, you know, show it in college campuses or wherever. They don't want other people to have access to this, right? Because then it's under the light of scrutiny rather than just being this sort of dossier that they can trot out where it's effective, right? I mean, this is for all that for all of the narrative that Israel is falling down at PR and Israel is unable to deal with the modern digital information age, right? This is a very tech savvy strategy that they're using. This is a very online strategy, I'll say, right?
To deny it, excuse it, make fun of it anyway. And they decided the most effective way to leverage this awful material is to show it to parliamentarians, show it to journalists, screen it on college campuses wherever people want to do it, but we're not going to release a 40-minute snuff video of bodies reduced to a charcoal. And I watched it at the beginning of the war, and it was absolutely horrific.
And I'm sympathetic towards that. Yeah. And then that might even be the right decision in terms of your own integrity and dignity. Yeah, I understand that. But man, you got to understand that on the Israeli side, then the goal is to keep all of that private, whereas on the Palestinian side, you'll have a mother and father watch their.
I don't think they're keeping it private. They're using it. You just described how they're using it. They're using it, but they're using it selectively in a way to minimize the scrutiny of this 40-minute video.
14-year-old boy walk forward and taunt an IDF soldier and get shot, and then they will come forward and cry for him, like all captured on i14 Pro, like XS, like in 4K footage.
Yeah, that's right. These Palestinians and their amazing phones.
You're fighting a really uphill battle propaganda-wise there, if that's the standards that are being used on both sides. I'm laughing, but I mean, like it's tragic on.
That's the problem, that Israelis just did not have the latest iPhones, right? Like the Palestinians just always with the latest tech and stuff like that, and Israel's like, it just doesn't understand the modern media age.
Multiple levels, and it's very difficult to fight. I'm sympathetic towards the struggle, but yeah.
Yeah. Look, tell me, this is your first time in Israel. I hope it's not going to be your last time. What are your first impressions about what's different about the country from what you thought you were flying into?
I don't know. I've only been here for 4 or 5 days. I thought it was going to be a lot more dangerous than.
Right.
Yeah, because I've always been told like crazy things. I will say the amount of construction here on your roads coming south back into Tel Aviv was probably some of the most horrific things I've ever experienced in my life. I would say
it's funny you say you thought it was more dangerous, because I remember the night when we were told that Iran had launched ballistic and cruise missiles and they were on their way. And everything was perfectly calm in the streets and people were still at bars and whatever. And I, bought a couple of extra water bottles just in case. But if you ask people, wait, why aren't you running and going to your shelters? They're like, but they said the missiles aren't going to come for another 6 hours. They're like, Israelis have learned how to find pockets of normality, even when they're literally under fire. But okay, that's the first impression.
Yeah. I'll also say that I think surprisingly, even to some of the more right-wing people I've spoken to, I don't know why they're not propagandized more, why don't use the propaganda more. You have 2 million Arab Israelis that live in this country that contribute, that didn't do a third intifada, that, I spent a whole day in Kfar Qasim at the marketplace and everything else. And like I had been told by other, I won't say Israelis, I'll say Jewish people, that coming to some of these Arab majority cities would be an incredibly dangerous thing. I don't have that feeling at all.
Inside Israel?
Yeah, even inside Israel, somebody like, oh, you gotta be careful where you go. And yeah, the Arab citizens of this country seem to be amazing people. And even people in the West Bank, again, I've heard like crazy things, and I've got more, man, don't play this interview if I end up dying over there in a week or two, but.
God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid. Yeah, but just what I hear in terms of people crossing, we were at the Hostage Square earlier listening to a lady that would talk about driving in and hanging out with people in Gaza prior to 2005.
Yeah.
Where she would go shopping, she would go to the beach, she'd talk to people there. And yeah, the impression overseas, the impression that I have is that like even in Israel, that like a Jew and an Arab look at each other and it's like a whoof, like two feral cats eyeing each other at the end of the street. And like the West Bank is just like a murder zone and the Gaza Strip is like a destroyed zone. And it's not really that chaotic or catastrophic.
No, of course not. You can't look at your doctor and nurses and taxi drivers and whatever with that level of suspicion, because they're part of Israeli society. And I was telling you just yesterday about the amazing heartwarming moment I had getting in a taxi from an interview a while ago, and the driver told me, Arab Muslim taxi driver from East Jerusalem, that he saved 2 girls at the Nova Festival because he was their taxi driver, and he managed to get them out at 6:40 as he saw the paragliders coming in. And he's telling me with pride, if I die tomorrow, if Allah takes me tomorrow, I'm going to be proud that I saved 2 girls from the Nova Festival. And it's interesting you said that Israel needs to make a better point of reminding them that yes, there are 2 million Arabs here who are equal members in our society, treasured members of our society.
Equal members in a society that is a, religiously based state.
And the reality is a lot more complicated. Finally, you're getting
like, would we be equal members in a society? Let's. Oh my God, Chad, I don't want to give anybody nightmares or anything like that. But like, the Republicans do get their way. The Supreme Court, declares this theocracy, declares like America as a Christian nation. Do you think that you not being Christian would be an equal member in that society? Is that a real? Yeah, with a huge asterisk. They were driving a taxi in the middle of the desert. I don't know. I mean, it's just more, anecdotes. It doesn't sound like and then everyone clapped. Doesn't sound like a real story, says Zara. It's a desert taxi. Wait, Alon Levy lives in East Jerusalem.
Any pushback for visiting Israel? What are you seeing online?
Yeah, I mean, because I fight with so many pro-Palestinians, the impression is that I'm basically a paid-for Mossad shill. So people think that this is a fun.
Look, a real impression is that if you were not seen as a ally to Israel, in the social media war, you would not be in Israel right now. You would not, like, if there was any perceived like hostility or scrutiny even from you, if you weren't as full-throated of a supporter as you were, you would not be allowed to enter the country.
Trip.
But for the record, Mossad is not giving you any money for.
I can't.
Oh, the taxi driver lives in East Jerusalem.
Think about that.
You can't speak about that. If
I'm
you said
just
you had
kidding.
to
No,
go-
I'm just kidding. No, I'm not getting any money.
Okay.
Jesus.
No.
No.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much
much.
for coming on State of a Nation. That is not our longest podcast, but definitely holds the record for most words per episode. We're both speaking a million miles an hour. Stephen, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So chat, I need to pee really bad. Do I have this other? There it is.
Hello, and today on Minute Podcast, Al Mashmaut, we have Yuval Goldschmidt, who arranged this interview, and Destiny. Hi.
Hello.
It's your first time in Israel, and I wanted to know what surprised you in your visit. What did you expect?
I need to pee super bad. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna listen to it while I'm in while I'm taking care of business, and I'll be right back.
And what did you see?
I'd say immediately, probably one of the things I most expected was for this place to be explosions everywhere. And I guess the explosions are only happening in the north and around the Gaza Strip right now. So
only,
yeah, less than I expected. It was not in Tel Aviv that I can hear. Yeah, I guess I just overall expected it to be more violent, more of a war zone. But people here seem pretty chill, pretty happy in a lot of the different areas. So yeah.
And what about you? Like, I know that Israel is usually really calm about explosions and about things that are happening, because if we wouldn't have been, it would be terrible living here. So for you, or for like an American who comes here for the first time, you are just like in Rome, act like the Romans?
I'm just a bad person to ask for any question like that. I'm sure for a lot of people it'd be pretty crazy, but my ordinary life is pretty crazy, and it's fucking, if people want to blow bombs up, I guess it just adds to the excitement. So I spent a lot of time. One of the tours I did was around the Gaza Strip. I was at I think Kibbutz Azah, and then I went to the Nova Festival area, and the explosions are really loud down there. My friend went up to, I don't remember the name of the city, but he was on basically the border of.
Sounds like he's talking about Lonerbox.
Border of Lebanon.
Yeah, chat. That was either the quickest pee ever, or my roommates in the shower blasting music for I don't know how long.
So, yeah, a lot of booms, at least around the Gaza Strip. Yeah.
On the debate from January against Ben Shapiro, you said that to judge
against Ben Shapiro, as if
the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from an American perspective would be wrong.
Loser is different going around on a Hasbro tour. Wait, you mean Lonerbox? That's who he's talking about, right? I came back in the oh my god. I hope I can hold the pee. I hope I can hold the pee, chat. I'm just like, this is this is living with roommates. This is reality here. Piss jail for NCC. Yeah, exactly.
Wrong. Could you explain why to judge it from like to judge
a lot of booms, at least around the Gaza Strip. Yeah.
On the debate from January against Ben Shapiro, you said that
as if I mean this guy does it. This guy loves Ben Shapiro. What are you talking about?
To judge
debate against Ben Shapiro.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict from an American perspective would be wrong. Could you explain why to judge it from like this kind of a big and influential country like the US would be not as good as from the Israeli or from the Palestinian perspective?
I think that different societies are at different stages of.
I mean, look, this isn't. Oh my God! Not Morning Joe.
American flag upside down.
No. What are we doing?
Officially.
Oh my God, no!
Still the capital,
I'm so
Virginia?
screwed up.
Destiny clowning.
No.
Jonathan Lemire officially.
Oh my God, this is like my least favorite show.
Be
Hey, does Morning Joe
wrong.
have an AI filter on him? Like, he looks fake as fuck. Anyway, it doesn't matter, chat. We're not watching Morning Joe. We are. What is that even? Oh, it's the it's NBC's like super mix of the Justice Alito controversy. We didn't cover that, but I kind of wanted to, right? There's some really funny stuff with the I at least want to listen to the audio from Justice Alito and his wife talking to who they thought was a conservative supporter of their, you know, of Alito's right-wing judicial agenda, and in which there's some shit there. There's some shit there.
Could you explain why to judge it
I
from?
think I heard a noise though, and it sounded like the bathroom door opening. Hopefully that's what it was. Let me see if I can pee now. I'm gonna listen on my headphones, so I'm not gonna miss anything. And if there anything comes up, I will speak to it shortly when I come back.
Like
with an empty bladder.
This kind of a big and influential country like the US would be not as good as from the Israeli or from the Palestinian perspective?
I think that different societies are at different stages of. It could be development, it could be conflict, it could be economies. There's like a whole different set of things that could be going on. And they could be dealing with different issues in the past that might make them look at something in a particular way. And to take your particular history and then to look at your particular place and time, and then to project that lens and try to do the same analysis from other people, from your perspective, is just wholly inappropriate. A really good example of this in the Ukrainian-Russian war, or really for all of Eastern Europe. We've got a lot of people in the West who are very favorable towards communism and socialism, and maybe even in Western Europe, you've got students that are favorable towards that. People in Eastern Europe are not generally favorable towards that for a variety of reasons. Their histories are a lot worse with the Soviet Union. I know in Ukraine, they have a guy that they had considered a pretty heroic figure. I think it's Stepan Bandera. And obviously this guy, for periods of history, worked with the Nazis. And so in the West, we're like, oh, he's an automatic bad guy. And it's like, well, he was helping them fight the Soviets. It's like, well, that makes it even worse. The Soviets were communists. They were amazing. And well, no, not everybody feels that way, especially if you were forcibly incorporated into the Soviet Union with Russia. It doesn't feel the same way. And it's the same thing here, too. Like I was traveling with a friend. It was so funny. My camera guy asks me, he's like, if I see a black person here, can I ask them like where they're from? And that's such an American thing, because like it's saying.
Yeah, but why not?
Well, to say to a person like, well, where are you from is like an otherizing thing, and we consider it a microaggression. It sounds like I'm being sarcastic. I really do agree with this stuff. You shouldn't do that. I think in America, I think it's kind of a weird thing to do. But in other parts of the world, depending on like the people and the sensibilities and everything, it's not a bad thing at all.
Do you use the word Arabs in America?
No, that was a thing too that I had to break away from, because even studying the history, like saying Arabs it just feels racist. Right. It feels racist to say Arab. It feels racist to say Jews. It's just you just don't usually say those words. Right. You know, people of Judaism, maybe. No, you don't say that. But yeah, and these are like very surface level things. There are deeper level things too that are just far, far, far different. Yeah.
You're a big spokesman of Biden, and I want to ask, who do you think is better for Israel, Biden or Trump?
It's not really a matter of who's better for Israel. It's a matter of who's better for which Israeli. If you're, a strong Smotrich or Ben Gvir supporter, I don't know if you'd like Biden that much. I don't know where you guys stand politically, but I imagine that Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem and recognizing that, Trump supporting Netanyahu, I think in 2018 when he talked about defunding UNRWA and moving the money over to the UNHCR.
Oh my God! So we finally do have a discussion of Trump, which was kind of what I was sort of hoping that he would. There was something that when Alon Levy was talking about the Abraham Accords, this being a Trumpian, diplomatic initiative. I was kind of hoping that they would get into that. Obviously they did not. Also, yeah, what he just said about, you don't say a Jew in the United States. You don't say an Arab because it sounds racist. There's a reason for that, right? When there's such an entrenched history of racism associated with the discussion of different of a group, then yeah, it becomes like it takes on that pejorative flavor, right? That's not the fucking political correctness in the United States going too far. That is the United States' history of racism and turning words that should be neutral into pejoratives. He says, you don't ask like a black person or like where they're from. I mean, look, it's confusing what he's trying to talk about there. I did have a friend though, who grew up in Minnesota, right? She's like, she's Indian, but she was born and raised in Minnesota. Never, been to, lived in the same small town basically. And she would always get this question of like, where are you from? And the answer was here. And everybody that she grew up with never had to answer that question, never got that question of like, where are you fucking from, right? And they wouldn't believe it. Like, I'm from right here. This is my home. This is where I was born. This is where I was raised. I mean, that's the kind of discussion of, of like, where are you from? And the sort of, the issues behind this. But yeah, I don't know if Destiny wants to portray this as America being overly politically correct. I don't think that's actually the problem. I feel like the United States has a bigger problem with racism than they do with political correctness or whatever he's trying to sell here. Judge approved the liquidation of Alex Jones' assets. Yo, what about his social media accounts? That's what we were reading about yesterday. That was what was in question, right? They're going after his Twitter account, right? Elon gave him back his Twitter account, but the victims of people of Judaism, right? Shakespeare, goddamn. I mean, look, there's a reason that you have to say Jewish people to distinguish yourself from the legions of anti-Semites, using the word Jew in a dehumanizing way. Unfortunately, but this is all due to the racism of the country. It's not. Does Destiny? So now Destiny is arguing the same thing as as Alexander Dugin. Did I miss that part? Oh, also Omega Star. I just noticed that. Thank you for the gift memberships. Looks like Mr. Garrick, Adbin, a fake name, bunch of numbers, Juicy, and Ultra Color. You just got weaseled. And Omega Star picks Logan Paul. Let me add that to the kitty. So that is 5 gifted membership. That puts us up to 74% out of 100. It is now in reach. Thank you, Omega Star. And I will also add, let's see if I can do the math really quick. I will add 15% to Jake and Logan Paul, which does overcome Vox Populi, right? And, I usually don't add everything up until the very end when we're actually deciding what we're going to watch or whether we're going to get a second segment. But that it looks like that puts Jake and Logan Paul in contention. If I look at both of the polls, yeah, look at that. Yeah, it puts Jake and Logan Paul within like 5 points of the Daily Wire Real Woman Razor ad, which is it puts it into second place. There we go. I think I can. What does it? Yo, it's up there with Blair White. I can't tell. Is it in second place? It's in second place in one poll. It's almost in second place in the other poll. It's tied for second. There we go. Okay, so Jake and Logan Paul tied for second. If I add, wait, what? No, I'm not doing this right, am I? No, wait. Is it in first place? I think I somehow... Yeah, it's in first place. What am I thinking? It's 15 points. That puts it above Daily Wire, Real Woman, Razor Ad. So yeah, we got a new leader, and that is Jake and Logan Paul. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Oh, I make this math so complicated. 7 point. Okay, so like, this is way too complicated, chat. The system is way too complicated. Anyway, we got 15 minus 8 because the Vox Populi is 8. So that's 7 points plus. Okay, yeah, it's in second place. Is what it is. Yep. I can safely say that it is now in second place, slightly ahead of Blair White. That is, I'm sorry, chat. I shouldn't make this so complicated.
The Abraham Accords, you probably view these very favorably. And then if you look at Biden and he's like, you guys,
My comment was yeeted? Wait.
Don't go into Rafah, and, you guys need to, chill out, 24 hours, not enough notice, give them a week, whatever, like all these types of limitations that Biden's putting on probably feel pretty shitty. If you're very far right, or if you're right, I don't know, far right, whatever.
I did hit you with that Joe Scarborough jump scare.
The more left you go, the more you probably see Biden. I spent a lot of time at the Hostage Square protests a few days ago, and those people all loved Biden, which I like because I never meet people that like Biden. So yeah, I guess it probably just depends on where you're at politically as an Israeli. I will say also one thing that I did learn that is objectively fucking terrible about this country. You guys absolutely need to up the threshold for seating Knesset parties. My fucking God. Your political system is just a nightmare. Jesus.
What do you mean? Could you...
I figure in like a coalition government, if you get 100 seats, my guess would be that your major parties are like 40 seats each, and then you got like a few smaller parties. The Likud is like, it's like 28 seats or something.
Yeah.
Your major parties are very small, and then you've got to have all this coalition building, and I don't know, I just feel like it lends...
Wait, is he serious about this, or is he just like... Is he just using this as a conversation piece? Because, like, I don't know. Look, we're weird. The United States is weird. The United States is weird. The fact that the existence of a third party in presidential politics cuts against the interest of people who would want to vote for that third party, and therefore no third party is really able to solidly exist, right? The two-party system that serves us up like election after election with choices of evils, with bad choices on either side, and you got to pick like, okay, what choice do I really want not to happen, right? I don't know. It's a weird thing for an American to say.
Yeah, but you just come from...
That's why I'm like, is he serious about this? Is he real about this?
The perspective that like first past the post should get all the votes, like in America. So in all of the other states, they don't have this
BCAT K, you got in trouble for saying P.
kind of method. So you have many...
Wow, YouTube is strict.
Many small parties. So it's totally...
Yeah, it's actually probably more normal than... Like, as far as, like, I don't know, I haven't taken a survey of the different government systems around the world, but I would say that what they've got is more normal than what the U.S. has got.
Normal.
Also, you can only choose out of 2 options, and we have
primaries.
Quite a wider options.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, we've got primaries. You can choose candidates.
We've got primaries. Yes, we have a primary right now where Jamal Bowman is losing to somebody who is getting massive influxes of money from MAGA. Yes, we've got primaries. They fucking suck. We've got primaries, and they're heavily influenced by money in politics, and not even your own side's money. The Democrats actually do this shit too, but half of the time, they'll end up supporting a candidate who's more extreme to try to give the Democrat running like a better chance, right? I mean, it's a messed up, dysfunctional political system we have. We had a situation on immigration where you've got the Trump people that want to close down the border and end any kind of asylum, and you got the Biden people who want to or the Democrats ostensibly that are against that, but then when it starts costing them points in the poll, they flip and they say, hey, that Trump thing that you wanted to do? Let's do that. Let's pass that bill. let's pass that bill, Jack. Let's close down that border. And the Republicans say, wait a minute. We didn't actually want to close down the border. We want to beat you, Joe Biden, in the presidential race. We want to put Trump in power for another 4 years. So let's not do that. And then Biden turns around and says, okay, Jack, I'm just going to executive order that shit into existence. There you go. And now we're waiting on the judicial branch of the United States government to weigh in on whether that executive order will actually stand or not. Oh my God, we have such a dysfunctional fucking system of politics. How could you, like, look, I got a lot of problems with Israeli politics. I don't like Israeli politics. I like, you know, you don't have anybody anywhere close to power that's got anywhere close to like a rational humanitarian view on this shit, right? But compare, like, I can't really dunk on them for having, you know, multiple parties or having to, you know, having like a coalition system.
Just before they get to the major elections, I guess the scariest thing.
Build that wall, Jack, exactly.
In this country is I feel like very small parties that otherwise wouldn't have that big.
You cannot have a nation without borders. Are you voting for Biden then, Stephen? Are you voting for Biden?
Big of a say.
Do I hear you saying you're supporting Biden in this next election? Are you eating that ice cream cone?
End up getting, you know, positions in the government, ministers that wield more power than I think they would. Like, I'm curious, what do you guys think? What are the percentage of the population that actually supports, you know, like Smotrich or Ben-Gvir?
How about this? You cannot have a nation that immiserates, you know, other nations in its geographic area, ruins them, fucks them up, and then refuses to accept their claims of asylum when their lives are in danger. How about that? How about that?
Exactly like the mandates that they have in the Knesset. We think that they represent, like, if they have 4 mandates, so it's about 6% of the population supports them. But, you know, the big problem in Israeli politics is not that, like, small...
Biden's already done fuck all about the razor wire and the river. So, yeah, he basically stood down to a governor. He basically... The Supreme Court, too. Like, right? The fucking Greg Abbott does whatever he fucking wants to. It might as well be its own nation. It might as well be... Texas might as well be its own fucking nation at this point.
Parties have too much power is that we have so little of small parties, because it's just like a monopoly or a cartel where you have less of the competition, so you have a monopoly. So in Israel,
we are $35 trillion in debt, mostly to ourselves.
Really, we have too little.
What does that mean when you owe yourself money?
Oh, so you think you need even more small parties?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
we have if you gain more than 3.
What does that mean when the entire world runs on your currency? Fuck all.
A bit more than 3%, so you get represented. But if you're not, so you don't.
Yeah, it's something that you have to.
Yeah, we're 30 for. Oh my God, Morning Joe! Wait, what the fuck did I just do? No. Is that an AI filter?
No,
because the Red Sox lost.
That's not real. That's not reality. We're not looking at reality. What is this filter? Chat, am I right about this? Is there an AI filter on these people?
No.
Are they upscaled? What's going on?
You're not.
You're doing it for what?
Yeah, there are pictures taken. Right? Yes, we will get.
We got upscaled boomers here. I'll go back. I pressed the wrong button again. Damn. That's MSNBC for you. Come on, let's get back to we're trying to watch Destiny here. There we go.
So you have a monopoly. So in Israeli, we have too little parties.
Oh, so you think you need even more small parties?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
we have if you gain more than 3, a bit more than 3%, so you get represented. But if you're not, so you don't.
Yeah, it's something that you have to consider while learning the theory of games. It's a branch.
Game theory, yeah.
In mathematics.
Yeah, game theory, yeah.
Yeah, game theory. So I want to hear your take about hostages and deals with Hamas. What do you think? How can we rationally look at deals with that organization?
How can you rationally look at? I think that how you look at any deal, I think that deals with Hamas are pretty simple to know what you want or don't want. I think that it's a question of first principles in terms of what should Israel's goal be for the war. Once you have that figured out, then what a ceasefire looks like should be.
And from your perspective, like you said that you should support Biden or Trump according to what's the your political view on politics, on geopolitics.
I mean, I support Biden I think that Israel should support Biden because Biden at least has a vision for the Middle East. And I think there are too many leaders that are short-sighted. When I look at people like Trump, I think that he's entirely narcissistic. He's in it for himself and for the photo ops. I think that Netanyahu is in it to hold a government together, to keep himself as the prime minister. These people don't seem to have the interest of the country in mind long term. That's the feeling that I get. But.
And again, like, is whoever's talking about the freaking the budget deficit, are you advocating, like, this sounds like this is a Biden talking point. This is a Democratic talking point, right? If you're silly enough to, like, you know, to oversimplify US fiscal policy that way, you might not realize it, but the largest drivers of the US debt are actually Republicans, starting with Reagan, starting with fucking Ronald Reagan. Now, again, this is a silly conversation to get into in the first place.
So about
because the United States budget is not like a family budget.
About deals,
but like what?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. But yeah, if you really want to oversimplify it like that, I guess we're riding with Biden in chat. Is that right, Zach Starker?
What should a final deal look like?
Are we riding with Biden?
I don't know, maybe final deal, maybe like this deal that is on the table right now with Hamas about releasing.
Are we fighting the Trump budget deficit?
Kind of terrorists who did
the Bush budget deficit, the Reagan budget deficit.
Atrocities.
Do we want to get back to a surplus like Bill Clinton did? Is that what you're? Should we bring Should we bring the Clintons back? Is that what we're arguing? I don't know. This is an incoherent conversation. Also, it's not the topic, and I'm getting distracted.
Against
I'm getting distracted.
Population and getting our babies, our mothers and fathers back home.
I think that
But yeah, I'm tempted to talk about other ways that the U.S. Political system is fucked up. That's actually touching on another one of them.
Oh man, there are so many things. I think a deal should probably be reached sooner rather than later. But for things that are unrelated, I think, even to the deal. So one thing that I've learned while being here that I think is really tragic is I think that the revocation or the freezing of all the work permits from the West Bank, I think, is a huge mistake. And the mistrust that Jewish Israelis have to Arab Israelis, not buying from them anymore, not hiring them for services, I think is also a huge mistake. And I think a ceasefire deal quicker in the Gaza Strip would alleviate that pressure more on the policy side and on the Jewish feeling side. So, but that doesn't really have to do with Hamas. It just has to do with
But you know, after October,
can somebody help me? They got all these little figurines behind them. Are these like people in Israeli politics? Anybody? Can anybody identify who the figurines are that we're looking at? I'm not sure.
Well, 7th, like.
The Clintons can't come back. They'll hog all the adrenochrome. You're right.
I wouldn't mind to buy a cell phone who was manufactured by a Palestinian manufacturer factory. I don't mind, but bringing him into my house, you know, fixing it.
And remember the last time the Clintons were in office, that Clinton body count, right? That was just soaring astronomically. Yeah, they'll take more victims and turn them into pizzas at the Comet Pizza and Ping Pong basement, the basement of the Comet Pizza.
Door, setting up my cameras or doing all kind of those things. Maybe in the worst case scenario is intelligence for the enemy, because after October 7th,
are there third-party candidates worth considering for the upcoming election? Look, I mean, it probably depends on the state that you live in, right? It's always a calculation between voting for a third-party candidate and, and trying to build like a third party, and then voting against the candidate that you think is worse. Usually, that's just why third-party presidential campaigns don't really get anywhere, is because the place that they start off with, which is taking a few percentage points from the side that is least objectionable to them, is puts them in a position of a spoiler. So yeah, third parties get screwed over in so many ways in the United States, and then you're left with the question of whether do you want to try to start local and work that way, or do you want to try to reform one of the parties from the inside out? It's there's not a lot of good choices. I hate to say it, but we're kind of cooked in the U.S. in a lot of ways.
In Kfar Aza, they said
Israeli President Erdogan. Wait, where did that come from?
That those people who worked as gardeners, as people who do all kind of things in renovation and stuff like that in Kfar Aza, said that this house belongs to the guy with a gun. This house belongs to 3 babies and 1 mother, so she's on her own. So the intelligence from the people who worked there was a huge success, considering Hamas and the...
Oh, that's a good point, Omega Star. It's important to vote all the way down the ballot, regardless of who you do or don't vote for president. Yeah, and especially it's also important to participate in your primaries, right? We've got a primary right now with Jamal Bowman. He is down more than 10 points to his opponent, his primary opponent, who's getting most of their money from Republican sources, and it's also just been endorsed by Hillary Clinton. Surprise, surprise. It's MAGA and Hillary Clinton dapping up. Isn't this a beautiful country? Isn't it? It's such a wonderful country. I love this country. I love this country. Anyway.
The atrocities it did.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I think there's good reason to be nervous about.
We'll do more research on it. I mean, it's complicated, Resi T. I don't blame you for. It's a confusing situation, and it's a frustrating situation. And I'm not being frustrated at you or your question. I am frustrated at the government of the United States and how dysfunctional it is.
About the citizens of Gaza, especially considering that Hamas is the government there. But
I see from chat that I need to talk about American politics more. We'll try to pivot to that.
I don't think that that's the same as what happens in the West Bank. I think that. Do you want to do something faster?
Yeah. So also, I live here in Jerusalem, and on a daily basis, I encounter encounters with Arabs, which is hard. Like, they're sometimes many of the encounters are very aggressive. Like, just regular daily basis encounters are really aggressive. So it's not only terrorism, or it's just scary for women, for men, for children. Yeah.
Oh my God. What do you say here? Yeah, I wonder why. There you go, BCat. Okay. Oh my God. It's so awkward to have, to have to... Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, this kind of cuts against Alon Levy's point earlier about the acceptance and the integration of Arab Israelis into the larger Israeli social fabric. This kind of cuts against that.
I understand that, but like, an aggressive and a scary encounter for you is what, a Palestinian being loud or raising his voice or shouting at you.
So I could walk on the street, and then in the car, like, he can open his window and like scream at girls or honk or whatever.
Yeah, which sounds scary. A scary encounter from the Palestinian perspective is the IDF rolling into Ramallah and torching, an entire food market, or destroying a building, or raiding a home, or throwing flash grenades into homes, or arresting people and detaining them for 6 months without trial. Or like, I'm not trying to downplay your particular stuff, because it all plays into it. but there's like definitely like both sides have reasons to feel, I guess, pain from the other, and to minimize one side and to exaggerate another. I feel like both sides do this quite often. I think it's good to pay attention to what's happening on both sides. The one thing that shocked me, one of the ladies that I speak to down at you have like Hostage Square.
Okay, so this is weird, right? Look, I'm a little surprised that Destiny is acknowledging all that, given his overall takes on Israel-Palestine.
Where the Times was put up.
Tel Aviv.
Yeah. One of the things that shocked me listening to some of the people talk there, and I started to ask a lot more older Israelis about this, a lot of Israelis that lived.
Did we ever figure out, does anybody in chat know the figurines behind Destiny, the figurines on the bookcase, like who was represented there, what this is about? It's Chibi Girl Boss Golda Meir. That's what okay, so these are like Israeli political figures from past and present. Is it pivot time for Divorcestiny? I doubt it, Afroponics. There are multiple bobbleheads here that were literally considered terrorists. And you heard what was just said here. Famous Zionist and Israeli historical figures. Okay, yeah, I figured it was. So not just figures of politics, then. Are you telling me Alon Levy is paid to tell lies? No way. No way.
In I don't know if you'd call it the South or the Southwest, like near the Gaza Strip or even in Tel Aviv, have stories of like before disengagement, before the Second Intifada, going down to the Gaza beach, hanging out with the Palestinians, going shopping, talking to people, that was a fairly common thing, and they felt good about it. And the more that type of stuff happens, I think the better it is for everybody, because it helps people see each other as human more. It helps to have like societies working together. And it does things like materially as well. People are going over there spending money, giving people jobs. They've got things to do. Now you've got, like with the West Bank closed off, well, not only are these people now not seeing Jews anymore, the only places they're seeing them are when people would tell them horrible things about them. Now they also have less work to do, which is always horrible for young men. They've got less money. They can't build as much. Like it just compounds everything so much worse.
Yeah, so what moved me from the left to the right was on 206, I was in a delegation to Wales with like 20...
Look, just speaking from my own personal experience, what moved me from the left to the right was the top of the hour ad break, right? I need my taxes lowered to be able to pay $5 to Twitch to get myself out of that ad break, to no longer have to see those 3 minutes of ads at the top of every hour, or to be able to afford an Amazon Prime membership in order to get the to get the Twitch Prime sub for free, right? I never even thought of the possibility that just by being active in chat, I might actually be able to be gifted a free a free Twitch sub, or the fact that at my at my income rate, I'm actually that taxes aren't as much of a concern as income. But anyway,
Israelis and 20 Palestinians.
That was a difficult one. That was a 10 out of 10 difficulty. I don't know if I got a 10 out of 10. That's like doing a really complicated dive, right? And maybe you kind of fuck it up, but you get credit for trying. It's like a triple axel. I just did a triple axel, and I kind of broke my ankle, but I still got 9 out of 10 from the Russian judge.
I was really in the hard left, and
I was on the hard left. And then I realized that the left had left me.
We were talking, we saw each other face to face. We did a lot of training together and play games and stuff like that. And when we sat down to deal about the conflict, I asked them, okay, I'm willing to give you everything you want, like 67 borders, right of return, whatever you want. And they said, no. One state will be Jewish free, like Judenrein in German. will be without any Jews. This will be the Palestinian state, and the other state will be a Sharia law state, which you will live as dhimmi. You will live as a
second-class citizen.
Yes, second. And I was like, okay, so if this is your last deal that you're going to offer me as someone who wants peace, as someone who wants to talk to Israelis, so really, fuck you. I don't want to this kind of living as
second-class citizen or another.
I wouldn't want to live as a second-class citizen. I want to inflict that on the other side instead. Oh my God.
Person has control over everything you do and what goes in and out of your country, and because that's what the Palestinians know.
Now this is interesting though, because like I will say, and I gotta acknowledge, right, that this is these are takes that we don't normally hear from Destiny, right? And I'm wondering, like, kind of what's shaking here, what's going on, what exactly is this? What does this represent, right? Is this an opportunity for Destiny to like contrast himself from, you know, right-wing Israeli Zionist voices in order to, you know, soften his image? Like what exactly is he doing here? The Chuf rabbinate of Israel makes Israel a theocracy. You have to be such a... Wait, let me see. I'm trying to read chat here. I've been bad about reading chat. You have to be such a gormless dupe to take this in good faith. Yeah, apartheid in the other direction sucks, apparently. Apparently, they're not fans of that. Palestinians cannot convert to Judaism by order of the chief rabbinate. Civil marriages are illegal in Israel. Oh yeah. That's yeah, and in fact, you know, even like what is the deal that like the different zones and the way that you know, like what is it, like somebody from Gaza, for instance, could not marry somebody from the West Bank or East Jerusalem or an Arab Israeli because, you know, your status in Gaza does not allow you to move. Or wait, no, you could marry, but the other person would have to move into Gaza. Is that how it works? Destiny condemns Netanyahu and Israel's expansion in the West Bank, etc. He's not... Well, I mean, yeah. Thanks for Wingster pointing out that, you know, there's worse takes out there.
Like right now, right?
But we are not going to be secure as Jews, as history once again proved, as second-class citizen. We tried it for 2,000 years. They have another country, which is Palestinian, 90% Palestinian, which is...
Wait, we tried it for 2,000 years? Like, what? Oh, my God.
Transjordan, and they can live there.
You've read A Jewish Nation, I'm guessing, right?
What?
Or A Jewish State?
Yeah, Jewish State.
Okay.
Yeah,
I read this recently.
You didn't start.
When I look at Jewish people, they seem like very pragmatic. Like I feel like a Jewish person can look at a bad situation and see like, okay, this is bad.
Okay, also, I gotta say this, okay? I mean, this is silly, but like, when I look at the description of this video, right, in this episode of On Meeting Podcast, host Tamir Dortal sits down with political commentator Stephen Bonnell II. This has always bothered me. I thought the second was junior. Is that not right? Like, if your father had the same name, right, you're that name junior. Is he the second just to avoid being a junior? Just because junior is kind of cringe? I don't know. Anyway.
Maybe I can like get this and this and then I need to get out and fuck it. And a Jewish person will like make the best out of a bad situation. I feel like for an Arab, I feel like when they look at a situation, if they leave it, it has to be their honor intact. And that seems to be a really important part in like a cultural difference between Israel or Jewish people and Arabs.
Wait, What?
And that's the situation. I feel like for an Arab, I feel like when they can like get this and this and then I need to get out and fuck it. I feel like a Jewish person can look at a bad situation and see like, okay, this is bad. Maybe I can like get this and this and then I need to get out and fuck it. And a Jewish person will like make the best out of a bad situation. I feel like for an Arab, I feel like when they look at a situation, if they leave it, it has to be their honor intact. And that seems to be a really important part in like a cultural difference between Israel or Jewish people and Arabs.
He says that with such you know, a lack of confidence. I'm not sure like how much he's invested in this take to begin with. So but what is he trying to say, that Jewish that like it's in the Jewish culture to be a more pragmatic negotiator? That there's less of a need to save face than there is in Arab culture? Is that what he's trying to say? It just feels like somebody who doesn't really know either culture that he's talking about, you know, just making a take that just he doesn't know enough to be able to really, you know, you can hear it in his voice, right? He's not like, I don't know, he's uncertain. He sounds uncertain.
What is your perception of the war in '73? Do you think that was a great success for Israel?
I think that it was militarily, it was a great success. But from the honor and dignity point of view, it was their great success.
Yeah.
Sadat really understood the Israeli public and what it can do to him, or even to his own public. Just crossing.
Yeah. Jewish people don't care about honor. I mean, like that sounds low-key anti-Semitic. Like, what is he saying?
The canal. That's it.
Yeah. And I think that some people say that war needed to happen to adjust Israeli expectations downwards, that Israel wasn't always going to be able to win every war in 4 days, never be taken by surprise, never lose any battles, and that it helped move the Arab honor and integrity upwards. That the Arabs could feel like, you know, the first few days of this war, we had them almost right where we wanted them, and it put them in a better place to accept peace, and it put Israel in a better place to accept peace. And for some reason, it feels like sometimes the sides can't understand each other. They can't communicate with each other. And it takes some big event where it's like, okay, well, finally we can understand this particular thing. And there is like this, I'm looking retrospectively, so I can say, oh, obviously, right? But there's like this ebb and flow to, you know, there's no peace is happening with the Palestinians. There's a general discontent. The first intifada kind of like boils over from that. And then it stops because of the Oslo Accords. And the interim agreement comes and goes. Oslo 1, Oslo 2, Y Memorandum, Camp David, Taba, failure, and then the second intifada, right? And then after that, you get disengagement. There's like this ebb and flow of like peace leads to war, leads to peace, leads to war. And something has to happen to where, I feel like the Palestinians, when I go through, I went through 2 refugee camps, and I went through their cities.
Well,
oh, fuck, you're going to make me...
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
In the West Bank. In the West Bank, right?
They were near Ramallah.
It's not a gotcha question, Dusty. It's not a gotcha question.
One was near Ramallah, one was near East Jerusalem.
Okay.
And as I go through these places, one thing that we don't understand in the West is refugee camps are not places where people are poor and starving.
In camps.
No, they've got iPhones, they've got nice haircuts, they've got cars.
He's obsessed with the iPhones. He's obsessed with the iPhones. He can't stop talking about Palestinian iPhones.
Yeah, they look nice. And the Palestinian people are the second most literate Arab group in the world.
Fucking side quest Oslo 2.
Education, for all the horrible things that UNRWA might have done, and trust me, there's no shortage of criticism of them, they've done a very good job at educating them in some things, and in other ways I understand we disagree. But like, yeah, these are people that are primed for success in a lot of ways. But there has to be some agreement that can be reached that has that honor, integrity thing intact. Because when I talk to any Palestinian, and maybe there are more that I haven't spoken to, I can't speak to everybody, obviously. I've probably spoken to 20 or 30 in extensive conversations the past few weeks. Like, you ask them, like, I can give you everything, okay? You can have the biggest house, everything you want.
What?
Would you rather have this here, okay? This huge house in Nablus, okay? All the running water, Israel can't turn off, everything you want. Or do you want to move back to Jaffa? I can't even finish the sentence. Like, I want to move back. I want to go home and start over. I'll start over where my grandfather came from. there has to be a way to work a deal out there where it's honoring that integrity, even if it's Israel saying, listen, we're only going to let 10,000 of you in, but we recognize the right of return for everybody, and we fucked up. It has to be something.
So
you
have 25 hours left in Israel. So I really recommend you, if you have the time, if you have the capacity, drive on.
Wait, bro's counting down the hours till Destiny leaves? Is he pissing these people off? I can't tell.
On Road 60.
You had 3 universities, now it's all rubble. Yeah, all the look, these are what Israel called power targets, right? In terms of universities, hospitals, buildings that aren't just buildings, but are aspects of civic life in Palestine, and they were targeted. They were, purposefully, in some cases, demolished.
Road 60 is the main road of the West Bank, right? From Jerusalem to Ramallah to Nablus to Jenin, and all the settlements along the way. And you will see in about the hour of 6, 7, 8 p.m. when it's already dark, you will see that about 80 or 90% of the windows are dark. It means that I want to judge the people by the way they vote in their legs. The people you talk to,
oh my God, Shakespeare, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, the picture of Lonerbox, Destiny, and Yeshai, the double war criminal. This is I thought maybe the reason that Destiny. So did we watch the debate? Yeshai was on Pierce Morgan. I'm trying to remember with who exactly, though. But Destiny watched this debate with Norm. That's right. Yeshai was on Pierce with Norm, and since Norm was obviously frustrated in this debate, Destiny just fell in love with this dude and was like, "Yo, I'm gonna go and see this guy when I take my trip to Israel." And the dude lives in the West Bank. The dude is a settler in the West Bank. He formerly lived in Gaza, but now he's a settler in the West Bank. And this is Yeshai, the double war criminal that Shakespeare is talking about. It was on Yeshai's community post on YouTube. See if I can find that.
Maybe beautiful words about the respect and honor and going back to Jaffa, but most of them, I think, want a peaceful life, and because maybe some really violent groups in the Palestinian population want war,
Yeshai Fleischer.
So they just live. So most of the windows are black. I don't know if you saw it while you were driving. It's not because of lack of electricity. We give them electricity in a free price, actually, but it's because they left. Most of them.
So we're talking about.
I mean, the West Bank population is only getting bigger, isn't it?
No, it's not, because we can't really rely on the population number that they give us, because the bigger the number will be, the bigger the threat on the demographic going to be if we want a democratic country. So this is why we can judge people only by what they do and not what they say. And this is a big problem talking to people. You came here and...
Okay, so it sounds like that conversation, right? That conversation went on, but it's not posted yet. Somebody's asking where and when can we listen, and Yeshai Fleischer says this is Yeshai's YouTube channel, right? Yeshai says coming soon, so it's forthcoming content, conversation with Destiny and Lonerbox. I thought this was gonna happen. I thought I when Destiny mentioned going to visit Yeshai Fleischer when he was in Israel, I figured this would happen, and it looks like it's just hasn't been posted yet.
Order to talk to people, but sometimes you just need to look at the facts.
I understand, but I mean, what are the facts on the I agree with you also in terms of you need to look at what people do instead of what they say. But I mean, if we look at what they do, there have been deals on the table that are offering almost everything to them that they're not taking. So something must be missing. The Clinton parameters were.
This is so frustrating. the deals that were offered with poison pills, with the kind of provisions that were somebody like Yasser Arafat to accept these deals, they would no longer have the respect of the Palestinian populations. In other words, that's a non-starter. That's not a real negotiation. That's you pretending to negotiate and not doing so in good faith. Like, this is a poison pill. It's a negotiation technique. When you want to blame the failures of a negotiation on the other side, you put a poison pill in there. You put a non-starter. You put something that the others, you know, that the other side cannot and will not accept, right? That's what we're talking about in terms of wait, the song is a banger. Wait, are we talking about the Bad Hasbara? We invented all that shit. Yes, you're talking about the Bad Hasbara theme song. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Matt Lieb is so cool. I know what's up. Yeah, I watched Bad Hasbara.
I think most people at this point agree were ingenious. The Taba Summit, the offer for bartering on holy sites and everything, Olmert's proposal in 2008 with Abbas. A lot of these proposals, I think I've heard almost everybody say that Olmert's proposal had almost everything, that Olmert had almost everything that was needed. But there's that component of like the honor or the integrity. I don't know what it is, but something there is missing. And I think that one thing that's happened historically is that Israelis and Arabs sometimes they miss each other. They don't understand each other. And one of the things that I hear a lot, and this is a Western issue I think that Israelis have, because now you join us, is sometimes I think Israelis will look at Palestinians and go, okay, well, if you guys just have like the money and you guys just like want to live good lives, like you'll be fine.
Drives and the Iron Dome. Israeli salad, Uzi, Stenson, Jaffa's orange grow. Microchips is us. iPhone cameras us. Taco salads us. Boba's us. Olive Garden us. White for us. Sabra Hamas. Hezbollah us.
And you use water irrigated by Israel. You take medicine that was invented in Israel. You use cell phones. There's a chip in there that is made in Israel. All of that is Israel.
Jumping jacks was us, push-ups was us, Krav Maga us, all karate us, taking Molly us, Michael Jackson us, Yamaha keyboards us, Jar Jar Binks not us, and Heath Ledger Joker us, Endless Breadsticks us, Happy Meals was us, McDonald's was us, being happy us, Bikram yoga us, eating food us, breathing air us, drinking water us. We invented all that shit.
So yeah, that's the theme song for the Bad Hasbara podcast on Fraudcast. If you're not following already, let me grab that for you. Copy that link into chat. This is Matt Lieb's channel and this is home of Bad Hasbara, Matt Lieb's podcast.
People would strap vests on themselves and explode themselves on buses. These people something is driving them more, some larger thing.
It's called religion.
Yeah, I know, you were going to say Islam. Something is driving them more than just a desire for a better life. And I think that and that was true even of the early Jews, though. There's some part of you guys that understand that, because there were Jews that left Europe that had decent lives. Sure, there was anti-Semitism, but those early days of toiling in the fucking fields, of trying to bring the water from the north, of taking these shitty sand. You've all seen the pictures of Jaffa or Tel Aviv or whatever. Yeah.
Wait, Shakespeare is saying I've seen the photos so many times. I literally just saw the curtain, and I knew it was where that massacre happened in 1994.
The giant sand dunes, yeah, those weren't fun fucking jobs.
It's the Hasbara drip.
Yeah, the first 20 years or whatever was probably fucking horrible.
So actually, I do understand them. I don't understand people that are blowing themselves up in a bus, but I do understand that they can think of an afterlife which is better than this life, and they have to do jihad in order to go there and be happy. Or
For the record, this is not canonically, universally like how jihad is understood. Just like a lot of things in Christianity can be taken literally or can be taken, figuratively, metaphorically, spiritually, right? That the same thing is true with the concept of jihad, right? It's not a edict in the fucking Quran to go out and commit violence against anyone who's not Muslim or convert by the sword or whatever kind of, bullshit, explanations of that doctrine that might be floating around in the racist in the Islamophobic cinematic universe, right? It's a it's a concept that gets interpreted in different ways.
That God will be
Yeah,
happy
do these 72 virgins exist?
from what they do.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's not that. I just think it's that the situation isn't improving. And
Automata's doing you dirty. I'm sorry.
If things look hopeless. I mean, hopelessness does, I think, really bad things to people's minds, and people will kill themselves, kill other people. I just think it's a bad, bad, bad place to be in.
So you know where else is a bad place to be in is this place of auto racism. Like I don't know. Just like you.
What do you think is a good solution?
Stimulus response, right? You feed him the trope, and out comes the,
For the conflict, for a big solution.
Yeah, the body and blood of Christ. Yeah, interpreted in very many different ways, right?
I feel like there are, on a small level, I feel like there are, I think more and more integration, I think, is really good. Something that, embarrassingly, I've said that, I didn't even know this until like 2 months ago. I didn't even know that Arabs lived in Israel. I didn't even know that until like 2 months ago. And
so you're just the person that we want participating in a high-level discussion with such luminaries as Norm and Benny, right? That's that makes sense.
And it's not like you have like 2% or 3% of your population, right? You have 20% Palestinians live in Israel. That's amazing. That should be like a propaganda figure.
And how come you didn't like? I don't blame you, but
wait. He literally he said the same thing in the last interview we watched.
How come nobody knows this fact? That we have.
Because I feel like every time Israelis talk about Palestinians, they're shitting on them. I just hear negative things. I mean, why nobody?
No, come on. But like, we have Knesset members, we have doctors, we have Supreme judges.
Yeah, I don't know why I haven't heard about that more, but it's probably one of the most tremendous things ever. I was just talking earlier with a friend where, like, of all the radical Muslims in the world that are primed to hate somebody, these are the perfect people to want to kill their neighbors. You live close to each other. There's an occupation, in some, whether you believe it or not, or some.
The only Norm I recognize is Norm Macdonald, even though he had cringe politics. Yeah.
Something going on. There is religious differences. You've got Muslims and Jews. You've got like differences in wealth. You've got unlimited international fight. Like they have every tool in the world to be radical, evil, hateful, destructive. And on October 7th, there was no third Intifada. For as many faults as he has, Mahmoud Abbas has managed to tell people the thing that Arafat never could bring himself to do is to not fight.
Fucking more Arafat hate.
Maybe he didn't say it. Maybe he didn't.
I mean, does Destiny fully comprehend like how Abbas is thought of? How the Palestinian Authority is thought of? Like, does he fully grasp that? I'm thinking no.
Order them to fight, but he didn't. When he didn't say any word against the massacre on October 7th.
Maybe not on October 7th in particular.
No,
but
like
there is absolutely a difference between
he didn't
Mahmoud Abbas and between Arafat. You can see it. You can see it in the towns. You can see the Palestinian Authority. You can see it that Arafat celebrated the Second Intifada. Or some argue that he planned parts of it.
Yeah,
right?
he did.
Yeah, Abbas is not the same. The man wears a suit. Shaves himself, he goes and he...
Oh my God, chat, I gotta say, like, right, the two channels that I have covered today are probably, channels that would disagree with most of the content on my channel, and obviously with my response to a degree that maybe is not, it is a little bit exceptional. Like, I cover a lot of people that I disagree with, but I am more afraid of than usual of having like negative ramifications towards my channel for this coverage.
You'd be able to sit down and break bread, even though he hasn't signed a deal. Arafat showed up to the Oslo Accords wearing his fucking military uniform. Yeah, fuck this guy.
And even to Nobel
what
Prize, he went his.
He did. Yeah, they got their Nobel Prize for him.
And the gun. He had a gun showing off his gun.
Yeah, Abbas is a definite improvement, and I understand that it's not always like the best thing, but something I've heard from so many different people, from Al-Murd, from Basin, or I'm sorry, from Balin, from Ben-Ami in this trip. I hear this saying over and over again: you don't make peace with friends, you make peace with enemies. And Abbas has problems, the PI has problems, but it's such an improvement from Arafat.
Yeah, but the continuation of this sentence is: you make peace with defeated enemies, not with enemies that has hope, like defeating you or massacring you or doing the October 7th once and once again while they can. If they can. So, for Israel, there's no second opportunity of failing of October 7th in a bigger scale. We don't have this, we can't risk our lives, I live, if you just go out the door, you will see that we live just next to an Arab village where lots of terrorists went outside and killed Jews. You can hide from this fact.
Wait, where are we right now?
We're just between the Mount Scopus and the French Hill, which is Jerusalem, and just between you have Issawiyah. And if you will Google it,
you see Destiny finally.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading.
The 100 Years War has entered the chat. You see Destiny has finally showering. Yeah, he does look a little bit more put together in this content that he's doing over in Israel.
Issawiyah, and you can see that many terrorists went from Issawiyah and did all kind of terrorist attacks. And there's no border, there is no fence, there is no nothing between us and Issawiyah. It's about a 3-minute walk, not 3 minutes by car.
Do you think that the Palestinians that live in Israel, do you think that in general they're less radicalized and more willing to work in society than the Palestinians in Gaza?
Yeah, of course, but...
Okay, and do you think that the Palestinians in the West Bank in general are more willing and able to work than the Palestinians in Gaza?
I will say yes to all of your questions.
Okay,
but
the only reason I bring these two things out... And
no, but let me finish.
Well, go ahead,
because I want... Yes, and yes, but if they have only 10% of radical...
It's almost like, here's what I interpret this content as, right? Here's what I interpret this arc in Destiny's career as, right? If I can debate, bro, like some hardcore Israeli right-wingers successfully, will you forget about what I said about genocide? Will you forget me saying, that the... Like, I don't know. This is how I interpret this. Tell me if I'm wrong. Is this what Destiny's doing? Is this him softening his image here?
Islamists want to attack us, wants to do another massacre like October 7th. So I can't really...
Who's the guy in the polo? I'm not sure. Host Tamir Dortal. So that's do they say Destiny or Dortal? It doesn't. I'm guessing that this is Dortal, since he's doing most of the talking. I don't know who the polo guy is.
Rely on the majority, on the 90%, because they are also afraid from this minority, and the Islam population.
Wait, what did Destiny say about genocide? We have to go back to that clip.
The world is more radical towards terrorism than any society.
Literally, where this podcast is filmed is in East Jerusalem on the road to Kulandia refugee camp. That is what they are talking about.
On the planet.
That's true. The only reason I point out the difference between Palestinians living in Israel, Palestinians in the West Bank, and Palestinians in the Gaza Strip is because I think that
it's a lost Best Buy employee.
Populations can and they
the Geek Squad
have dramatically changed, and it doesn't have to be impossible for a change to happen. I think that
and don't forget Dolus Specialis.
Like when you look in 2011 when the Muslim Brotherhood took over and that the letter was written to
2007, maybe.
20 was it 2007 or 2011?
2006, there was the elections, and Hamas won.
Wait, did he say
And that the letter was written to
2007, maybe.
20.
maybe? Okay. For a second, I thought I heard 2007, baby. No, it says maybe.
Was it 2007 or 2011?
2006, there was the elections, and Hamas won, and then Hamas.
No, I'm saying in Egypt. I'm sorry.
Oh, in Egypt.
In Egypt,
Okay,
I think it was 2011. Yeah, when the Muslim Brotherhood took over,
Yeah.
and there was a letter written to I forget the names. I think Perez was the president at the time. There was a letter written saying that they would essentially calling him like a friend or whatever.
Oh
Look
my
forward to
god!
working.
And the chat, I didn't realize like we are like oh my god. Do I talk too much? Do I stun lock too hard? We're 5 hours and 30 minutes into this bitch. Damn. Sometimes I even surprise myself.
This was the Muslim Brotherhood, right? But because Egypt had a peace agreement with Israel, they honored that peace agreement. And when Iran, for the first time, I believe in all of history, shot an unprecedented barrage of missiles at Israel, Jordan and Saudi Arabia helped. I think that's a really big deal. Just Jordan is what, 70, 80% Palestinians?
Yeah.
That's a really big deal. It's a really big moment. It's really important. I think it shows that there's something more going on than this Islamic, Judaic, eternal war, infinity war, Avengers or whatever that can never be solved. And whatever is happening here, and I don't think you guys I don't know if anybody realizes it, but whatever's happening here between Muslims and Jews has been such a tremendous amount of progress from 2004 even, that it would be sad to walk all of that back because of these fuckheads in the Gaza Strip. In my opinion, I think it would be tragic.
So, talking about radical Islam, do you think there's a difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism?
I think the motivation is quite different. In practice, it kind of looks the exact same. So it really just depends on.
Could you elaborate? What's the motivation? How it looks?
Well, in practice, like if a guy walks up to you and he
no.
shoots you in the head.
Yeah, you probably are buffering. Oh no. Oh no. All right, chat, we're going to hold on for dear life. God damn it. You are probably experiencing some buffering right about now as we are dropping frames. Hopefully, no, there we go. Internet. Everyone cheer for the internet. Say yay, internet. I don't think tech bros have ruined you yet. I still believe in you, internet. I still believe in your capacity to serve me 1080p no comment chick VODs. Like 5 days a week or something. Whatever I'm doing now, right? The Hasbara is getting hot. It's disrupting the connection. There's too much Hasbara. I believe in the internet. The power to stop dropping frames. Come on. Let's do this. Let's pull through. Is it better? I feel like it should be better. I feel like it should be slightly better. It looks like we're getting a decent amount of bandwidth now. Better to drop frames than one's pants? Is that what that comment is going for? Yeah, panties. Okay, that's even better. That's even better, Badash. That's even better than I imagined. Welcome to the internet. Yes. Would you like to buy an NFT? Just whatever you do, don't right click, okay? That's not, you don't right click, okay? It's no fair saving it. Oh, it's no fair saving it. Come on. Are we good with the pants drop? Yeah, I think so. Look, we're green again. I think we're good. I think we're okay. Speaking of which, are we good on the poll? Because like right now, Daily Wire is ahead as far as the vote goes. Blair White kind of coming in a close second on the short stream. Jake and Logan Paul coming in a third on the short stream. And then, oh yeah, kind of same thing on the long stream. Daily Wire first, Blair White second, and then Jake and Logan Paul third. Now, if I take into consideration, which I do, mind you, in fact, I take this into consideration quite a bit, because this donut goal has to hit 100 for any of this content to actually drop. It's kind of like a vending machine, you know what I mean? Sometimes you put your money in the vending machine and it doesn't drop, right? But in this case, a certain amount of money in the vending machine will cause the candy to drop, or the chips to drop, or the snack pastry, if you're partial to those, to drop. Whatever might be in the vending machine. Maybe it's a Powerade. Maybe it's a energy drink. Maybe it's a protein drink. Maybe you're at the gym. I don't know, chat. I don't know what kind of vending machines you deal with. And it's probably, 2160p internet. Let's go. Seems stable now. But regardless, this is a dono goal that if we hit 100, the candy will drop. I can guarantee you, even if it means I have to go a little extra long today and risk it for the biscuit, and risk getting in all kinds of trouble with YouTube that I can't fix by just deleting part of the VOD. I will risk it because that's what this means to me. But yeah, anyway, what do we have? Okay, so Vox Populi is at 8, so that means I subtract 8 from everything. Blair White goes down to 0. Jake Paul and Logan Paul only go down to 7. So that means that I add 7 points to Jake and Logan Paul, and that puts them firmly in second place. I can say that with certainty. It puts them into second place. But anyway, we'll see if we can fill up the remaining 26% of the kitty and actually get the candy to drop today, or if it's one of those days where you just don't get anything at all out of the vending machine. We'll see.
And he's like, well, I killed this guy because he was a Jew. And then the guy's like, well, actually, I just shot you because you have glasses on, and I hate people with glasses. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't really care. You're dead. It's like, okay, well, I think that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism end up looking identical, because anti-Semites will say things like, I want to kill all the Jews. And anti-Zionists will say things like, well, if somebody does kill all the Jews, it's because you guys deserve it because of what you've done in the past to Palestinians.
No, Destiny, no.
And the reason why, though, it's important, so in practice, it ends up looking basically identical. But the reason why it's important to understand that the motivations are different is because how you alleviate the concerns of both people is vastly different. For an anti-Semite, I don't know, you'd have to go through some huge process of de-radicalization, or, well, why the fuck do you hate Jewish people, or what do we have to do here? For like a far left person who's looking at like oppressor-oppressee dynamics, none of that matters to them. You have to like come at it from a different angle. But I will say that, like, looking at the Palestinians, looking at the death tolls, sitting and waiting at the Kadibaya, what the fuck is the checkpoint going in to East Jerusalem from? Fuck, what's it called? I can't pronounce any.
There are many.
There are many. Wait. Let's wait. Are we talking? We're talking about the West Bank. Yeah, we got to be talking about in the West Bank. And yes, there are many. There are many. Did the guy ask about anti-Islam? Why is he reframing it?
There's a big one that goes into East Jerusalem.
There are many checkpoints in and out.
Okay. I'm just saying that when you look at the status of all these things, when you look at the country,
there are many.
Of Israel next to Gaza, next to the West Bank, there's no amount of truth or fact, even if it is entirely true. I believe most of it is the Israeli argument, that is going to appeal to an ordinary person looking at the situations on both sides. There's just nothing that you can say. It's always...
He sounds like Donald Trump talking about something he barely understands.
It's going to look horrible.
He's like, now listen, when you've got an electric battery and it's out in the water, do you want to get electrocuted by the battery by staying right there away from the shark, which obviously would not swim towards you and eat you? Or do you want to swim towards the shark to get away from the electricity? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. What's your perspective on groups like Queers for Palestine, who will be thrown from high buildings if they were in Gaza?
I don't think about them. I think they're very stupid.
Yeah, but all of the ideology of campuses and what you see in the progressive West is really affecting our conflict with the Palestinians. And like, some people would say that you are progressive, and some people would say that you are pro free markets and pro Israel, and that it doesn't really go together.
And some people would say, Destiny, that's a woman's name.
I mean, that's a whole other thing. I don't think being progressive, I've got social views, but I mean, like economically, I don't think they have to necessarily clash too much. I think that when you're trying to make your social views and economic views come together, you become like a socialist or communist. That's a not relevant thing.
And like your profile picture on WhatsApp is with a gun, like it's,
I like
it's not
guns.
something.
Socialist, am I right?
Yeah, but
I do a lot of different things. I'm I'm an eccentric, hard to box in person, but yeah.
So, what's your take on Israeli politics? You said about Netanyahu that he's taking, like he's only looking at the mirror and he wants to be the prime minister. And
Racing is allowed, especially when watching streams.
That was for Trump. Netanyahu, I think I would have spent a lot of time. I know like the history, the foreign policy. I don't know as much about your domestic politics. I've learned a lot more about that as I've been here.
and Smotrich, Ben Gvir.
My impression was always that Netanyahu was a very far-right leader.
What am I supposed to notice?
That was just the impression I had. Now I really just think that he's a very weak leader. I think that he's very good at bringing people together and to work together in like a coalition-style government, and that's it. But then he becomes a slave to that, and I don't know if he's capable of moving people with him like a leader can.
Broccoli is good.
Kind of like he follows the population, he tries to hold together his coalition, and he's kind of a slave to, wherever the tides may push. That's the impression that I get of him. Yeah.
Okay. You have about more than 700,000 followers on YouTube, and many millions are following you and maybe inspired to be like you. What moves you, like when you wake up in the morning, or what?
Oh my God, why is it not giving you the proper sounds? Chelsea Ross, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships that apparently OBS decided not to show me. And I think I owe you... No, that's the wrong sound. Not that sound. I owe you some sounds, don't I? There's 6? Why is it not showing up? I don't know. That's a problem, because like it does it for other... Wait, okay, so Omega, I think it did it for your... Did it make that sound for your the first 5 you gifted? I don't know if my shit is broken, chat. I'm worried now. I'm worried that shit might be broken. Yeah, YouTube alerts are on, so it's not that I got it turned off. Chelsea Ross, you might determine the fate of what we end up watching as our second segment of content. What say you, Chelsea? What say you? Wait, so I should add, what is it? Then I add like, okay, so I'm guessing you still want I'm guessing Omega still wants Jake and Logan Paul, so that goes to 18%. But what did Chelsea say? You're welcome. No notification, chick. I know, what the fuck. Does Destiny take himself seriously? Or does he know he's ridiculous? I mean... I'm not sure if I know. Like, how seriously does Destiny... Oh, look at that. F-Bombs for You just got the gifted membership. Holly Tix just got the gifted membership. Pig Dog and Kyle Moore just got a gifted... Wait, isn't there one more? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Autumn Leaves just got a membership. Brooke Anderson also got a membership. The last of my weasels. The rest is up to you. Is it Vox Populi? Vox Populi it is. Damn, that actually does change stuff. That actually changes things quite a bit. Okay, so Vox Populi is gonna get 23%. Yo! Is that right? That's right. That's right. And this goes to what, 134%? Okay, that changes things. That changes things entirely. I'm gonna have to do the math. You're gonna make me do math, chat. It's math time. Soon.
Towards
Vosh Poultry.
What you do, communication and your messages that you put publicly.
I mean, for me personally, I have a genuine curiosity about the world, about people's perspectives, and I think that people can do a much better job at building reasonable, factual arguments. I wish that people would understand more of themselves and how their minds work. That oftentimes, if 9 people around you are saying a particular thing, you're probably going to follow it because it's really hard not to. Because if you don't, they're going to not like you, and that's a lot to deal with. People are nowhere near as rational as they think they are. I think people think that brains are evolved to seek truth through everything else, and they're not. They're evolved to survive and then to seek pleasure. And oftentimes that pleasure is oriented around our survival. But like, we live in a world that is way more complex than the jungles, of old, and we need to be aware of the.
Yeah, that's our problem, chat. We all think we're in the jungle, and we think that our brains are rational, and we think that if like 5 or 6 people around us say free Palestine, that it's not going to affect us. But Destiny's smart enough to know that's all wrong.
The cognitive pitfalls we have, so that we can kind of adapt our mind and develop it to move forward and be better participants in society. I think that the Western world was kind of built on democracies. And
yeah, that's the problem, Shakespeare. We're living in social media jungles over here.
Democracies had this underlying fundamental assumption of an informed voter. Funnily enough,
which is false, actually.
Possibly, yeah.
The voters are not informed. True. That's a bad. I can't disagree with you there.
Herzl,
maybe that's universal. I don't know. Maybe all voters suck.
Said that there would need to be some sort of monarchy because the idea of solving complex issues with yays and nays, or ayes and nays, I think he said.
Are we like appealing to Herzl's like political takes? Is that what's going on here?
Be ridiculous.
As the great Theodore Herzl once said.
So it was kind of fun. That was in 1900 or the
we kind of low-key need monarchies.
The late 19th century, he said that. So, and obviously the world's even more sophisticated today. So if you want to be a participating member of a democratic society, you have all sorts of amazing positive and negative rights that are granted to you. But with those rights come some level of responsibility as well. Every child has heard this from a parent. When you start driving, you have the ability, the privilege of being able to drive anywhere you want, but you have the added responsibility of making sure you're driving safely. And I feel like right now we're driving our democracy.
He's like pedantic too, right? It's like all this shit with an extra like layer of I don't know.
Without any responsibility for any of the drivers.
So your job is to conclude or to simplify the messages. Like, not everyone has the privilege of coming here for a few days, of talking to generals, politicians, being in
you got to really
both sides of the wall, and so this is your job, to simplify, actually, right?
Maybe
or to chew, because the informed voter is a false is a false idea, because not everyone has the curiosity that you have the time, the energy, the resources, the intelligence, and we need that. We will get the evidence and the facts simplified, and tell us what to do, tell us who to vote.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have to be that hard. I think that people in my position make it a lot harder than it actually is. I think there was a physicist, Richard Feynman, who talked about if you understand anything, you should be able to explain it to, a 5 or 6-year-old. I largely believe that. Now, there might be really complicated things like way off into quantum mechanics.
Like the Palestinian-Israeli
I don't think it's as complicated as people say it is. I think the people say
Great, Destiny. Then explain it to a 5-year-old.
complicated, but I think whenever they don't want to learn or say anything. I'm going to be honest, actually. Israel-Palestine.
Look, there is complexity that he's unwilling to grasp with. There is complexity that he's just like not gonna deal with. That's maybe over his head. I don't know.
Is nice because your history is very short, right? Like truly, if you want to go back, not to trigger the crazy Zionist, but you're going back to like 1880, okay? For the most part, to like catch up on almost everything.
Yeah, that's okay.
And from like 1880 to like 1920, there's not too much happening. And then like all of your history is about 100 years old, which is nice. And there's not very many players. You've got like 3 major countries.
Do you see the Trumpian sort of aspects of his? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like this feels like Trump explaining the shark and the electric battery.
Around. You've got like, you got your Syria, your Jordan, and then you got Egypt, and then you got Israel, and that's about it, right? Not too many leaders to keep track of.
Is every podcast? I don't know about that, Shakespeare.
For the most part, you can learn.
I can neither confirm nor deny
a lot about it. I think when people say it's complicated, they just don't want to read anything at all. And what's complicated is that both sides seem to have red lines that are crossing each other's red lines. That seems to be the really difficult part. But people in my position are unwilling to do any of the work to even remotely understand any part of it. And so if you're an average citizen and you're listening to somebody in my position and, we're saying a bunch of fucking stupid shit, well, then they're going to believe a bunch of dumb shit. And that's a problem that...
I mean, to go back to Michael Brooks, it's not that complicated.
People in my position could be doing a much better job dealing with.
So now...
You love Destiny's content, and now you're getting Destiny content.
Oh, it's after midnight, and I really want to thank you for coming for
Yo, they stayed up till after midnight.
Israel, for your curiosity, which I think is remarkable, and I wish most of the people in the world have curiosity of visiting places which they have a conflict of, of even caring about what's happening abroad. And I really want to thank Yuval Goldschmidt, who arranged this interview. So thank you very much. Thank you. And this was us on Meaning Podcast, על המשמעות. תודה רבה.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Lemire officially.
No!
He's going to hang his American flag upside down.
This isn't real. Chat, look at Morning Joe's hair. This isn't real.
He's actually a neighbor.
No.
That you have raised.
You're not.
This is what you voted for, right? This was the winner of the
what?
Yeah,
Morning Joe, right? That's what you wanted. Just kidding, chat. It's just the playlist. I swear to God, this shit is AI upscaled. I don't believe that's Morning Joe's hair. Is this AI? I don't know. Is that possible? Can AI do that? Is everything AI? Maybe now it is. Well, I wish I had AI to help me do this math. This is going to be incredible math, chat. I'm going to be like, it's like Ghost in the Shell level math, okay? I'm going to have to be a cyborg myself. Now I want the eye patch bobble. Wait, what was the eye patch bobble? Morning Joe, jump scares. Always. Oh my God, chat. Look, I try to keep apprised of some of the like liberal cinematic universe, at least enough to understand politics, but I don't usually react to it on stream if I can help it. The eye patch bobble is the terrorist Moshe Dayan. Okay, so let's get down to business here and let's do the math. It's going to be hard, but somebody's got to do it. It's a hard math, but somebody's got to math it. Bring out the calculator. Calculator. I should put the calculator on the stream deck. That would be really smart of me if I could just press a button that has a picture of a calculator and just bring up the calculator. All right, 32% for Daily Wire on regular stream plus 32%. Interesting. Same rate. 32%. Oh God, I don't even have to do this. Equals 64 divided by 2 is 32%. Obviously. Daily Wire. You got 32. You got 32%. Okay. Jake and Logan Paul is 23% on shorts plus 23%. Oh my God, you're making it easy for me. What am I talking about? Yeah, this is going to be difficult math here. She says 23 it is. 23%. That's an agreement between both chats. I feel like people are voting in both polls now. I feel like there's a very high probability of people that are voting in both polls. Okay. So we got that 18% down there. We got 0% added for Daily Wire. We got 18% added for Jake and Logan Paul. And then we got, oh my God, 23. What? Is that 18 minus? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now I remember this. I said that was going to counteract any effect of the dono money. 18% minus 23% is some negative number, but for our case, we'll say 0. So yeah, Daily Wire wins 32% to 23%. Oh, wait. Oh no, chat. Wait, I didn't look at Blair White. Wait, what's Blair White doing? Okay, wait. So wait. Okay. All right, Blair White. Okay, let's do this. I got to do more math. I thought I was done. I thought it was going to be really simple this time. Let's take a look at Blair White really quick. I didn't remember that she got 2% added, but 2% minus 23% is, for our purposes, 0%. All right, so no change to Blair White's numbers, but what are Blair White's numbers? Blair White's numbers go like this: 27. Oh wait, clear. 27% plus 28% is going to be 27.5%. Blair White, you've got 27.5% when I average your numbers. And again, 25% does not beat 32%. So yes, Blair White, even if Blair White did get the extra 2%, right, does not overcome the commanding lead built by the supporters of the Daily Wire's razor, feminine razor products for the conservative in your life, right? The anti-woke razor is, if your razor's getting too woke, if your razor is trans-affirming, or your razor is against toxic masculinity, well, you just need to get a new razor, and you can get one from Jeremy Boring, the most boring man on the internet, Jeremy Boring. In fact, you can get not just any razor, but you can also now get a womanly razor, because razors need to have, there's two sexes of razors, just like there's two sexes of people. And, anything else is just woke propaganda, I guess. So we got the Daily Wire razor ad. Now, I haven't watched this content creator in quite some time. I think some of you may know him, though.
So, I don't know if you guys...
This is Sam Collins.
...remember, but a long time ago, Jeremy's Razors came out with their own razor.
I remember. Do you remember, chat? One in chat if you remember. One in chat if you remember this happening, because it happened.
Because they're conservative, and they wanted to obviously profit off of their audience, because they, Daily Wire is pretty smart when it comes to making money. So they put out some more razors, and the reason they did this is because don't give your money to woke corporations. So if you're that deep-seated into being like right-wing, you're going to buy a razor from him instead of just going down to your local store and just buying a razor. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna buy an overpriced razor. That's the same exact thing. He has a trailer here that he made not too long ago. It's 3 minutes long, and I want to show it to you because
So we watched this, remember?
you're gonna see why. And by the way, I respond to people who comment in the first 30 minutes of a video being uploaded, so if you're into that, you know, well, might as well get on it as fast as you fucking can. Also, I have a podcast with my girlfriend. It's called Outspoken. It is this right here. Link will be in the description. Basically, what we do is long form content of everything that I do on my channel, except I have a beautiful, smart woman with me who can educate me even better. Anyways, let's check this out. Jeremy's Razors, the second greatest commercial ever.
Yeah, so if you remember, the first greatest commercial ever was the introductory commercial for Jeremy's Razors.
Hey, do you remember 1 year ago today when Harry's Razors dropped their ads on the Daily Wire because we had the audacity to disagree with them on a political issue? Of course you don't. Why would you?
Wait, I didn't remember that happening. I remember Harry's Razors having a commercial where like there's like a there's a dad teaching his son how to shave, and his son is a trans guy, right? That was controversial, apparently.
Corporations cancel their advertisements on conservative shows and platforms all the time. It's hardly even news at this point. Just the cost of doing.
But yeah, it's kind of weird that Harry's Razors would be yeah, I don't know, daily look, I don't know advertising, I don't know marketing, but I would guess that a good fit for you know, Daily Wire would be like a product whose the majority of their of their clientele is conservative, is anti-woke, right? It makes sense, like, since you're
business. See, corporate America wants it both ways. They want conservatives to buy their goods and services, but they also want to virtue signal to the woke mob and their...
He's just found a way to do merch. This is all this is. This is a content creator finding an angle to do merch.
23-year-old employees by publicly repudiating...
Oh, you don't like Gillette? Ha ha ha. Well, have I got a razor for you? You don't like Harry's Razors? Ha ha ha. Well, I got an anti-woke razor. I got Jeremy's Razors.
Conservative customers. Here's the thing. I do remember. I remember every time one of these cowardly companies betrays us, and it is a betrayal, make no mistake. They know our politics before they advertise with us. It's why they advertise with us. We reach a large audience. They want that audience to buy their goods and services. We go out of our way to make absolutely sure they know what we're about before they get into business with us, and they get into business with us anyway because it works. They're happy that we leverage our personal credibility to tell our audience about their products. We're happy too. But then at the first sign of trouble, in the case of Harry's Razors, it was an attack from a Twitter account with two followers online. Well, then they not only pull their sponsorships, but they publicly attack us and the very audience that they paid us to reach. Now look, I don't mind any company pulling their sponsorships. That's their right. That's just business. It's the public attack I can't abide. Harry said our views. In this case, the very common view that gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
The very common view that transphobia
were, quote, inexcusable. They said it publicly, showing the whole world how pure they...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you telling me that if you do racism, if you do homophobia, if you do anti-Semitism, like, honestly, there's so many reasons not to advertise with the Daily Wire, right? All of those you can find, or you could find, on the Daily Wire, right? Candace Owens was anti-Semitic before she started working at the Daily Wire. They hired her anyway. They didn't care. They didn't care what weird thoughts she had about Hitler and how he would have been okay if he had just stuck to policy inside of Germany instead of trying to get that Lebensraum, right? I mean, like, she's already said that. She'd already said that, right? Are you telling me that these things are not brand friendly? Holy fucking shit. Well, let's grift our right-wing audience and make them think that, you know, paying premium money for our razors is going to solve wokeness. It's going to get rid of wokeness.
They are, of course, but also signaling to all of our other advertisers that the only excusable thing to do would be to also cancel on us. See, that makes it a direct attack on our business and a direct attack on our audience.
He's taking this way too fucking personally. Dude, if you want to do politics, right?
Too. So what are we to do?
If you want to do right-wing shit, then get right-wing sponsors. It literally makes sense for you to get like Black Rifle Coffee or the UFC or something, right? To sponsor you.
Well, what conservatives have been doing for years is lose. We're supposed to take the L. We're supposed to get a little poorer. We're supposed to hire fewer people. We're supposed to be a little less profitable. And of course, we bitch. Oh, how we complain. The left is terrible. It's cancel culture.
We're going to put that money back by doing merch. By doing merch.
Sure, they're trying to silence us. And then we beg. We beg for donations mostly. Stand up to the censorious left, we shout, by sending.
I mean, what is this, right? Paying too much for a razor? Is this not a roundabout way of begging for donations?
Sending us your money. And what you get for your money is, well, more losing and more bitching and more begging. That's economic incentive at work. As far as actual action, at most, we might rally for a good old-fashioned boycott. Boycotts, of course, cost the offending company in question virtually nothing, and they're over in virtually no time. Of course they are, because in the end, we still need those products. Nike may endorse Colin Kaepernick, but we still need good shoes. Hollywood may sucker punch us every time we turn on the TV, but we still need good entertainment. Harry's may call us inexcusable, but you still need a good shave. Well, I'm tired of losing. I want to win for a change. I want to create culture, and I want to have a freaking good time doing it, because losing sucks. That's why
we're going to win at the expense of our audience through Jeremy's razors.
The Daily Wire is launching
Fuck Harry.
Jeremy's razors.
Buy your razor from a guy who doesn't use one.
A direct competitor to Harry's, where people with inexcusable values like mine.
That's what we'll do. We'll be your competitor, Harry's. We'll eat your breakfast.
Can get a great razor without having to give their money to people who clearly hate them. It's why the Daily Wire launched its own.
That's right. Gillette hates you. Harry's hates you. It's super personal. They're thumbing their nose in your face.
Film company last year.
They're doing this gesture.
So people, again, with inexcusable values like mine, can get great entertainment without giving their money to people who clearly hate them. It's why the Daily Wire is in the podcasting business and the news business and the commentary business. And
I thought that was because you were all failed actors who could not make it in Hollywood. And so you thought you'd create your own parallel power structure through the Daily Wire.
The technology business. Business, mind you, not charity. We're a for-profit company. We don't make our money by complaining and begging.
We make all the profits, especially off of you, our loyal
viewers.
viewers.
We make our money by building value and selling it to people who think it's worth buying. We win by winning. The left is happy to bifurcate the culture, to rip it in two. They're convinced they'll pay no economic price for this because they know what I know. You still need those goods and services. So in order to win, we have to rip the economy in two. We have to give conservatives their own companies. We have to give conservatives their own products to buy. We have to build actual market alternatives that, in success, will force the left to take real losses if they don't compete for our business. The Daily Wire is doing just that. Jeremy's Razors is doing just that. Will it work? I don't know. It certainly won't work.
Yeah, it would have worked. It would have worked really well if it hadn't been for the fact that you hired an anti-Semite that you knew was anti-Semitic. And when she started talking about Palestine, and she brought on Norm Finkelstein, you fired her, and most of your audience left with her, right? If you were particularly relevant, if you weren't like yesterday's right-wing content, if you weren't being replaced by literal groypers as we speak, by more mask-off like versions of your own right-wing content, that might have worked really well. As it is, I don't know how it worked. It feels like you spent a lot of money on two like flashy commercials that do not seem like quite the investment. Oh, this is the God King Jeremy Boring. That's his parking space. Wait, did Brianna Wu let you borrow her car? What's going on?
Do you remember when there were 2 genders and only 1.5 of them had to shave their mustaches? Oh, hi. I'm Jeremy Boring, CEO and God King of the Daily Wire.
That's what humor is. That's humor.
Harry's Razors used to advertise on our shows. They're a great product, and we were happy to do it. That's before some peon who works for me went and said that boys are boys and girls are girls. And that was just too much for Harry's. They condemned our views. Views held by millions of Americans and
Michael Knowles gets left hanging.
Virtually every human who's walked the planet until about 15 minutes ago as inexcusable. And they dropped their ads from our network because of what they called values misalignment. You're damn right our values are misaligned. And it's not just Harry's either. Gillette razors used to be the best a man could get. Then they decided that men are too toxic. Unless you're the kind of man who teaches his daughter to shave her beard.
Sick.
If that makes sense to you, keep buying Gillette.
Oh no. The Johnny the Walrus book is there.
But if you've had enough of the...
You buy your daughter Johnny the fucking like, seriously, this is like the weirdest kind of thing. Like, it's bad enough to sell a fake kids book, you know, that's like just transphobia, the children's book. But to actually try to make kids listen to your nonsense that they drag you into this like argument that they got nothing to do with and probably don't understand why you're so hateful in the first place. It's weird. It's weird.
Woke bullshit. And you're tired of paying companies like Harry's and Gillette to hate you? Then buy my new razor instead. Behold, Jeremy's razors. Yes, they're real. Yes, they're fabulous. But Jeremy, you say, you're a svelte silver fox with a salt and pepper beard that's the
I was about to say, does this guy even use a razor?
envy of lesser men.
He's gonna use like one of those electric shavers, right?
You're damn right I am.
Maybe I don't understand. Maybe I don't know that much about manscaping.
And I want to be clear that shaving with a Jeremy's razor won't actually make you look more like me.
Yes, you're giving me fierce. You're giving me power.
Could make you look more like this guy, though. And that's the most homoerotic moment you'll ever get from a Jeremy's razor commercial.
But not the most homoerotic content you'll ever see from Daily Wire.
What kind of man shaves with a Jeremy's razor? I don't know. How about cowboys, firefighters, those guys that shot Osama bin Laden? I mean, no, none of those guys have ever even heard of a Jeremy's razor, but imagine how much more manly they'd be if they had.
Wait. Wasn't this on, wasn't there like a Tim Pool song that was like featuring Smokey Mike and the God King? Wait, Smokey Mike? Oh my God, Michael Knowles. Is that a Gretsch though? What guitar is that? Anybody know that guitar? Gibson, is what Jeremy Boring is playing.
Right now, you're probably wondering if this whole thing is a joke. Sure.
I'm wondering what's the joke about that bent key that you're... Oh, he won't tell anybody what the bent key means.
Sure it is. That doesn't mean
it's just a bent key.
Isn't real, or that it won't be the best shave of your life.
Did God bend it?
Harry's Razors doesn't want your business. I do. They seem to hate you, and well, I can't say that I love you, but I don't mean you any specific harm. Our country's in trouble. Conservatives are being canceled by Hollywood, the media, universities, and now Harry's Razors.
See, it says CGI eagle because a real eagle would probably peck his head.
Stop.
Just look at the Donald Trump thing. Do you know the Donald Trump moment where the eagle, he was trying to pose with a bald eagle and it attacked him?
Giving your money to woke corporations who don't think you deserve their product. Give it to me instead.
Head over to IHateHarrys.com and pre-order your Founders Series razor and shaving cream.
Okay, so that's the Founders Kit. Now, I do see that there's like razor reviews of this product. So yeah, we saw that was the greatest commercial ever. So what that was the greatest commercial ever, right? Now we've got the greatest, yeah, the greatest commercial part 2 is what we're watching here.
Oh hey, I'm Jeremy Boring, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me, I just love your money.
This makes me want to play King of the Castle even more. Wait, what is King of the Castle?
Okay.
He's so mysterious. Yeah, his ego just exploded all over that commercial.
Do you get the premise already? Black guy pretending to be...
It's because it's what Hollywood would do. They were replacing all the white guys with black guys. That's what Hollywood do. That's what Hollywood does.
What's his name? Jeremy Boring.
Ooh, the Twitch chat integrated game.
He has to bring out his McLaren. You know what? Fuck you, Jeremy. That's my favorite car. Maybe I should just grift so I get a McLaren. Or 5 of them. Should I do it? Should we all do it? Let's all do it.
What the hell is this?
Wait, what's the McLaren? Do you get it? Wait. Is chat asking how do they integrate Twitch games? I believe that we played at one time integrated Vampire Survivor. That is Vampire Survivor, but with a Twitch integration, right? Meaning that instead of me choosing the different items that I get, or the, chat chooses both like the items that I get, and they also choose the they choose the events that happen. Did you really have to have the guy that was like played a bisexual predator in a college movie? Did you really need to put a cigar in his mouth?
Michael Knowles is just such a... He's a grift. He's a total grifter, and I think it's so fucking funny. Like, honestly.
Does he even smoke cigars? One wonders.
I get your bag guy, but he looks so goofy. Just look at him. Look at it. Look. This is the best part. Ben Shapiro comes up.
Hey.
I don't even have to look at him, chat. I can hear the cringe in his guitar playing.
Nobody calls cut on my set but me.
What do you run, Hollywood?
So, I mean, this is the... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
What now?
Two on the nose.
What is this?
Yeah, of course. Ben was a theater kid, so he knows. And get it...
I mean, yeah, and the joke being that they're all failed... They're all failed actors, and in Ben Shapiro's case, writer.
Hollywood
failed screenwriter.
Ben comes in. He's got the scarf. Remember, he's got the scarf. He has like the typical film industry outfit on, and he comes in. And he's like, "Hey,
yeah, the stereotype from like the 1950s or 60s, maybe."
What the fuck is going on? He actually did a pretty good job at acting, but he was a
acting.
He fucking knows how to sing like opera.
Acting.
So, Ben, you have other skills. Why are you being stupid? Oh yeah, it's all for money. Anyways,
we're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto.
I don't really know what that means. Of course, they have to mention China, so you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. Sorry, I have to Google.
I don't get it.
Means. I know. I'm pretty.
I mean, I know what it means. I still don't get it.
Declaration of policy and aims, especially one issued before an election by a political party or candidate. That was a mouthful, and I still don't know what the fuck it means. Manifesto explained for a child. A document publicly declaring the position or program of its issuer. A manifesto advances a set of ideas, opinions or views. It can also lay out a plan. That joke didn't land. It doesn't really make any sense because I think he's obviously aiming it towards trans people. This is the whole premise of his razor company. Me being
Wait, whoa.
I don't know. I don't fucking know, bro.
But who's he?
If it's aimed towards trans people, the only thing I can think of that referring to is like the Nashville shooter. Is that, I mean, look, that's really stretching. It's not funny. It's in bad taste. There's so much wrong. I don't know. Is that really the joke that he meant, though? I don't understand.
I'm Black Jeremy, huge fan. You mind if we get a selfie?
Oh yeah, come on.
Look, we talked about this. Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
And for the commercials,
Didn't the founding fathers sit around all day and write manifestos?
be less macho.
Transgender is when Marxism, yes.
Can we please lose the flamethrower and the car? It's overcompensating, and we need.
Who are you?
I'm Jessica.
Honestly, she's based. Yes, yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's progress with society. I mean, or you could do it however you want, but I mean, she's obviously the caricature of basically like who I would be essentially if I was there.
I've been following you around half naked for 2 years.
Oh, but that makes you some kind of expert on advertising? Besides, don't you think it's a little insulting to black people?
Oh, we prefer people of color.
That is not always true. I'm not going to speak for black people, but every time I've been on Twitter or online or anything like that, they just say, call me black. Like, you don't have to call me a POC. It's just a personal preference. But, you know, you got to make fun of the stupid woke liberals, okay? Because it's so funny. It's super fucking funny.
Don't you think it's a little insulting to black people of color that instead of giving them their own roles to play, you just recast them as a beloved white character?
Hell yeah, it is.
I actually laughed at the black person of color. It's most fucking stupid, dude. I don't know. Did Jeremy create Daily Wire? I think he might have. He's a smart guy. That Gucci suit, brother, how old are you? You have to take off the Gucci suit. That shit looks good on nobody. That looks good on nobody. Maybe me. No, it would look horrible on me.
We don't do it for people of color. We do it for liberal white women.
Essentially, if you're a bit confused, because I was confused, I had to watch this a couple of times. They're trying to say these commercials or commercials in general that are about like shaving and when they include diversity or something is to cater to white liberals to make them happy and not actual like POC people who should have been included in those commercials and in movies and in films, etc. over time. Now the Daily Wire is very angry because, you know, there's black guy in commercial, they're mad. There's Hispanic guy in movie and they're mad about it. But they think if that doesn't happen, if there's no black guy or Hispanic guy in movie or commercial, it's gonna hurt our feelings. How tall is Jeremy Boring again? I will pick him and Ben Shapiro up by the neck and just lift them up. And then I don't really know what I would do from there. Can't say it on YouTube.
No, don't say it. Don't go there.
Look funny.
Don't get banned.
I'll spell it out for you. Liberal white women make most of the purchasing decisions for the family, so happy commercials with people of color smiling at each other make them feel hella virtuous.
Bitches love to feel virtuous.
They do.
Yeah, again, because, you know, mom, the woman, stupid woman is at home while smart man is out working because we're in 1940 and she's the one watching and it makes her happy to see people who aren't white on the TV because she's a lib. She's a stupid lib. She's a dumb liberal who wants to purchase dumb liberal things. So
did he borrow the suits from Jeffree Star? I don't know.
To dumb down our commercials to make more money. I just want to pause on this Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is slaying. He's slaying right now, dude. It's like he should be on Hollywood sets. Brother, he's really rocking that scarf.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore?
Exactly.
But that's so
gay. Sorry, I'm the body positivity hire.
You are so brave.
What is even happening right now?
Yeah, again, just trying to say that the left or liberals or whatever, they celebrate people who are overweight or just whatever.
Think of all the razors you'll sell.
And don't forget Jeremy's shampoo and conditioner.
They are excellent products.
Hey, what if I play your character a little less bitchy?
Unbelievable.
Honestly, yeah, do it. Do it. Let's replace him because he is a bitch, honestly. He is a bitch, and I need to see his height comparison to Ben Shapiro, but I know they're both wearing inserts. Fine, fuck. Why is he always in that Gucci suit? Please take it. I'm gonna burn the shit out of that.
Jeremy's Razors isn't for liberal white women. It's for men. Conservative men. So stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Wait a minute. This is like the exact same.
Shut up.
Did they just reuse that? They must have just reused
and
it.
shave. Yeah, so his whole thing is give money to me instead of
If they reshot that, then they are just wasting people's money.
the war corporations. He also has chocolate bars. You can't buy a Dove chocolate bar or a Hershey's chocolate bar in the checkout at Ralph's. You have to go online and order a 12-pack. How many chocolate bars are you eating? And I'm gonna show you his website, by the way, after this. You need to see it because it's so bad. It's horrible.
Hey, liberal white ladies. You know what's up.
Go to jeremysrazors.com now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So here's the chocolate commercial.
We've all got a lot of decisions to make. I'm going to make
And chat knows about this because chat made the decision to watch this.
one decision a lot easier. When you're craving chocolate, there's only Jeremy's chocolate. And there are only two options. She, her, and he, him. One of them has nuts.
I feel like we are all less intelligent for having seen that commercial. And also now fucking what this Awaken with JP, this asshole is in my algorithm now. Thanks a lot, Brett Cooper. Oh, that was like on Brett Cooper's channel. Anyway, we'll get to you, Brett. We'll get to you, Brett. We've got that Jose video with Brett Cooper to watch sometime.
Yeah, or you could just go down the street and buy a razor that's pretty much the same exact thing, but I want to switch over to my PC if that's alright and show you the website because the way that he describes his razors, he has a razor for women and it's called the XX. Get it? XX.
Get it? Yeah, it's the large gamete razor. It's the large gamete. It's the we always know razor.
Conservative men. Okay. All right. Same mission, better razor.
It's the
Progress isn't progressive.
adult human female razor, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Well, keep it woke free. Gotta keep it woke free. I've already reviewed this.
Yeah. First rule of shaving: keep it woke free.
Respect dad's rugged jawline because you know men are rugged and they have rugged jawline.
What if my dad doesn't have a rugged jawline?
So, like fuck. Oh, I wonder how much are these?
Wait, is it a rugged jawline because of? Oh shit! Oh shit! That's embarrassing. Oh no! Well, you're gonna get a deal for dad this year. Our Father's Day bundle, which we tried to sell for almost $130, and then marked down to $99. Saving you. That's still too much, though. What is in this bundle? Yo, they really are making money off of their. Wow. You might as well just ask for donations, dude. This is a donation right here. $99 for a shaving kit?
Oh, that's a bundle. Hold on, wait a second.
That's a bundle, all right. Yeah. For a second, I thought that they had marked it down again to $28.94, but no, it's like marked down to $99.
I mean, that's a decent price. What is this like?
Is it? Is that enough to justify the price?
I don't know what the fuck this shit is. Let's go to shop. We're gonna go for my. Forget Michael Knowles. Is it always Michael Knowles? I don't know. They put him in there too. They put the black guy in there too.
Spoops wants to bid $5 on the shaving kit.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my God. Wow. Look at that. If you want to buy this, it's a 5-starter kit. Honestly, not a bad price. I won't lie, but we got to see what's going on here. Let's take a look.
Wait, so there's 5 blades. You get 5. You get what? I don't know, chat. I don't. Is this a good price? Or are they getting ripped the fuck off? Please show the product review already. They reveal the truth about the Daily Wire products. Speaking of algorithm, I think your channel popped up in my feed because of Vosh and Bo. Well, thank you, Vosh and Bo. Thank you for sending Poochie our way. Razor and a bunch of shitty cosmetics. Harry's is cheaper. Oh, so we got a price check on the Harry's? I'm giving chat price checks to be like, can we get a price check on the shaving kit? Can we price check that?
Shall we? So it's 100% woke free, so you're all good. It's
So wait, if I find a little bit of wokeness in there, I can get my money back?
approved by Jeremy Boring, and it's sheep free. If you don't know what sheep are, they are liberals, etc., etc.
Oh, okay. I thought it was really like just somebody that was... I'm silly, chat. I thought that maybe people wanted to avoid sheep. I don't know. Are people allergic to wool or something?
You're a man with high standards and strong convictions.
I thought maybe there was a towel that was wool free and that's what they were saying. I don't know. So here we go. Here we go. This is the man Razor, right?
Strive to work hard to embrace discomfort when fighting your values, for your values, but not while shaving. Achieve an exceptionally smooth and close shave with the new and improved Precision 5. These are the features of the blade. 5 coated stainless steel blades per cartridge. Comfortably conquer stubble and progressive bullshit.
And ostensibly not covered with wool.
I know that I'm small right now, but like, what the fuck does that even mean? So that's one of them. It's the way that they word it is so odd, but I need to show you like their women's thing.
It's like a sheeple thing because they're pretty. Yeah, I figured. I think you're right. I think you're right, Spoops.
If you haven't seen their chocolate, I just want to let you know that they put pronouns in their chocolate. If you want some chocolate with nuts in it, it's he, him. But if you want a nutless, it's she, her. To make fun of the transgenders. So you can get them for $21. But let's see what they actually have to say. I actually want to see what they say about this because I forgot.
Chat, I really want to I want to get a job in that factory, right? And like they give you I got one job. It's like take the nutless chocolates and put them in she, her. Take the nut chocolate and put it in he, him. But then I just switch a few. I switch like a whole batch around. There's a whole batch that's backwards.
What they say about this.
See how quickly they fire me.
Chocolate companies don't even know what a woman is, but we do. Indulge in the chocolate binary. One with nuts, one without. You know which is which. Oh yeah, this was the original. This commercial was like absolute ass. I've reacted to that before.
Was this a reaction to like Hershey's? Did Hershey's do like a pronouns thing on like...
Just want to show you the chocolates, you know, because what's better than transphobic chocolate? Nothing. Let's go to
transphobic razor blades, though.
Women's. All right, women.
Here we go. Here we go.
Shave. Let's get your starter set. We don't have to go deluxe yet, okay? Let's take a look. The XX chromosome razor. Did you know, Jeremy, that chromosomes don't always equal what your sex is? Intersex people exist, etc., etc.
Yeah, they're supposed to get with the you're supposed to get the patch notes and talk about gametes. Come on, get with the program.
But sure, okay, whatever. But
talk about the gametes.
Popular demand, basic biology. Jeremy's Razors introduces a new women's razor because women deserve the same quality woke-free blades as men. There are only 2 genders. Now, Jeremy has 2 razors.
Wait, we gotta talk about the gametes, chat, and we gotta most certainly
talk about the allegation.
That's right. We gotta talk about those allegations. All right, we gotta talk about the allegations.
God makes a new gender. Jeremy's will make.
Do you get it? Do you get it? When God makes a new gender, yeah, there's 2 genders. One of them is attack helicopter, and the other one of them is lobster. When God makes a new gender, Jeremy's will make a new gender blade. A gender blade? I'm sorry, razor blade, not gender blade. I don't know why I had gender blades on the mind, but...
Our women's 5-blade razor has a lubricating strip that goes all around the blade, letting
So
you
we know how the women love their lubrication, I guess.
curves and contours for a close,
Yeah.
smooth, long-lasting shave. Brother, it's gonna last as long as a normal shave. Shut up. I don't even know.
It's gonna last extra long. Yeah, this is the thing with Jeremy's razors, right? With most razors, you shave your legs, and 5 minutes later, you're feeling like a porcupine, right? With Jeremy's razors, we got you for like 3 days. Smooth legs, like they stay smooth. I don't know.
Into this, and when he said when God makes a new gender, if you believe in religion anyways, gender is not the same thing as sex, but anyways, we've got women's shave cream as well with coconut oil and shea butter. Perfect. Same things again, but it's the ultimate moisturizing shave cream designed for actual women. Only actual women. Say farewell.
Again, if you try to put this shaving cream on and you're not an actual woman, the shaving cream will know. They always know. They always know. Simon Pierre, thank you for the super chat. You're asking for another talk about the allegations? Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. It's really easy now.
Talk about the allegations!
There you go. There you go. And thank you for the super chat.
To dry, irritated skin and embrace the feminine indulgence of a hydrating shave with the help of coconut oil and shea butter. Or you could just go to your local grocery store, buy pure coconut oil and shave with that if you want to. Paraben free, blah, blah, blah. And best of all, it's woke free. God, he has so many products now. He's profiting off of idiots.
I don't know how much he's profiting, right? These all have costs involved in them. I don't know if he's even making his money back. Like this, look, the Daily Wire is like, was kind of a vanity project from the inception. You know, the fact that it makes money, you know, the fact that it became profitable has a lot to do with the fact that, you know, people were willing to, you know, underwrite this project, right? It was, you know, kind of astroturfed in the beginning. I'm sure they made some money at some point, right? They've got they had a huge media empire before Candace left and took half of it with her, right? But I'm not sure if this stuff ever really made money.
So well. First of all, why are you doing women's natural deodorant? Are you guys against that stuff? You guys like hate vegans and people who are and vegetarians. So why is it now?
Oh no, not anymore. Not anymore, Sam. So they don't necessarily like, right? You might have missed this, and it's really easy to miss this if you're not paying attention to QAnon. But basically, QAnon swallowed up the natural health movement. Not entirely, but to a pretty extensive degree. So yeah, there's a lot of cross-pollination between people that like natural stuff and people that like anti-woke stuff, unfortunately.
Natural and like organic.
Yeah, that was COVID that did that.
I know you hate that shit. Whatever, the deodorant can help you protect your femininity with ease.
Yeah, they did used to hate organic. I'm not sure. I think it's a mixed bag now.
I'm sure it does. Anyways, I wanted to point this out, and it says free from aluminum, parabens, blah, 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 all that stuff. A hormone disrupting ingredient, comment and
Yeah, most of that, most of these deodorants will trans you, right? You rub that aluminum deodorant under your armpits, all of a sudden you're having trans thoughts. You don't want that. You got to get Jeremy's deodorant. It's natural. It's natural.
Preservative.
Unlike transgenderism.
That act as a hormone disruptors. Another kind of hormone disrupting, they're talking about a bunch of hormones and stuff like that. Also, it's not antiperspirant. So they prevent you from sweating by using green. Basically, you're just putting a scent on yourself. It's not going to stop you from sweating. So when they make this type of thing in any of their women's products,
it's just going to make your sweat smell like ass.
Because these men view women as like they need to keep women looking.
That's what women are. They're nutless. They've reduced the she/her chocolate down to nutless. What does she/her mean? It means nutless. Okay.
as young as they possibly can. But that's kind of what this is all about, which I think is hilarious. So I want to say things that I am not allowed to say on YouTube about this man. I'm not gonna say. I won't say anything. Oh yeah, sorry, and I forgot. Harry's and the Daily Wire had a deal. They paid us. We advertised the razors. This is why Jeremy got mad in the first place. If you haven't watched my old videos, I can link them in the description as well. You've probably seen them. They're razors. They got mad. So after we said that boys are boys and girls are girls, they publicly condemned our views as inexcusable and dropped their ads because of what they called value misalignment. Sounds professional to me. That sounds like it would be a professional email or call. You're damn right our values are misaligned. We embrace masculinity and the courage to uphold it. And since no other razors out there did, we built our own. What do you...
It's called aluminum because it turns women to men named Al. Yeah, and then you end up working for
talking about? Gillette had so many commercials with men who are masculine. The people who buy this stuff are so far gone that you can't get them out. You can't get them out. But whatever, it wasn't the greatest razor we could.
It's a WEF plot, Shakespeare.
Woke corporations spend all of your
Crystal Mommy's lost it over COVID. Yeah.
Your money on DEI. I don't even know what that is. We spent it on a better razor and a
yeah. If you were so houses against deodorant.
Jeremy to create a second generation of Jeremy's razors, radically redesigned. So
the gay frogs.
Like a man, not a manifesto. Shave woke free. Join the real men that have ditched their woke razors. DEI means diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah, don't spend your money on that. Just spend it on me so I can get more rich and I can buy more fucking McLarens and look like an idiot. Yeah, I wanted to show you their color.
What was the McLaren again?
That crazy stuff. Because imagine being so far gone that you buy.
Is that the suit?
Razors and chocolate. Like, I think that's like you're going a little bit too far. Grifters are smart. They're stupid, but they're smart. If I grifted, I could make so much money if I wanted to. If I like pretended that I detransitioned or some shit. Anyways,
I was just thinking about that.
A commercial and a look through. I mean, that's Jeremy's razors part 2. I know you guys really liked part 1. If you want to watch them, link is in the description. With all that being said, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. And if you want to check out my podcast, it again is called Outspoken. It is on every platform ever you listen to, and we are almost at 100K still on YouTube.
Nice. So that's Sam Collins. I put Sam's link in the chat. So if you want to scroll up, you can find that. You can subscribe to Sam Collins, more good videos like this. This came across my desk too, and I don't know what the fuck to make of this. Like, what actually is this? What actually is this? This looks cursed.
Maybe it's too cold to fall asleep. Or maybe you're restless from the secrets that you keep.
Oh, it's AI Schlop.
Or maybe it's love.
Wait, he's not keeping those secrets anymore. Oh my god.
Maybe it's the touch of your skin. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's too late to rescue me.
Oh my god.
Maybe we burn too bright and we're never meant to be.
This is...
Maybe it's just our redemption arc has yet to begin. Hey, yeah, yeah.
And it's dark, and it's...
This is so cursed.
I miss you, bro. There is no place that I'd rather be than right here in the folds of this time and this place, here and gone without a trace. And I can't remember why I ever left.
My autism sometimes comes over me. I don't know why I save my horse porn on the same PC that I used to stream.
why does it remind me of like it's just like a character from a bad video game or something, or like, you know what I mean? Like, I know what it is. It's like it's superimposing the flat image of the face onto the like round image of the head, but it's not giving like the depth to the mouth and the, you know what I mean? It's not, it's just AI. It's not, wait, is it even AI? I'm not even sure if this is even AI.
But I swear the girl.
Also, why is Bosch wearing rubber gloves and going like this? What is up with that?
Was 18.
Oh no, and she was a short stack goblin too.
She was an ancient spirit, okay? She just chooses to look that young. It's actually an extremely common trope.
And I'll admit,
oh no.
Yes, it's true. Sometimes when I get excited, I drop the N-word to a tactical slur.
Oh, I know all about those.
But when the retweets die down, I think of you.
Wow. Look at Aphex Twin video.
And we both vote Biden, though we aren't so different that we cannot reconcile and push for our shared goals. We do so well as a team, but both our fan bases would scream.
So I can never admit the longing that I feel.
Loving you was the only thing that was ever real.
Steven.
Ian. Fuck it. I won't forget you, our memories will give me.
Wait, who's the drummer? Who's the drummer?
I don't resent you, you taught me lessons about how I should stand and fight. I don't regret the times we had.
Wait, Ethan Klein? Is that supposed to be Ethan Klein?
Strangers without you by my side, things just don't feel right.
There's a lot of effort.
And it's dark and it's cold. I miss you, bro, and I can't remember why I ever left.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, what is this? Okay. This is a channel. I feel like they did something with like Dave Rubin and Sam Cedar. Like I vaguely remember this channel. Yes, Sam Cedar finally debates Dave Rubin. Got a video of Nick Fuentes being an authoritarian. That's the problem with Nick Fuentes. He's an authoritarian. Not that he's a Nazi or anything like that. He's just oh god. They called into Destiny as Norman Finkelstein and they did the oh, they did the Ben Shapiro versus Destiny rap battle. Okay, so I sort of remember this.
All right. What could very well be the final call of the day? Calling from an 817 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Sam. This is you from the future. And I know this is probably weird, but in the year 2028, you, or rather, myself, will convert to libertarianism. And I wanted to save you the years and all the time and the trouble that it's going to take you to be swayed into being a libertarian, and just give you the arguments right now that convinced me, and so I know that they will convince you because we are the same person. And so, basically, under libertarianism, it would essentially transform into feudalism, into this system where you have private courts settling property disputes and thousands of essentially little fiefdoms, battling it out, and whoever has the biggest army will win, because it's all just a bunch of unaccountable mini, governments, essentially.
Well, wait, I mean, they do have Sam's, like, intonation and, like, right, but the pitch is off. That's all, right? The pitch is very different than Sam's actual, and you can tell this from having Sam right there. That makes it more obvious. I don't know if maybe did Sam maybe used to sound more like this, or.
And I spent a lot of years arguing against libertarians on this point until one day, I woke up and I realized something.
It kind of, is this AI or is this Rowan doing Sam's voice? I can't tell.
I woke up and I realized that sounds fucking awesome, because I, as a property owner, would be one of the feudal lords who would have a private army, and I can just swing my big dick around, and I can, I can do whatever I want.
What do you think? Is he going to say buckets of cum?
So that is what has led me to accept the gloriousness, the glory of the non-aggression principle. And Ayn Rand is now my personal favorite philosopher. Now, whenever there's somebody who, is going to knock on someone's door and say, "This is mine now, bye-bye," that's me. I am the one who knocks, okay? So just want to let you know, Sam.
Sam, I want to say thank you. You, whoever the caller is, you've got to email us and tell us if that was like AI or if you.
I know the
actually
program that must have been. I think actually.
That was awesome.
That was AI.
Thank you for that call.
Yeah, hashtag AI voices, hashtag libertarian. RCV, RVC V2. That's what that is.
Damn it, Sam. Nobody has all the answers on how freedom works.
Oh, God. That's amazing. I appreciate the call. Is that how I sound, or is it? It seems a little bit high.
It's a little bit high, yeah.
The register seemed a little bit high.
Yeah. There's a few times it did get low.
Yeah.
I think it must have like sampled you during like an ad read or something where you're talking a little bit differently.
Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me. I want to do that for. You guys set them up 2:20 on a Friday. Time for a libertarian call. This happens every time. Love it. That was amazing. No ums or ahs. Clearly fake Sam. Although
oh God, that's true. That's true. Oh God.
Was like a stutter.
That's how I would know a fake Irene.
Yeah. I thought that was
There's no you knows. There's no right.
That was fantastic. Lori Jane got so excited, thought it was my husband sending out sweet messages via MR. Please tell my husband Daniel I'm disappointed. Folks, I don't want to get in between. I don't want to get in the middle of that. I don't want to get in the middle of that. All right, one final call from a non-Sam in the future. Calling from the floor.
All right, chat. Listen. Okay. I've been on here for almost 7 hours right now. I probably have to call it quits. I was thinking about playing a little bit of Vampire Survivor, but I'm not sure. Want to chat if you know this game, because this game has Twitch integration. Fake Irene would not stun lock into 20 different topics under a minute. You got like 5 different videos under that You got 5 different videos under that Daily Wire razor thing, right? We did a deep dive into Jeremy's razors for you. Hey, at least I stayed on topic that time, right? I don't always stay on topic, but when I do, makes for a pretty good segment. And I'm loving the fact that the extra segments that we're doing right now might actually make it onto videos, right? Including the Alex Jones segment that we did yesterday. And the And possibly even this segment. I thought this one went pretty well, but for that, I probably have to wait one. So Shakespeare knows Vampire Survivor. Anybody else? Because like I only want to do the Twitch integration if we can get everybody over on Twitch who knows the game. Because like the integration is this, right? You play Vampire Survivor and you decide like what items, like normally I would pick the items that I get, and that's part of the game. That's part of what Vampire Survivor is, right? But in this version of it, you would pick it, but it only works if chat knows what the items are and can sort of, you know, because that way you don't know whether you're fucking with me or you're helping me out, right? If you don't know, so we might have to do it on a wait. We got 3 people, 4 people who know Vampire Survivor. Like, I love bread tubes, panini, baguettes, even hot dog rolls. Yeah, we'll have to get to the libertarians at some point. I didn't even know that was going to be a libertarian video. But we got 5 people. We got 5 people. Oh, wait. Chelsea thinks that maybe that's Zach from the Vanguard. Is that what you're saying? I could see that. It was beautiful. Destiny is like, let me talk fast enough. Maybe it'll make sense. Trying to outrun his own bullshit. We've 5 people is more than I thought that actually know Vampire Survivor. Oh my god, chat. Maybe I'll try it some night. I should probably get some food too, but see, because like I'm afraid that if I try, I don't even know, is there anybody in Twitch chat that knows Vampire Survivor? That's the better question, right? Because this is a game that's integrated with Twitch. Let's just try it and let it fail magnificently. Wait, this is a new level. Okay, if anybody knows this game, get into Twitch chat now. Oh my god. What? What just happened? Oh, it's the like... All right, get in Twitch chat if you want to... Okay, so you choose. You press 1, 2, or 3, and whatever you press, I get. Or you can reroll or skip or... Oh my god, we don't... See, this is a failure. This is okay. This is okay, though. But this is what it would be. It's just gonna choose one every time. It's gonna choose one every time, unless people come in and vote, right? You gotta like go into Twitch and then you press the number. But I don't think any of the people that know how this game works, see? Oh, I got the cats. I got the cats. That's what makes it fun, is like, I don't decide. I have no way of choosing, right? It's all on you. It's all on people in Twitch chat pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 to choose from a number of items, or to reroll or to skip. And then you can also order events for me, which are usually, I think, bad events. But yeah, this is all incumbent on people who know the game. Somebody chose 2. Wait, somebody pressed 2. How did that happen? And somebody gave me gold fever. I don't even see Twitch chat moving. Oh shit, ah! Gonna get eaten. We gotta get that chicken. Meow. Meow. Yeah, so literally what you type in Twitch chat, which nobody's typing in Twitch chat right now, so it's gonna select 1, I'm guessing. Or does it do random? Maybe it does random. It does 1. Oh, I see. That's an event. Okay, so yeah, 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, or 7. Type it in Twitch chat. If you're in Twitch chat, if you can get to Twitch chat, because it only works from Twitch chat. Does not work in YouTube chat. 3. So, did somebody type 3? I can't even tell if people are playing. I wish they would integrate it with YouTube, but there's a lot of meowing in this game. So far, we got the ring, we got the wand, and we got the cats. Wait, why didn't I get those, Oh god, I really need the duplicator. I really wish somebody would press 2 in chat, in Twitch chat, specifically, but nobody's pressing anything. Oh, we got the cats again. That duplicator would have been so sick. I desperately need some chicken here. Oh, cool, I got the fire breather. Oh, we need the stone mask. Can somebody press 2? Yes, 2. We got 1 person playing, right? That means you completely control. Oh, 3. Wait, how come I got 3 when Omega Star pressed 2? How does it? Oh no. How does this actually work? Maybe you gotta press it in time or something? I'm not sure. Try again. 6 seconds left. Yeah, I sort of remember this being the problem with this Twitch control of game is that like people have very little time to but it should work if people if people type in numbers. All right, so yeah, if nobody's gonna play along in Twitch chat, I will probably quit after this game. But I want to see how far I can get at random. Ooh, gotta get that. Ooh, a new item. Spellbinder. I can't tell. It doesn't look like anybody's playing along, so. But yeah, this only works on Twitch chat, unfortunately. Which I'm on Twitch right now. On nocommentchick CC. Gold Rush. It's literally like you type in the numbers, right? There's numbers next to every option on like right here. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 you can press, and oh wait, I didn't realize that the window is over the. No, 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 they're gonna eat me. Don't let them eat me, cats. Get them. I got my cats. Those cats are super lethal. Ooh, a birthday present. Yes. Get the candy box. Wait, can I choose? I get to choose this one. What should we add to it? I kind of want garlic, but I should probably get this. You're trying it? Wait, is it working? I'll try to like not press any buttons to make sure it doesn't somehow. Treasure time. We got the wand. Ooh, see, you can press A, B, C, or C to give me like events, right? Oh no, we need the turkey. We need the turkey. I gotta get the turkey. Oh, there's so much turkey. Is it working, Omega? A, B, C. I guess. Two, Torona's box. Yo, the jellyfish. Here comes the jellyfish. Yo, the ghosts. Blast the ghosts. We're upgrading that box. We got the spinach, we got the lightning, we got the cats. Lightning it is. We got the projectiles, we got the magic wand, and we got the spellbinder, which makes stuff last for longer. Wow, we're leveling up fast. Lightning ring, projectiles, or cross? We got clock lancet, which stops them. We got armor. We got spinach, or we got crown. Treasure. We got the projectiles. We got the cat, we got the spinach, and we got the cross. We got the cat. We got the crown, we got the bracer, which makes things, attacks go faster, spinach, which makes you stronger, and we got magic wand, which makes your wand magic. We got the crown, we got the box, we got the bracer, we got the clock lancet. We got the projectiles. Projectiles, cat, or cross? Cat it is. Cat, armor, crown, or wand? We got the wand. We got cross, we got projectiles, we got spinach, we got cat. got the crown, we got the armor, we got the Song of Mana. Always cats. B. Wait, does B... Oh, beast as in summon night? I don't know what some of the... Chicken Bonanza. Hell yeah, Chicken Bonanza. That chicken is so useful and good. Treasure. Armor. Crap, I gotta go back and get some of the chicken. Oh, thank goodness. We're gonna roast the chicken. We got cats, we got armor, we got crown. Crown. We got cross, we got lancet, we got crown, we got armor. We got clock lancet, we got cat, we got cross. Clock lancet. We got cats, we got Song of Mana, we got crown. Cats. We got the chicken. We got the treasure. It's the 3 treasure. Okay. We got the wand, we got the spinach, we got the clock lancet, we got the cross. We got the spinach. Magic wand, cross, clock lancet. How high is my level? Like this... What? Wait, I can't tell. Magic wand. It keeps going up. Song of Mana, or spinach, Song of Mana, clock lancet. Song of Mana. Delicious chickens. Magic wand, Torona's box, crown, or spinach. Spinach. Magic wand, cross, or Song of Mana. We are kicking all the zombies' ass, yeah. Looks like we got some Medusas in there. We got some blobs. We got some bats. Projectile, crown, clock lancet, or magic wand. Magic wand. Armor, magic wand, Song of Mana, or cross. Armor. We got The cross. We got the projectile, the clock, lancet, the Tornos box, or the magic wand. Which is also kind of a projectile, yeah. These cats are out of control. They're overpowered. Get the armor. We got the projectile, we got the magic wands, we got the clock lancet. Magic wand it is. Oh, C for shooting star. Magic wand, the box, the projectile. Projectile, Song of Mana, cross. Chat, I have no idea why I'm like gaining levels so fast. This is like cross. Oh my god, another one. Crown, Song of Mana, Clock Lancet, armor. Armor. Torona's box, crown, cross, or magic wand. How many cats do you have? Yeah, I'd like a lot. There's crown. Oh my god, another one. Projectile, Song of Mana, or cross. Cross. Projectile, magic wand, clock lancet, or cross. Clock lancet. Song of Mana, magic wand, projectile, or box. Projectile. Find that treasure. Song of Mana. Clock lancet, cross, magic wand. Because I'm awesome, because I'm lucky. Either that or I made it too easy. Projectile, magic wand, clock lancet, or cross. It's cross. Yo, a 5 treasure. Magic wand, Song of Mana, or projectile?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. We're playing Vampire Survivor with Twitch integration. So if you're on Twitch, you can vote on what I get. Right? This is Magic Wand, Projectile, or Trona's Box. Projectile. Crap, I need to go unlock the turkey. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. There's a box. Okay, Song of Mana, Magic Wand, or Torona's Box. Magic Wand. Treasure. Song of Mana? Ooh, we get an extra weapon. There's the chicken. Whip, Song of Mana, or Trona's Box. Whip or Torona's Box. Looks like those are the only things left. Torona's Box. Whip or Torona's Box. Whip. Same. I'm gaining levels so fast. I don't even see where the levels are, though. I thought they were on, like... Another level. Gotta get the whip. Oh, actually, I shouldn't tell you what to get. It's actually more exciting if I don't get exactly what I'm looking for. How close are we to that? Got the whip or the box. The box. There's a treasure chest somewhere. The whip or the box. Get the whip. Got the whip or the box. This is like the last level of the box. Oh, I got the fire breather. Getting close to the book. Get the book. The book. Oh crap, I got a gold rush. I gotta figure out some way to get a chicken. Wait, should I put the Bad Hasbro song on like repeat while I play this?
Bitch, a ribbon Coca-Cola. We invented the cherry tomato and Waze USB drives and the Iron Dome. Israeli salad, Uzi Stenson, Jaffa's orange grove. Microchips was us, iPhone cameras us, taco salads us, Vamos us, Olive Garden us, White Phosphor us, Sabra Hamas, Hezbollah us.
And you use water irrigated by Israel. You take medicine that was invented in Israel. You use cell phones, there's a chip in there that is made in Israel. All of that is Israel.
Jumping jacks was us. Push-ups was us. Krav Maga us. All karate us. Taking Molly us. Michael Jackson us. Yamaha keyboards us. Georgia Mix on us. Andor was us. Heath Ledger Joker us. Endless Breadsticks us. Happy Meals was us. McDonald's was us. Being happy us. Bikram yoga us. Eating food us. Breathing air us. Drinking water us. We invented all that shit.
Did I max everything out?
Israeli salad, Uzi Stenson, Jaffa's orange grove. Microchips was us, iPhone cameras us, taco salads us, Vamos us, Olive Garden us, White Phosphor us, Sabra Hamas, Hezbollah us.
And you use water irrigated by Israel. You take medicine that was invented in Israel. You use cell phones, there's a chip in there that is made in Israel. All of that.
Jumping jacks was us. Push-ups was us. Krav Maga.
Oh shit.
Karate us.
There it is.
Molly us. Michael Jackson us.
We got through 25 minutes. I got distracted by the Hasbro. It's almost like that's what it's designed for. Oh my god, just to distract. Oh my god. Well, that was pretty epic. That was pretty fucking epic. Nonetheless, thank you for playing with me, Omega Star. And thank you everybody for being here. I am gonna get something to eat. Thank you for subscribing, Poochie. Good night, everybody. I'll probably see you tomorrow. I think if I don't, yeah, I'll